Chapter 23:51. The ice-cold long sword pierced through the sky and pressed forward, just like Luo Bing's ice-cold and resolute heart. Her sword was destined to pierce nothing, as the disparity in strength between Luo Bing and Xianxia was too great. While she was still halfway there, Xianxia had already disappeared on the wooden boat. However, her sword didn't pierce nothing. A tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of Luo Bing, looking at her with a compassionate and complicated gaze. Luo Bing wasn't able to retract her sword in time, and it pierced through the chest of the tall and sturdy figure. The sword went 3 inches into his chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Luo Bing was instantly stunned, and she stared blankly at the tall and sturdy figure. She cried out involuntarily, "Brother Chai!" The person who had suddenly blocked her path and let the long sword pierce through his chest was actually Chai Hu. With Chai Hu's cultivation in the First Order Dao Source realm, it would have been easy for him to dodge this sword. Even if he didn't want to dodge, he could have easily blocked it by circulating his source energy. However, he didn't do so, and instead allowed Luo Bing to vent her anger. Luo Bing, who was determined to die, finally panicked. She had come here to ambush and launch a sneak attack, not intending to return alive. Even if she couldn't kill Xianxia, she would still die at Xianxia's hands and reunite with her father in the netherworld. She had come here with the determination to die, but she had injured Chai Hu in the process. Chai Hu's chest was quickly dyed red, causing Luo Bing's pupils to dilate. The redness seemed to have covered all the light in front of her, filling her entire world with a terrifying blood-red light. The huge mental impact caused Luo Bing's delicate body to soften, and she almost fell to the ground. Chai Hu stretched out his hand to support her. Not only that, but he also grabbed her arms. Then, he slowly dragged her towards him. Luo Bing was powerless to resist. It didn't matter if she was dragged by Chai Hu, but the sharp sword in her hand was still stuck in Chai Hu's chest. Now that she moved, the sharp sword was stuck even deeper into his chest. Chi-chi-chi. The sound of metal rubbing against flesh was ear-piercing, and the long sword pierced through his chest in the blink of an eye. Luo Bing's pretty face instantly turned pale. She shouted in panic, "Brother Chai, what are you doing? Quickly stop." However, no matter how much she shouted, Chai Hu didn't move. The expressions of Chi Yu and the others changed drastically, as they never expected that Chai Hu would actually do such a thing. By the time they came to their senses, Chai Hu had already pulled Luo Bing to his chest and whispered in her ear, "Young Master Yang killed your father, so I'll pay him back for him. You don't attack him. Stop it. Stop it. I don't want to take revenge anymore. I don't want to take revenge on him anymore. Let go of me, Brother Chai." Luo Bing burst into tears as she felt the warmth in her chest. How could he not know that it was Chai Hu's blood? Of Luo Bing. His heart was filled with self-reproach, as he felt that if he had not overestimated himself and caused a ruckus here, Chai Hu would definitely not have acted in such a manner. She hadn't known Chai Hu for a long time, and they weren't familiar with each other. However, when she was in her most difficult and dangerous situation, Chai Hu had descended from the heavens and saved her from the abyss of suffering. Even though Chai Hu had his own selfish motive for saving her, Luo Bing still couldn't forget the tall and imposing figure that had suddenly appeared. Her feelings were touched at that moment. A figure was branded in the softest part of her heart. She had been wandering around for the past few months, and she missed the feeling of safety. Her feelings were like old wine, fermenting in her heart. The figure buried in her heart became clearer and clearer, and she couldn't get rid of it. However, when she saw him again, her sword had pierced into his chest and came out of his body, taking away half of his life. She had lived a carefree life for more than 10 years. Was it all for this heart-wrenching pain? If that was the case, she would rather live a simple life than let him be safe and sound. Get lost! Chi was furious, and she waved her hand, sending Luo Bing flying. Gui Zhu and the others also hurried forward to check Chai Hu's injuries. After Luo Bing landed, she didn't care about her own condition and instead rushed toward Chai Hu. Her pretty face was covered in tears, and her face was filled with self-blame and remorse. After a short while, Gui Zhu let out a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, his heart wasn't injured. It's not too serious." As he spoke, he took out a pill and stuffed it into Chai Hu's mouth. His source chi shook, sending the sword flying. He then poured his source chi into Chai Hu's body to dissolve the pill's effects and heal his injuries. "I'll take it back to treat his injuries first," Gui Zhu said, before he carried Chai Hu and flew in the direction of Thousand Leaves Sect. Before leaving, Chai Hu coughed softly and said, "Don't make things difficult for her. She has her own difficulties." Chi Yu sighed. "What's the matter?" Today's incident was inexplicable, but Chi Yu could faintly see that there was something going on between her fourth brother and Sky, Crane City's little princess. After a short while, everyone had left, and only Chi Yu remained standing in her original place with a frown on her face. As for Luo Bing, she was half kneeling on the ground, looking in the direction Chai, who had left in. She wept bitterly and muttered, "I won't take revenge. Big brother Chai, don't die." She kept repeating this sentence, while her tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. However, she forgot that Chai, who was already far away and couldn't hear her. Seeing her like this, Chi Yu couldn't help but sympathize with her, and she said in a deep voice, "He won't die. Your sword didn't injure him seriously." Upon hearing this, Luo Bing suddenly raised her head and looked at Chi Yu. She wept as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. "Thank you. Thank you." As she spoke, she put her palms together and faced the sky. She closed her beautiful eyes and allowed her tears to flow down her cheeks. "You're on your own now," Chi Yu said, before her figure flickered and she followed the crowd. Luo Bing was left alone, praying piously, while a sad yet beautiful feeling filled the wilderness. A month later, Xianxia arrived at a city called Marsh City. This city was located at the border of the Southern Territory and wasn't far from the Eastern Territory. The reason why he came here was because he wanted to go to the Netherworld sect and find Yin Lusheng to inquire about Xiao. According to his guess, after Xiao came out of the Starlight Corridor, there was a high possibility that she would end up with Yin Lusheng. As for how to inquire about her, Yangkai could only act according to the situation. He couldn't find Yin Lusheng directly. After all, there was still enmity between the two of them, and the other party knew that he had Star's source. The Netherworld sect was a powerful force in the Eastern Territory and was definitely a sect that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Azure Sun Temple. This information was given to him by Yi Hen. Yi Hen also told him that in the entire star boundary, the Southern Territory had the least cultivation materials, and the world energy there was relatively thin. Therefore, the overall level of the cultivator was relatively low. However, in the other three territories, the overall level of the cultivator was much higher than that of the Southern Territory. In the Eastern Territory, there were definitely no less than 10 powerful sects like the Netherworld sect, but there were only 4 in the Southern Territory, which showed the gap. The Eastern Territory also had an overlord-level sect. The 10 Great Emperors, the Great Emperors of the Serene Soul, founded by the Serene Soul Palace, was in the Eastern Territory. There was even a rumor that the famous Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island were both located in the East Sea. However, no one could verify whether this was true or not. After all, these 2 mythical islands were too elusive for ordinary martial artists. It seemed that under the influence of the Great Emperors of the Serene Soul, many sects and cultivator in the Eastern Territory practiced some evil secret arts. For example, the Netherworld sect was one of them. Therefore, the cultivation atmosphere in the entire Eastern Territory was completely different from that of the Southern Territory. When walking in the Eastern Territory, one had to be careful everywhere. There was no telling when one would encounter evil people who wanted to take one's life. During this month, Yang Kai passed by many cities and used space arrays in those cities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach Marsh City at the border of the Southern Territory in a month. With Yang Kai's current speed and cultivation, he might not be able to reach here even if he flew for several decades. The vastness of the astral boundary was beyond his imagination. After arriving at Marsh City, Xianxia was not in a hurry to enter the Eastern Territory. Instead, he first found an inn to stay in. Because this was the border between the Eastern Territory and the Southern Territory, not only could one see cultivator from the Southern Territory, but also many cultivator from the Eastern Territory. He stayed here to inquire about the general situation of the Eastern Territory, especially the situation of the Netherworld sect. This was to prevent him from entering the Eastern Territory rashly. On the streets of Marsh City, many of the cultivator walking along the stream exuded an unyielding, evil, and ruthless aura. Even their appearance was ferocious and terrifying. At a glance, one could tell that they were from some sects in the Eastern Territory. Moreover, the law and order in Marsh City was extremely chaotic. Although there was a city lord's mansion and experts overseeing it, Xianxia had seen several fights in less than a day since he arrived, and even a few people had died. This was absolutely unimaginable in Maplewood City. Not to mention Maplewood City, even some of the other cities in the Southern Territory would not have such a thing happen. When those fights broke out, Xianxia could clearly sense the auras of many experts hidden in the surroundings, but no one stopped them. It was only when the fights were over that those hidden experts suddenly appeared and captured all the combatants. They stripped the dead cultivators' space rings and left the corpses on the streets without any care. These experts were obviously from the city lord's mansion. Looking at their behavior, it seemed that they were eager for the cultivator to fight in the city. This way, they would have an excuse to capture them and then make some extra money for themselves. Xianxia had no intention of causing trouble. He wanted to find a tea house or restaurant to stay for a few days. Because these places were filled with all kinds of people, he could eavesdrop on some of the information he wanted. After asking around, Xianxia headed for the largest tea house in Marsh City, the Pleasant Pavilion Tea House. Not long after, Xianxia arrived in front of the tea house. Looking around, this tea house was built in an imposing manner. It was 5 stories high. In this chaotic place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the owner of this tea house must have a powerful background, most likely related to the city lord's mansion. As soon as Kai Yang stepped inside, he was immediately greeted by a waiter who enthusiastically greeted him. Chapter 2352. Xianxia found a seat on the 3rd floor, ordered a pot of good spirit tea, and sat there quietly, listening to the conversations of the tea house guests. The cultivation of the cultivator who came here to drink tea was uneven, but the information they inadvertently revealed while chatting was what Xianxia needed. After sitting in the tea house for most of the day, the tea house guests changed batch after batch, but Xianxia did not move. He really did find out a lot of useful information. Unfortunately, no one talked about the Netherworld sect, which made him a little disappointed. He secretly felt that if he wanted to inquire about the Netherworld sect, he probably needed to enter the Eastern Territory first. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, not far from the opposite street, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly surged out, seeming to be traces of a fight. Xianxia was already used to this. Marsh City's public security was chaotic, and fights broke out from time to time. For him, it was fine as long as they did not provoke him. The energy fluctuation came and went quickly. The gap in strength between the two sides of the fight was not small. Immediately afterward, a graceful figure flew out of a medicine shop on the opposite side. This figure spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and immediately fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a while. It seemed that the injury was not light. A bald man rushed out of the medicine shop and shouted ferociously, "Bitch, you dare to cause trouble in my endless treasures pavilion? This is just a warning. If there's a next time, I'll take your life. Scram." After drinking, the big man looked at the woman who fell to the ground with disdain and walked back into the shop. The cultivators on the street saw this scene and seemed to be accustomed to it. No one sympathized with the injured woman. They just felt that this woman's luck was really bad, daring to cause trouble in Endless Treasures Pavilion. She simply did not know how to write the word death. Xianxia did not intend to meddle in other people's business, but when he casually glanced over and saw the woman's appearance clearly, he could not help but be startled. Xianxia? This woman turned out to be Lu Xianxia. Lu Xianxia, who came from the territory of Great Desolate Star, like Yin Lusheng. Back then, he and Lu Xianyan were forced to join Blue Feather sect. It could be said that they had gone through thick and thin together, but after Wu Mengshan escaped, he went on a killing spree, and his temperament became cruel and violent. Yang Kai was afraid that he would implicate Lu Xianyan, so he parted ways with her after escaping from Blue Feather sect. After a few years, he didn't expect to meet them again at the border of the Southern Territory. However, it seemed that Lu Xianyan was not in a good situation. She was only at the First Order Dao Source realm, and her aura was unstable. It was obvious that he had just advanced not too long ago. Just like Qi Yu and the others, the source Qi in his body had not been completely converted. In addition, he had been injured by the bald man earlier, so he was in a very sorry state. His pure white clothes were dyed red with blood. His chest area was eye-catching. During his time in Blue Feather sect, he and Lu Xianyan also supported each other and formed a friendship. Now that he saw her being bullied, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. With a thought, Yang Kai jumped down from the third floor and landed lightly beside Lu Xianyan, reaching out to pull her. As if sensing that someone was attacking her, Lu Xianyan's face couldn't help but change. She waved her hand and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. "Xianyan, it's me," Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice. Lu Xianyan's palm paused midair. Her tender body trembled as she looked at Yang Kai in amazement. After seeing Yang Kai's face, her beautiful eyes bloomed with surprise and joy as she cried out, "Brother Yang?" The two of them entered Blue Feather sect at the same time. Although they were forced to do so, they were indeed brother and junior sister. Yang Kai smiled at her and said, "It's a small world. Brother Yang, why are you here too?" After seeing Yang Kai, Lu Xianyan seemed to have forgotten that she had just been bullied and was overjoyed, her face glowing with amazing brilliance. It could be seen that her joy came from the bottom of her heart, without the slightest bit of pretense. When she was in Blue Feather sect, Yang Kai took care of her in every possible way. He even gave her a lot of source crystals he earned from refining pills for others. Unfortunately, since she separated from Yang Kai, she had never met someone who treated her so well again. For Lu Xianyan, the best days in the Star Boundary were undoubtedly her time in Blue Feather sect. "I just happened to pass by. Let's catch up later." "What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Xianyan's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment before she forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, brother. Let's find a place to sit down and talk." Yang Kai said lightly, "How can you be fine after being beaten like this?" "It's really nothing. It's just a small misunderstanding." "Brother, you don't have to pay attention to it," Lu Xianyan insisted. She was obviously afraid that her matter would implicate Yang Kai, so she wanted to keep the peace and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. She had been in Marsh City for quite some time now, so she naturally understood the chaos here. She also knew who was behind this Endless Treasures Pavilion. Yang Kai was also a Third Order Origin King when she parted ways with him. No matter how good Yang Kai's aptitude was, it was impossible for him to break through so quickly. Now, he was at most the same cultivation as her, so causing trouble here was tantamount to courting death. While speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai's arm, wanting to take him away from this troublesome place. Yang Kai was unmoved and stood there firmly. "If you still remember this, brother, tell me what's going on." A trivial Endless Treasures Pavilion is nothing in this brother's eyes. He wasn't just spouting nonsense. When he was drinking tea in the tea house just now, he had heard some information. There was only one Emperor Realm Master in Marsh City, and that was the Emperor Realm City Lord. He was only a First Order Emperor Realm Master, so there was really no need for him to be afraid of such a cultivator. No matter who was behind this Endless Treasures Pavilion, it couldn't be more powerful than the City Lord. With his current strength, he could definitely exchange blows with a First Order Emperor Realm Master, not to mention Lu Yin and Xiao Bai. If Xiao Bai used its full strength, it would also be a First Order Emperor Realm Master. It would be fine if the City Lord of Marsh City didn't provoke him, but if he really did, he wouldn't mind turning this city upside down. Lu Xianyan was stunned in place as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. She didn't know where Yang Kai got his confidence from. At this moment, She wanted to check Yang Kai's cultivation, but when she swept it with her divine sense, she was shocked to find that the aura in Yang Kai's body was fuzzy. In other words, with her strength, she couldn't detect Yang Kai's depth at all. Lu Xianyin was completely dumbfounded. At that time, when she and Kai Yang had separated, their cultivations were about the same, but after not seeing each other for a few years, she couldn't even detect Kai Yang's cultivation. It was clear how big the gap between the two was. "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash, but I still have to help you vent your anger." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Lu Xianyin pursed her red lips, knowing that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. Feeling touched, she whispered, "I came here to sell something, but the price offered by Endless Treasures Pavilion was too low. I didn't want to sell it, but they forced me to." "They're going too far." Yang Kai's face darkened as he asked, "What are you selling?" "I'm not sure. It's a spirit flower that I got by accident." Lu Xianyin looked ashamed. She didn't even know what she was selling. She just felt that the price offered by Endless Treasures Pavilion was too low, so she didn't want to sell it. However, she didn't expect that the other party wouldn't return at all. After she argued with them, they actually attacked her and injured her. "What price did they offer?" 10,000 low-rank source crystals, Lu Xianyin said softly. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Come with me." Saying so, he led Lu Xianyin to Endless Treasures Pavilion. As soon as the two stepped into Endless Treasures Pavilion, the manservant who was busy at the counter immediately greeted them warmly. But when he saw Lu Xianyin following Yang Kai, the polite smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and he glared at Lu Xianyin coldly. "Why are you here again, slut?" The manservant looked like he was only a First-Order Origin King, but facing a First-Order Dao Source Realm Master like Lu Xianyin, he didn't feel the slightest pressure and instead directly cursed her. Obviously, he didn't put Lu Xianyin in his eyes because of his background. After cursing, he smiled contemptuously at Yang Kai and said, "You even brought a lover here. It seems you haven't died yet." Asterisk pa. Asterisk as soon as the manservant's voice fell, Yang Kai slapped him. The gap between the manservant's cultivation and Yang Kai's was not small, so how could he avoid this slap? He didn't even see what was going on before he felt a sharp pain in his cheek and immediately flew high into the air. In midair, another series of slapping sounds rang out as Yang Kai continued to slap him. At first glance, this manservant was a bully who looked down on others, calling them slut and lover. So how could Yang Kai give him a good face? A dozen slaps flew out, and even though Kai Yang didn't use much strength, it was enough to make his opponent dizzy. When he fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and all of his teeth were knocked out. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, the cultivator walking on the street in front of the Endless Treasures Pavilion saw it, and all of them suddenly widened their eyes and looked inside in amazement. They thought, "Who is this idiot? How dare he hit people in the Endless Treasures Pavilion? I'm afraid he won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." It was human nature to watch a good show. So many cultivators suddenly appeared in front of the Endless Treasures Pavilion's door, all of them looking inside, wanting to see how Yang Kai and the others would die. Lu Xianyin was also dumbfounded. Although Yang Kai had just told her that he didn't put the Endless Treasures Pavilion in his eyes, and she knew that Yang Kai's strength was definitely not ordinary, she didn't expect that Yang Kai would hit someone as soon as he came in. If she had known this, Lu Xianyin wouldn't have let Yang Kai in no matter what. This matter had blown up. Although Yang Kai only hit a manservant who couldn't be seen in public, the other party was the face of the Endless Treasures Pavilion after all. Being slapped more than a dozen times in public was tantamount to slapping the face of the Endless Treasures Pavilion. How could the Endless Treasures Pavilion just let it go? For a moment, Lu Xianyin was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, feeling that she had implicated Yang Kai. Her heart was filled with guilt, and she only wanted to take Yang Kai away from here, the farther the better. As if feeling her anxiety and uneasiness, Yang Kai reached out and squeezed her palm, smiled at her, and said, "Don't be afraid, Big Brother can handle it." Lu Xianyin looked at his bright and confident smile in a daze, and inexplicably, her mood suddenly calmed down. Chapter 2353. Who dares to cause trouble in my endless treasures pavilion? A roar came from the back hall as the burly bald man who had injured Lu Xianyun before rushed out. His towering body gave off a strong, oppressive aura, and the aura exuding from his body was also extremely ferocious. Seeing this burly man come out, the young servant who had been beaten up seemed to have found his backbone and rushed towards him, his hands covering his cheeks as he called out vaguely, "Deacon Master, you have to uphold justice for this lowly one." As soon as this person came in, he attacked this lowly one indiscriminately. This lowly one's strength is too low to resist, and all of his teeth were knocked out by him. Look at this, this lowly one is so pitiful. He kept crying, and with the blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, he really looked very miserable. If someone who didn't know the inside story knew about this, they would definitely sympathize with him. However, Xianxia didn't use much strength, so although his injuries looked miserable, they weren't serious at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so lively. You dare to act wildly in my endless treasures pavilion? Boy, you don't want to live. The burly bald man stared at Xianxia with a pair of cheetah-like eyes and shouted fiercely. Turning his gaze, he saw Lu Xianyun standing next to Xianxia and seemed to understand something, grinning viciously. "I was wondering what was going on. It turns out you found a helper." Saying so, he looked at Xianxia mockingly and said, "Boy, this king doesn't know what benefits this woman gave you to make you stand up for her, but he made a big mistake by daring to come here." With a wave of his hand, the door of Endless Treasures Pavilion suddenly closed, and 4 Dao Source Realm cultivator rushed out from all directions. They surrounded Xianxia and Lu Xianyun, leaving no room for escape. This unforeseen event happened extremely abruptly. Lu Xianyun's beautiful face paled in an instant, and she couldn't help but lean towards Xianxia, as if seeking some sense of security. A calming aura lingered at the tip of her nose. Lu Xianyun looked up at Xianxia and saw his indifferent expression. It was as if the situation in front of him was nothing to him. Influenced by him, Lu Xianyun suddenly calmed down. "They're bullying us with numbers." A playful smile appeared at the corner of Xianxia's mouth as he looked around. Sweeping with his divine sense, he found that the 4 Dao Source Realm cultivators were all First Order, and the burly bald man was only a Second-Order Dao Source Realm cultivator. He didn't know where they got the courage to close. They actually dared to close the door, try to deceive others, and make Xianxia and Lu Xianyun stay here forever. Hearing Xianxia's words, the bald man just snorted coldly and looked at Lu Xianyun coldly, saying in a deep voice, "I didn't intend to do anything to you, but since you didn't know how to appreciate my kindness and took the initiative to return, don't blame this king for being ruthless. It just so happens that this king lacks a bed warmer. You're pretty good looking too, be you." Lu Xianyun trembled with anger as she gritted her teeth and shouted, "In your dreams, this shameless man not only stole her spirit flower and injured her, but now he even coveted her beauty and wanted her to take the initiative. How could Lu Xianyun tolerate this? She was an overlord in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Although her status was lower in the star boundary, she still had some self-respect. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The burly bald man was obviously impatient. Seeing Lu Xianyun reject his offer, he waved his hand and said, "Kill the man, leave the woman. Open your eyes and see where you are. How dare you come here and make trouble?" The 4 Dao Source Realm cultivators surrounding Xianxia and Lu Xianyun attacked together, using their secret techniques and bombarding Xianxia. Murderous intent filled the air. Obviously, they didn't intend to hold back and were ready to kill Xianxia according to the burly bald man's instructions. Treasure Trove Pavilion had a great background, so what did it matter if they killed a few people? They could only blame this little brat for having eyes, but failing to see and daring to make trouble here. But the 4 soon realized that something was wrong. The moment they moved, the entire space of Treasure Trove Pavilion suddenly became heavy, and an indescribable force filled their surroundings, making them feel as if they had fallen into a swamp, making it difficult for them to move. The four were all Tao Source Realm cultivators, and although they weren't very strong, since they had broken through to this realm, they had some understanding of principal strength. They immediately realized that this force was affecting their movements, making them feel as if they were being suppressed by a mountain, making them unable to breathe, and even making it difficult for them to circulate their source chi. Obviously, this was an extremely profound principal strength. The faces of the four changed drastically as they pushed their strength with all their might, trying to break free, but with little success. Xianxia grinned and shot out a golden blood thread. In an instant, a golden light flickered and shot towards the four. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk after a strange sound, the golden light dissipated, and the principal strength that filled Treasure Trove Pavilion also disappeared at the same time. However, the four Tao Source Realm Masters who attacked Xianxia stood in place in a daze, not moving at all, as if they had been immobilized, their eyes filled with horror and disbelief. After a short while, a person's body suddenly collapsed, as if he had been cut into countless pieces, scattering on the ground. Blood and broken internal organs flowed all over the ground. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the other three also shattered, and in an instant, a nauseating smell of blood filled the air. The bald man obviously didn't expect Xianxia to be so vicious. He thought that Lu Xianyan was only a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, and that the helper she found wouldn't be of much use, so he didn't plan to take action himself. But now, he knew that he was wrong. Those were four first-order Tao Source Realm cultivators, and it was extremely difficult for Treasure Trove Pavilion to cultivate them, but they were all killed in a single confrontation. How could this level of strength be something he could contend against? The manservant was even worse. He had been standing beside the bald man, trying to intimidate him, and wanted to see the scene of Xianxia being killed to vent his anger. But when he saw that the result was very different from what he expected, his eyes rolled back, and he directly fainted. You dare to kill people in Treasure Trove Pavilion? The bald man's face was pale. After realizing that he was definitely not Xianxia's opponent, his blood turned cold, and he no longer had the arrogance he had just now. What a joke, they want to kill me, so of course I have to kill them. Xianxia sneered, staring sharply at the bald man, and said coldly, "Now it's your turn." As soon as the bald man heard this, he knew that the situation was not good. He suddenly made a gesture, and his whole body was covered with a layer of red blood light. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he had used some kind of blood essence burning mystic technique. His body flew back like an arrow, trying to escape from this place. At the same time, he shouted, "Head shopkeeper, save me. Even if the heavens come, they won't be able to save you." Xianxia coldly snorted. He clearly stood in place, but in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the bald man, his whole body pressed up against him, his eyes cold and fierce. The bald man was scared out of his wits. Even with his second-order Tao Source Realm cultivation, he couldn't see how Xianxia had jumped in front of him. He understood more and more the gap between him and Xianxia, and his face couldn't help but turn ashen. He hated himself for not investigating Xianxia's specific cultivation before acting so recklessly. Now that he had completely angered the other party, he was afraid that he would lose his life. "Stop!" A shout suddenly came from behind, followed by a peak Tao Source Realm aura that rushed towards Xianxia to suppress him. In the next moment, an old man with white hair and a beard appeared in front of Xianxia. He seemed to have rushed over from the back hall, probably having heard the bald man's cry for help. Before he arrived, the old man had already reached out to grab Xianxia's head, with the intention of besieging Xianxia to rescue him. The bald man's face was overjoyed, and he shouted even louder, "Head shopkeeper, save me." He thought that since the chief shopkeeper had personally come out, he would be safe and sound. The chief shopkeeper was a peak Tao Source Realm cultivator, and although this young man who came to cause trouble was very strong, he was definitely not an Emperor Realm Master. This was something he could feel. With head shopkeeper's strength, he would definitely be able to save him. Xianxia glanced at the old man contemptuously, and just waved his hand in the air, sending a solid palm print flying out to meet the old man's palm. At the same time, he stretched out his other hand and gently placed it on the bald man's chest. The bald man's face suddenly changed, and his originally happy mood suddenly turned cold as he asked in horror, "What are you doing?" Before he finished speaking, he felt a violent surge of source qi rush into his body, as if a sharp blade was cutting into his meridians and wantonly destroying his dantian. The heart-wrenching pain was unbearable to him, and he opened his mouth to cry out in pain. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud sound, Yang Kai's hand and the old man's palm collided. Yang Kai borrowed the force of the collision and lightly retreated, landing beside Lu Xianyun with a calm look on his face. On the other hand, the old man's face couldn't help but change after feeling Yang Kai's power. He changed his hand posture several times before he was able to resolve the force, and after landing on the ground, he staggered back a few steps. With a thud, the bald man landed right at his feet. Cough, cough. The bald man coughed a few times with difficulty, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then his face turned ashen as he glared at Yang Kai with incomparable resentment. "You dare to cripple my cultivation?" At this moment, his meridians had been destroyed, his dantian had been shattered, and his cultivation had completely dissipated. Although such an injury was not incurable, it was necessary to find some extremely precious pills. Not to mention that these things were impossible to find. Even if they were, he didn't have the ability to buy them. "You dare to injure my junior sister. So what's so strange about crippling your cultivation?" Yang Kai looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Why don't you kill me?" The bald man roared. Yang Kai sneered. "Wouldn't killing you be letting you off too easily?" The bald man's face became even paler. He knew that Yang Kai was right. Killing him would be a relief for him. But crippling his cultivation was the cruelest punishment for any cultivator. Chapter 23:54. Sir, how could you be so vicious and merciless? I wonder what my Endless Treasures Pavilion has done to offend you. The head shopkeeper of Endless Treasures Pavilion had a sinister look in his eyes as he gnashed his teeth in fear of Yang Kai's ruthlessness. This young man had killed 4 of his Endless Treasures Pavilion's Tao Source Realm Masters and crippled the bald man's cultivation. His actions were decisive and cruel, so today's matter could not be settled peacefully. However, although Yang Kai was strong, he was not afraid. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. In this small piece of land in Marsh City, anyone would have to give some face to his Endless Treasures Pavilion. "You have not offended me, but you have offended my junior sister." Yang Kai looked at the shopkeeper coldly, the corners of his mouth rising as he continued, "Don't say you didn't know anything about this matter. Hand over that thing, or else your fate will be the same as his." As Yang Kai spoke, he pointed at the burly bald man. The head shopkeeper's face changed. He originally wanted to deal with Yang Kai for a while and delay until reinforcements arrived. As long as reinforcements arrived, Yang Kai would pay back 100-fold for what he had done to Endless Treasures Pavilion. However, he did not expect that Yang Kai would not give him the chance at all. From what he heard, he did not want to give him any time to breathe. "Sir, do you know what kind of place my Endless Treasures Pavilion is? Do you know who is behind it? How dare you shout like this?" The head shopkeeper had lived for so many years and had a peak Tao Source Realm cultivation, so it was naturally impossible for him to be intimidated by Yang Kai with just a few words. "It seems that you have made your choice. In that case, don't blame this young master for being ruthless." Yang Kai coldly snorted. The head shopkeeper's intentions were so obvious. How could he not see it? However, he had no fear in his heart, so he did not bother to talk nonsense with him. With that said, Yang Kai's figure flickered and directly appeared in front of the old man. Under the influence of his space principles, the surrounding several dozen meters instantly became impregnable and space solidified. The shopkeeper's soul almost left his body, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Even with his strength and eyesight, he couldn't see how Yang Kai had arrived in front of him. Realizing that he had really kicked an iron plate this time, and sensing the condensed space around him, he was aghast as he urged his source chi to retreat while yelling. The Treasure Trove Pavilion is a property under the name of the City Lord's Master. If you dare to be presumptuous here, don't even think about leaving Marsh City alive. At this point, he didn't have the leisure to be mystifying anymore. He directly revealed his backer, hoping that Xianxia would hold back. After all, the master of Marsh City was the most powerful person in the Emperor realm. However, it was out of his expectations. Xianxia remained unmoved. The old man could see the slightest change in his expression, as if he had expected this. This kid is crazy. The old man was shocked. Knowing that his backer was the City Lord's master, he still dared to act so presumptuously. Didn't that mean that he wasn't afraid of the City Lord's master at all? It was laughable that he had hoped to use the City Lord's master to suppress Xianxia, but the result was the opposite. The surrounding space was bound. Even someone as strong as the old man couldn't move freely. He only felt that his meridians were blocked and his source chi couldn't flow smoothly. In a hurry, he could only bite the tip of his tongue, spit out a mouthful of blood essence, and summon a pair of golden scissors to cut at Xianxia. The grade of the golden scissors wasn't low, exuding the energy fluctuations of a Tao Source grade high-rank artifact. Moreover, it was unknown what kind of magical power it possessed, but as soon as it was summoned, it cut a crack in the solidified space. The pressure on the old man's body relaxed. The source chi in his meridians finally flowed smoothly. But before he could do anything, a faint golden light bloomed in front of him. He subconsciously raised his head to look at Xianxia, only to see that Xianxia's left eye was shining with a golden light, and the pupil of his left eye had turned into a dignified vertical slit, giving off a terrifying power. Facing this eye, the old man couldn't help but panic and feel uneasy. In the next moment, a budding lotus flower bud suddenly shot out violently from the golden vertical stem, and it flashed before vanishing. The old man suddenly stood in place, as if he had been struck by lightning. There was nothing else in his field of vision, as if the only thing left between heaven and earth was the lotus bud. Under his gaze, the white lotus bud quickly bloomed. As the lotus bloomed, the old man's spiritual energy rapidly disappeared, and he felt a pain in his mind, as if 10,000 ants were swallowing him. Not good. This is a soul secret technique. The old man suddenly awoke from his stupor. He wanted to dissolve the young man's divine sense, but he was powerless to do so. The young man's divine sense seemed to be much stronger than his own. This inexplicable lotus secret technique had swallowed up the old man's divine sense in a very short time, causing him to collapse from exhaustion. A burst of intense pain came, and the old man was stimulated by this pain, waking him up abruptly. Looking over, he saw that his arm had been directly cut off, and blood was spurting out from the wound and sprinkling on the ground. The young man's expression was cold as he lightly stretched out his palm and pressed it against his own chest. Recalling the scene of the bald man's encounter when he was observing in the dark, coupled with what Xianxia had said before, how could he not understand what Xianxia meant by this action? He really wants to cripple my cultivation. The old man's whole body trembled as he shouted with all his strength, "No. If you have something to say, let's talk. This old master can agree to any request you have." Asterisk pung. Asterisk Xianxia's palms still pressed down, and the old man's chest seemed to cave in an inch as he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back to the counter, landing heavily on the ground. Under this palm, the old man, just like the bald man, had his dantian destroyed by Xianxia, his meridians shattered, and his cultivation destroyed. You didn't know how to cherish me when I was talking to you, so there's no need for you to say anything now. Xianxia didn't even glance at the old man, simply reaching out and grabbing the space ring on the severed arm, tossing it to Lu Xianyan as he said, "See if your things are inside." Lu Xianyan caught it subconsciously, but she was obviously still in a daze as she looked at Xianxia with a blank and shocked face. She couldn't understand how Xianxia had become so strong in just a few years. The 4 First-Order Tao Source Realm cultivators were instantly killed by him, but the burly, bald-headed man and the head shopkeeper were not ordinary Tao Source Realm cultivators. However, the two of them were still as laughable as children in front of Yonkai. They were beaten to the point where they didn't even have the strength to fight back, and their cultivations were practically crippled in a single exchange. Thinking back to when the two of them were forced to join the Blue Feather sect and relied on Bian Yuqing's wings to survive, Lu Xianyun couldn't believe that they were the same person. "Brother, have you broken through to the Emperor Realm?" Lu Xianyun asked stupidly. "It's still early." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Lu Xianyun was even more shocked. If he was already so ferocious before breaking through to the Emperor Realm, what would happen if Yang Kai broke through to the Emperor Realm? She was an overlord in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. But now, compared with Yang Kai, she found that her cultivation aptitude was so poor. "Is it still here?" Yang Kai asked again. Lu Xianyun hurriedly checked it, and after a short while, she took out a jade box from her space ring and said with a smile, "It's still here." This jade box was the box she had used to store the spirit medicine. She had personally placed a restriction on the jade box, which had yet to be lifted. It seemed that the head shopkeeper of the Endless Treasures Pavilion had not had time to open the jade box after obtaining it. "Leave the ring as well. Take it as compensation from head shopkeeper." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said sarcastically, "Head shopkeeper isn't a stingy person." Hearing this, the head shopkeeper, who had collapsed beside the counter, almost fainted. There were a lot of good things in his ring, including some precious treasures purchased by Endless Treasures Pavilion, some treasures intended to be sold, and some things that were inconvenient to display in public. It was not an exaggeration to say that his space ring was priceless. Now that Yang Kai wanted to snatch his ring, the head shopkeeper felt like his heart was dripping blood, but now that the situation was beyond his control, even if he wanted to resist, he didn't have the strength to do so. This isn't good, is it?" Lu Xianyun had never done such a thing before and couldn't accept it for a while, feeling like her morals and bottom line had been challenged. "There's nothing wrong with it." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Many of the things in here were taken by force. If they can rob others, why can't they rob others?" Then, all right, Lu Xianyun happily put away the space ring, no longer feeling any psychological pressure. Thinking about it, if she hadn't coincidentally encountered Yang Kai this time, she would have been robbed. Not only was she robbed, she was also injured. The people of Endless Treasures Pavilion bullied the weak in Marsh City all year round, so they must have done a lot of bad things. There was really no need to feel any pressure about robbing such a person. She could just treat it as upholding justice on behalf of the heavens. "Boy, you have guts, but you are destined to not live past tomorrow. The City Lord's master will not let you go." The head shopkeeper's cultivation was now crippled, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Smashing a broken jar, he glared at Yang Kai with a face full of resentment. While speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned viciously. "When the time comes, this old master will eat your flesh bite by bite." Hearing this, Lu Xianyun's expression changed greatly, and she said in a trembling voice, "Brother, let's go quickly, otherwise it will be too late. The City Lord of Marsh City is from the Emperor Realm. We can't afford to provoke him." Yang Kai glanced at the old man contemptuously and said, "It's fine if that Pang Guang doesn't come to provoke me, but if he dares, this young master doesn't mind sending him on his way." The old man was stunned. Pang Guang was the City Lord of Marsh City and the only one from the Emperor Realm. He had thought that Yang Kai would definitely be afraid of Pang Guang, but from the tone of his words, it was clear that he didn't put the City Lord's master in his eyes at all. What was the background of this boy? He dared to boast so shamelessly. The old man felt that no one would be able to avenge him. In other words, he had been humiliated for nothing and had his cultivation crippled. In the future, he could only struggle at death's door, living a life worse than death. Enraged, the old man spat out another mouthful of blood, and his aura became even weaker. "Let's go." Yang Kai turned around, smiled at Lu Xianyun, and led the way out. After opening the door, he found that both sides of the street and even the rooftops across were filled with cultivator, all of them looking in the direction of the treasure trove pavilion. Chapter 2355. When Xianxia broke into Endless Treasures Pavilion with Lu Xianyun, many people had seen them. These cultivators had nothing to do, so they naturally wanted to watch the show. After that, the door of Endless Treasures Pavilion was closed by the bald man, so no one could see what was going on inside. Although they couldn't see, the violent energy fluctuations and banging sounds coming from inside were not fake. In just a short while, the number of cultivators watching the show had already reached several thousand. At this time, Xianxia opened the door and walked out, immediately attracting the attention of several thousand pairs of eyes. No one dared to believe their eyes. They all felt that Xianxia didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to provoke Endless Treasures Pavilion in Marsh City. Wasn't this courting death? Not to mention that the backer of Endless Treasures Pavilion was the City Lord's master. The strength of the cultivator in Endless Treasures Pavilion was extremely high. The head shopkeeper was even at the peak of the Dao Source realm. If not for his old age and aging meridians and body, he would definitely have the qualifications to break through to the Emperor realm. And Xianxia was young, so even if he had some strength, he definitely wouldn't be too strong. They all thought that Xianxia was destined to suffer a big loss this time. However, the truth shocked everyone. Xianxia walked out of Endless Treasures Pavilion leisurely. Not only was he unscathed, but his clothes were also unwrinkled. On the contrary, inside Endless Treasures Pavilion, there were several corpses lying everywhere, blood everywhere. The bald man and the head shopkeeper of Endless Treasures Pavilion were even paler, and their auras were weak. At a glance, it was obvious that their cultivations had been crippled. A series of gasps sounded. Many cultivators' eyes finally changed as they looked at Xianxia, realizing that this young man was probably not to be trifled with. It was very likely that he was also from the Emperor realm. After all, how long had he been in there? A few dozen breaths of time. With his own strength, he had turned Endless Treasures Pavilion into such a mess. If he wasn't from the Emperor realm, how could he have such means? When Xianxia walked out, the nearby cultivator couldn't help but retreat, their eyes full of fear. Kaiyang coldly swept his eyes around, coldly snorting, no longer paying attention to these people. He just led Lu Xianyun into the tea house across the street and went up to the tea table on the third floor. He ordered a new pot of spirit tea. He had wreaked havoc in the Endless Treasures Pavilion and killed their people. Not only did he not escape, he even went to the tea house across the street to drink tea. This scene made those who were watching the show feel a wave of disbelief. Each and every one of them secretly admired Xianxia's audacity and felt that if he wasn't so strong, he wouldn't be afraid of Pangguang. It was the kind of person with a powerful background that could make Pangguang hesitate. However, they were neither relatives nor friends with Xianxia, so naturally, they were too lazy to care about these things. On the contrary, the treasure trove pavilion, which had opened its doors, aroused the interest of these cultivators. The cultivator who made a living in Marsh City basically treated human life like dirt. He was a valiant person. They didn't care who was right or wrong in this matter. But now that the spirit grasses, miraculous medicines, and rare treasures displayed in the treasure trove pavilion were unguarded, it was a good opportunity to make a move. Although the treasure trove pavilion was an industry under Pangguang's name, people would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. At this time, there would always be some people who were itching to take action. After a moment of silence, a figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd and directly rushed into the treasure trove pavilion, sweeping all the spirit grasses and miraculous medicines placed on the medicine cabinet into his space ring. The others looked over. How could they hold back? They all followed suit. For a time, the number of cultivators who rushed into the treasure trove pavilion to take advantage of the opportunity to rob was as many as carps crossing the river. In a short while, the entire treasure trove pavilion was swept clean, and all the things that were slightly valuable disappeared. When the things were gone, the cultivator also quickly scattered and disappeared. Above the tea house, Xianxia saw this scene with an indifferent expression, but he had a little understanding of the style of the cultivator in Marsh City. Brother, Lu Xianyun felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She felt uncomfortable all over and said timidly, "Let's go." It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in Xianxia's strength, but after all, he had caused such a big mess, and she was the cause of it all. She didn't want to provoke stronger enemies for Xianxia. No need. Xianxia smiled and poured her a cup of spirit tea. "It's so chaotic here. Why did you come here?" He was still very curious about Lu Xianyun's experiences over the past few years. After escaping from the Blue Feather sect together, he gave half of his belongings to Lu Xianyun, and the two of them ran away separately. Later, Xianxia went to Maplewood City and worked hard until now. He didn't expect to meet her on this trip to Marsh City. "I've been here for several years." Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly and briefly recounted her experiences over the past few years. In fact, there wasn't much to say. Since parting with Xianxia, she had been wandering around the Southern Territory like a headless fly. It wasn't until she came to Marsh City that she settled down. Although Marsh City was chaotic, there were many places nearby that were suitable for her to experience and cultivate. She could find some cultivation resources in those places, and after a few years, although life was difficult, she still managed to break through to the Tao Source realm. A few days ago, she happened to obtain a spirit flower in a place called the Solitary Void Mountain Range, so she wanted to bring it back to sell some source crystals and buy some source condensing pills. She thought that since Endless Treasures Pavilion was backed by the City Lord's master, it should be a good deal, but she didn't expect that after she took out that spirit flower, the people from Endless Treasures Pavilion would only offer her 10,000 low-rank source crystals. Although Lu Xianyun didn't know what that spirit flower was or what its use was, she instinctively felt that it was definitely worth more than that amount of source crystals. So how could she be willing to sell it? After some reasoning, the other party actually attacked her directly, and Xianxia knew what happened next. "Brother, this spirit flower is for you. I don't know what it is," Lu Xianyun said as she handed the jade box to Xianxia. "Let me see." Xianxia reached out and took it, lifted the seal on the jade box, and opened it a little. In an instant, a fragrance escaped from the jade box. When this fragrance entered his nose, Xianxia couldn't help but feel refreshed, and his entire knowledge became much clearer. With a bang, Xianxia hurriedly closed the jade box with a look of disbelief on his face. Soul warming lotus? Although he had only opened the jade box a little, his divine sense could clearly see the spirit flower inside. That thing was exactly the same as his soul-warming lotus, but instead of 7 colors, it was pure white. The aura it exuded was also somewhat similar to the soul-warming lotus, as if it was a miniature version of the soul-warming lotus. No, this is not the soul-warming lotus. Rumor has it that the soul-warming lotus is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, just like the immortal tree. There is only one in the world. Pristine, soul, heavenly restoration lotus? Xianxia suddenly remembered the information recorded in the jade slip left behind by the third disciple of the wondrous pill Great Emperors, Gong Sun Mu, and immediately recognized what this spirit flower was. This was obviously the legendary Pristine Soul Heavenly Restoration Lotus. Although the Pristine Soul Heavenly Restoration Lotus was not as precious as the soul-warming lotus, it was also a legendary treasure. Like the flesh incarnation fruit, it was also an extinct treasure. With the Pristine Soul Heavenly Mending Lotus as the main ingredient, the Pristine Soul Heavenly Mending Pill, refined, might not have the effect of bringing the dead back to life, but it was able to repair a martial artist's shattered meridians and dantian. It was absolutely an item of great fortune, just like the bald man and the head shopkeeper of the Endless Treasures Pavilion. Although their cultivations were crippled by Xianxia, if they could take a Pristine Soul Heavenly Restoration Pill, it would take less than 3 months for their broken meridians and dantian to be repaired. However, this thing only existed in legends, and no one had ever seen it before. The people of the Endless Treasures Pavilion actually wanted to buy the Pristine Soul Heavenly Restoration Lotus for 10,000 low-rank source crystals. Xianxia didn't know what kind of crazy person they were. A mere 10,000 low-rank source crystals was not even enough to sniff the aura of the Pristine Soul Heavenly Restoration Lotus. The people of the Endless Treasures Pavilion might not have recognized the pristine soul Heavenly Restoration Lotus, but they definitely knew that this thing was extraordinary. If they really wanted to buy it, they might not be able to afford it. The effect of the pristine soul Heavenly Restoration Pill was not only to repair meridians and dantian, it also had other miraculous effects. In short, the value of the pristine soul Heavenly Restoration Pill was immeasurable. Xianxia did not expect Xianxia to have such an opportunity to obtain such a divine object. Junior sister, do you remember where you obtained this spirit flower? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. The depths of the solitary void mountain range. Xianxia still felt a trace of fear when she recalled it. I was chased by a monster beast and fled in a panic, otherwise I wouldn't have gone there. I heard that the depths of the solitary void mountain range are so deep that even those from the Emperor realm cannot return safely. It was all luck that I was able to return this time. If I asked you to go there again, would you be able to find the right way? Go there again? Xianxia's pretty face was a little pale as she asked doubtfully, why would I go there again? It was definitely luck that she was able to return safely last time. If she went there again, Xianxia was not sure if she could come out alive, so she did not know why Xianxia wanted to take such a risk. Because Xianxia was about to explain, but before he could finish, he suddenly frowned and looked downstairs. What he saw was a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe standing in front of Endless Treasures Pavilion with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man had an extraordinary temperament and was a master from the Emperor realm. As if he had noticed Xianxia's gaze, he instantly looked up, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. It's Pangguang. Xianxia also saw the middle-aged man and immediately cried out in panic. Having been in Marsh City for several years, she naturally knew what Pangguang looked like. Seeing him come here personally, she immediately knew that they were in big trouble. She did not know why Xianxia was so confident to stay, but a master from the Emperor realm was obviously not someone to be trifled with. On the other side, Pangguang's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the third floor of the tea house, standing in front of Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia screamed in fright, her face draining of blood. Chapter 23:56. Were you two the ones causing trouble at the Endless Treasures Pavilion just now? Pangguang went straight to the point and asked Xianxia and Xianxia coldly. Apparently, he had found out about the troublemaker's appearances through some unknown means. Xianxia's pretty face turned pale, and she didn't dare answer. She only had a cultivation base in the First Order Dao Source realm and had only recently advanced. Her realm hadn't stabilized yet, so it was natural for her to feel pressured when facing someone from the Emperor realm. Xianxia, on the other hand, was calm and unperturbed. He only glanced at Pangguang indifferently. Compared to Xiaozhe, Pangguang's aura was undoubtedly stronger. He was obviously stronger than Xiaozhe, but there was a limit to it. With Xianxia's current strength and methods, he had nothing to fear. Neither of them answered. Pangguang immediately became angry. How dare you not answer my question? The Emperor pressure spread out and filled the entire tea house, causing the cultivators who were still drinking tea in the tea house to change their expressions drastically. The thick murderous intent seeped into their flesh and bones, causing them to shiver. They secretly cursed Xianxia for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to act so presumptuously in front of the city lord and implicating them. Xianxia waved his hand gently. It was like a sharp sword cutting through the haze in the sky. The Emperor's aura enveloping him, and Xianxia instantly dissipated. It was as if the clouds had cleared to reveal a clear sky. Pangguang was shocked. Only then did he re-evaluate Xianxia. He clearly sensed that Xianxia only had a cultivation base in the Third Order Dao Source realm, but he could disperse his Emperor's aura with a wave of his hand. What was going on? Although it was just a simple movement, Pangguang no longer dared to underestimate Xianxia. He realized that the other party dared to sit here so brazenly after causing a ruckus at the Endless Treasures Pavilion. He probably had something to rely on. Did this guy come from some top sect? Otherwise, how could he have such a foundation? He heard that the elite disciples of top sects had the strength to fight above their level. If this young man really came from some big sect, then today's matter would be difficult to handle. For a moment, Pang Guang began to worry about his gains and losses. The properties under his name were turned upside down, and the experts under his command were either dead or injured. If he didn't get a satisfactory explanation from the other party, then where would he put his face? However, if the other party had a powerful background, he might not be able to afford to provoke them. Although Pang Guang was a local tyrant in Marsh City, he was really nothing in the eyes of those top sections. They could just casually send an elder to kill him dozens or even hundreds of times, just as his mind was spinning rapidly, considering how to resolve today's matter. Just as he was trying not to offend anyone too much and was trying to preserve his reputation, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He was shocked and turned his head to look, only to see a middle-aged old man appear beside him at some unknown time. This old man had a head of white hair and was hale and hearty. He wore a gray linen robe. It looked unremarkable. When did this old thing come? Pang Guang's heart was filled with bewilderment. Just now, he had only been thinking about Kai Yang's matter and hadn't noticed when this old man had walked over. Furthermore, this old man's appearance was extremely unfamiliar. He had obviously never seen this person before. Xianxia was also startled by the old man's sudden appearance. Pang Guang was distracted just now and didn't pay much attention to the old man's appearance, but Xianxia saw him clearly. This middle-aged old man appeared without any warning, as if he had appeared in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's heart sank. He quietly released his divine sense to investigate the old man's cultivation, but to his horror, his divine sense was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This person turned out to be even more powerful than Pang Guang from the Emperor Realm. He was at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master, most likely a third-order Emperor. There's actually such a master in Marsh City. Xianxia was shocked, but on the surface, he glanced at Pang Guang. If these two were on the same side, then this matter would be troublesome. He originally thought that there was only one Pang Guang in Marsh City, so he wasn't afraid at all, but now that an even more powerful old man had appeared, Xianxia was already thinking about how to safely escape. However, at a glance, Xianxia felt a lot more at ease because Pang Guang also had a suspicious look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know this middle-aged old man. As a city lord, he actually didn't know that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers under his jurisdiction. It had to be said that Pang Guang was a failure as a city lord. The middle-aged old man's eyes lit up at this moment, as if he had discovered something of great interest. He smiled at Xianxia and said, "This old man is Yao Chongjun, the owner of this tea house. How should I address little brother?" He had a kind look on his face, as if he was an approachable senior, but Xianxia instinctively felt a trace of danger. Before Xianxia could speak, Pang Guang suddenly snorted coldly and said, "This city lord has something to discuss with this young man. Those who have nothing to do with it, withdraw first." He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he didn't put Yao Chongjun in his eyes at all. As soon as these words came out, Xianxia's expression immediately became strange. But soon he suddenly understood. He guessed that Pang Guang didn't know the depth of Yao Chongjun's strength. Otherwise, he would never dare to speak like this. Coupled with the fact that he wanted to show off in front of Xianxia before, but failed, and Yao Chongjun didn't even look at him after he appeared, he was probably a little angry out of shame. Xianxia not putting him in his eyes was one thing, but a mere owner of a tea house under his jurisdiction dared to not put him in his eyes? As a city lord, how could Pang Guang tolerate this? "You want this old master to withdraw?" Yao Chongjun chuckled meaningfully and looked at Pang Guang with interest. "Are you sure?" Only then did Pang Guang realize that something was wrong and hurriedly released his divine sense to check Yao Chongjun's cultivation, but it was too late. Before his divine sense could reach Yao Chongjun, the latter had already sent a palm towards Pang Guang and coldly snorted. "A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master dares to be presumptuous in front of this old master? Scram!" In the palm, Source chi fluctuated, like a vortex of stars, containing great power. With a single palm, the world shook. Pang Guang's expression changed greatly. How could he not know that he had been blind and had provoked someone he shouldn't have? In a panic, he hurriedly retreated and said in horror, "Senior, please forgive me." But no matter how he dodged or defended, the palm still firmly imprinted on his chest. Accompanied by a sound, Pang Guang's entire body flew out like a rag sack, destroying dozens of buildings along the way. He fell to the ground in a sorry state and spat out a mouthful of blood. On the third floor of the delightful Pleasures Tea House, the originally noisy cultivator was dead silent. The eyes of all the cultivator who saw this scene almost popped out of their sockets. Marsh City's city lord, the First Order Emperor Realm Master Pang Guang, was actually sent flying by a palm strike from an elderly man. And this elderly man was actually the owner of the delightful Pleasures Tea House. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. It turned out that in Marsh City, the true master wasn't the city lord on the surface, but the hidden master of the tea house. To be able to send Pang Guang flying with a single palm strike, just how high was the cultivation of this tea house's owner? Was he a second-order Emperor Realm Master or a third-order Emperor Realm Master? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Some of them thought back to how they had flipped out in the delightful Pleasures Tea House and deliberately made things difficult for the waiters. In an instant, they felt a chill run down their spines from head to toe, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Only now did they know that the delightful Pleasures Tea House was definitely not a place where they could act wildly. With the cultivation of this owner, if he really wanted to take their lives, Pang Guang wouldn't even dare to make sound. The reason why he ignored them was obviously because he didn't want to. "I will never cause trouble here again." Every cultivator secretly swore in their hearts. Now we can talk. After Yao Chongjun sent Pang Guang flying, he smiled slightly and sat opposite Yang Kai. His face was calm and relaxed, as if what happened just now was nothing more than a fly to him. Lu Xianyun was completely dumbfounded. Her face was drained of blood, and her teeth were chattering violently. She originally thought that she had only offended Pang Guang, but she didn't expect someone even more powerful to jump out. "Senior, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yang Kai frowned and asked in a deep voice. From the scene of Yao Chongjun's attack just now, this guy was obviously not as gentle as he looked on the surface. Instead, he was a temperamental old monster. Facing this kind of person, how could Yang Kai dare to treat him lightly? As he spoke, Yang Kai put away the jade box in his hand without leaving a trace. But his actions were obviously not able to hide from Yao Chongjun. The owner of the delightful Pleasures Tea House only waved his hand, and the box in Yang Kai's hand flew into his palm. Yang Kai's face immediately sank. He knew that Yao Chongjun must have sensed the aura of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus, which was why he suddenly appeared. This kind of treasure was very useful to any cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to directly snatch his things. If he had known earlier, Yang Kai would never have opened the restriction on the jade box here. But who would have thought that this tea house was actually hiding an old monster? Yang Kai sighed in his heart and could only secretly hope that Yao Chongjun did not know the secret of the pristine soul, heavenly restoration lotus. "Let's talk about this." Yao Chongjun grinned meaningfully, with an expression that said, "Don't try to play tricks in front of me." As he spoke, he gently opened the jade box, and his expression became extremely solemn, as if he had just obtained a precious treasure. It was as if the thing inside the jade box was extremely important to him. A faint fragrance drifted out from the jade box, and Yao Chongjun's eyes flashed with a frightening light as he happily said, "Sure enough, it really is this thing. This old master has waited here for 200 years. At last, my efforts have not been in vain, huh?" Yang Kai's face instantly sank. Hearing the meaning behind Yao Chongjun's words, how could he not know that the other party recognized the pristine soul, heavenly restoration lotus? Moreover, this old man had concealed his identity and opened a tea house just for this treasure. He had even waited here for more than 200 years. Little brat, tell this old master, where did you get this thing? After confirming that the jade box contained the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus, Yao Chongjun suddenly became anxious and no longer had the warmth from before. Instead, his tone was gloomy, as if he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if he dared not answer truthfully. Chapter 2357. Senior, I obtained it by accident. It has nothing to do with my brother. Lu Xianyun suddenly interjected. Her intentions were obvious. She did not want to implicate Yang Kai because of her. You obtained it? Yao Chongjun heard this and directly ignored Yang Kai. Instead, he looked at Lu Xianyun with a burning gaze. Lu Xianyun was a little frightened by his intimidating gaze and nodded uneasily, yes. Where is it? Yao Chongjun asked anxiously. Lu Xianyun was stunned and looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. Because Yang Kai had asked the same question just now, but before she could answer, she was interrupted by Pangguan. Now, Yao Chongjun was asking the same question again. Could it be that there were other treasures in the place where this thing appeared? Otherwise, why would they all ask this question? Although she was puzzled, she did not dare to neglect and quickly answered, it's in a place deep in the solitary void mountain range. It really is the solitary void mountain range. Yao Chongjun gritted his teeth, as if he had expected this. His expression changed for a while before he shouted in a deep voice, if I let you go again, can you find the location? Lu Xianyun said, I don't remember the way. Trash. Yao Chongjun was furious when he heard this. A surging emperor pressure pressed down on Lu Xianyun, causing her face to turn red, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly made his move. This old monster, Yao Chongjun, was definitely not easy to deal with. Moreover, this person was so temperamental that it seemed that he was also a cruel person. Relying on his high cultivation, he did not put the lives of others in his eyes. It did not matter if he wanted to find Lu Xianyun to inquire about the origin of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. At most, he would just take him there. What he was afraid of was that this old man would kill him to silence him after using him. Yang Kai estimated that he would most likely do that. So, at the moment when he was enraged, Yang Kai knew that his chance had come. The laws of space suddenly fluctuated, and the surrounding space suddenly froze. Yang Kai snapped his fingers, and several huge moon blades shot towards Yao Chongjun. Yao Chongjun was originally furious. How could he have thought that Yang Kai would dare to take the initiative to attack him? In his opinion, it was already very good that a kid from the Third Order Dao Source realm could remain calm in front of him. He even dared to attack him. Therefore, he was completely caught off guard this time. The pitch-black moon blade quickly arrived in front of Yao Chongjun, looking like it was going to cut him into several pieces. Yao Chongjun's expression did not change as he sneered, Brat, you're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to grab Moonblade. Yang Kai grabbed the Moonblade and squeezed it hard, shattering it. Even Yang Kai's space principles were completely smoothed out by a powerful Emperor's pressure. The power of space? Yao Chongjun showed a look of surprise as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Boy, you're quite interesting. Who is Li Wu Yi to you? He's your grandfather. Yang Kai shouted angrily. The demon eye of annihilation had already opened, and the blossoming lotus secret technique was leisurely displayed. His spiritual energy poured out and blasted into Yao Chongjun's mind. Yao Chongjun never thought that Yang Kai would dare to use a soul secret technique to deal with him. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the weaker party to use a soul secret technique to attack the stronger party, because doing so would easily result in a backlash, leading to self-destruction. But Yang Kai had done just that. What made Yao Chongjun even more uneasy was that this was his biggest weakness right now. Yang Kai seemed to have known this for a long time, so he was not afraid in the slightest and directly used an extremely powerful soul secret technique. Yao Chongjun was instantly hit, and his knowledge-seized defenses were torn apart. Intense pain came from his head as he clutched his head and cried out, unable to control his source chi. His source chi exploded everywhere. "Let's go!" Xianxia shouted in a deep voice as he reached out and grabbed the jade box in Yao Changjun's hand, directly taking back the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. Then, without any delay, he grabbed the stunned Lu Xianyun and teleported away with space principles. Asterisk calm. Asterisk just as the two left, the delightful pleasures tea house collapsed. Yao Changjun's rampaging source chi took the shape of a dragon and tiger and unconsciously bombarded everything around him. The cultivator drinking tea in the tea house was instantly killed or injured, and countless shops on the streets collapsed. A dozen streets away, Pang Guang, who had crawled up in a sorry state, looked over with a pale face and cried out involuntarily, "Third Order Emperor Realm." He had not checked Yao Changjun's specific cultivation before, but now that the other party's source chi had gone berserk, it was clear at a glance how deep his cultivation was. The owner of the delightful Pleasures Tea House was actually a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. Pang Guang suddenly felt uneasy. He was the city lord of Marsh City, yet he did not know that such a top master was hiding in the city he was in charge of. This was enough to make him panic and secretly rejoice that he had not provoked him before. What made Pang Guang even more incredulous was, who in the world could actually hurt Yao Changjun? From his current roar and his current state, it was obvious that his injuries were not light. Could it be that young man? That was impossible. That young man was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Even if Yao Changjun stood there and let him hit him, it was impossible for him to be injured. Could it be that Yao Changjun was not the only Third Order Emperor Realm Master in Marsh City? Thinking of this, Pang Guang's face suddenly turned pale and his entire being became suspicious. "Little brat, you dare to sneak attack this old master? You're dead. This old master will never let you go." A roar came from the ruins of the tea house. Yao Changjun's murderous intent surged like a tide. After calming down the pain in his head with great difficulty, he sensed the direction Xianxia had fled in and immediately chased after him, his figure as fast as lightning. He was a dignified Third Order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was actually injured by Xianxia's sneak attack. If this news spread out, where'd he put his face? He secretly swore that he would catch Xianxia and let him taste all the tortures in the world to vent the hatred in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Yao Changjun disappeared. Pang Guang stood in place and pondered for a while with a gloomy face before his figure flickered and he flew out of the city. From the looks of it, he was going to chase after Yao Changjun and Xianxia, but no one knew what he was thinking. Outside the city, Xianxia was constantly using his space force to travel more than a dozen kilometers in an instant. Lu Xianyun, who was still in his arms, was still in a daze. Xianxia had actually injured Yao Changjun, and from the looks of it, he had used his spiritual energy to do so. How was this possible? Everything she saw today had completely overturned her understanding of the world, making her wonder if she was dreaming. Where is the solitary void mountain range? Xianxia felt the murderous intent behind him closing in and hurriedly asked. Although he was proficient in the Tao of space, if he were to escape with Lu Xianyun, it would take a lot of effort to teleport every time. If this continued, Yao Changjun would catch up to them sooner or later, and with Yao Changjun's strength, he would not be able to resist. Right now, he could only go to the solitary void mountain range first and hope to use the terrain there to get rid of Yao Changjun. Just now, he heard Lu Xianyun say that the depths of the solitary void mountain range were extremely dangerous, and even those from the Emperor realm might not be able to come out alive. Over there, Lu Xianyun heard this and subconsciously pointed in a direction. She had stayed in Marsh City for a few years, so she knew the surrounding environment like the back of her hand. Xianxia immediately changed direction and flew towards the solitary void mountain range. Brother, although Lu Xianyun was in Xianxia's arms, she still felt cold all over because she could clearly feel the murderous intent behind her getting closer and closer. "You should run on your own. I've dragged you down this time. I hurt him once. Do you think he'll let me go?" Xianxia replied indifferently. "Since you call me brother, I can't just ignore you. Don't worry, Running away is my forte. Lu Xianyun saw his insistence and could only purse her red lips, feeling touched in her heart. Speaking of which, when she first met Yang Kai, it could be said that friendship grew after a fight. After that, they did not spend much time together in the Blue Feather sect, but after escaping from the Blue Feather sect, Yang Kai gave her half of the things in his space ring. This time, when they met again, Yang Kai stood up for her at every turn, making her feel warm in this unfamiliar star boundary. Even when they were in the territory of Great Desolate Star, no one had ever treated her so well. After living for so many years, this was the first time she had met someone who could take care of her like this. With their bodies pressed together, Lu Xianyun gradually felt that the murderous intent was no longer as cold as before. Instead, as time passed, her body began to heat up. Panicking, she quickly diverted her attention and asked casually, "Brother, is that Yao Chongjun really a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master?" "It's the real deal." "Then how did you hurt him?" Lu Xianyun was puzzled. Logically speaking, with such a huge difference in cultivation, no matter what method Yang Kai used, it should have been impossible for him to hurt Yao Chongjun. But in fact, Yang Kai had done it. Yao Chongjun's painful roar was clearly not fake. "Because there is a crack in his knowledge sea," Yang Kai said. "He must have been seriously injured. Otherwise, with my current cultivation, if I rashly used a soul secret technique to attack him, I would have suffered a backlash. If that happened, even if I didn't die, I would have been crippled." "How did you know?" Lu Xianyun was shocked by Yang Kai's words. After all, this was too unbelievable. Yang Kai and Yao Chongjun did not know each other before. So how did he know Yao Chongjun's secret? A crack in his knowledge, C, was definitely Yao Chongjun's biggest secret. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his identity in High City. He was obviously hiding here because he was afraid that his enemies would come looking for him. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He cares so much about the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus because he wants to repair his knowledge, C. Lu Xianyun suddenly understood. So that spirit flower is called the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus? Brother, you mean that this spirit flower has the effect of repairing one's knowledge, see? A simple pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus naturally does not have this effect. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before explaining to her, "If you use this stock to refine pills, it can be refined into the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill, which can repair broken meridians and dantian. It is extremely useful for those seriously injured cultivators. However, the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus has another name, the twin heavenly restoration lotus. When it appears, it always appears as two stalks, one white and one black. If you can obtain both of them, you can refine the twin heavenly restoration pill, which is an existence of a higher grade than the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill. Not only can it repair a cultivator's broken meridians and dantian, it can also repair one's soul and expand one's knowledge, see." Chapter 2358. The Twin Lotus Flower. Lu Xianyun exclaimed, "No wonder you all asked me where I got it. It turns out that you were looking for another heavenly restoration lotus. That means that Yao Chongjun also knows a lot about this twin heavenly restoration lotus. He was able to identify it through its aura, so he must have done some research on it." Yang Kai raised his brow and continued. "And for what he said just now, this solitary void mountain range seems to have produced heavenly restoration lotuses before, which is why he waited here for 200 years. But brother, when I got it, there was only one." Lu Xianyun was puzzled. Although she had obtained the pure, white, heavenly restoration lotus by accident, she had carefully searched the surroundings after obtaining it and did not find any other valuable spirit medicines. If the twin heavenly restoration lotus was really one black and one white, there was no reason for her to miss it. Maybe someone else took it first, or maybe you were careless. Let's not worry about that for now. We should think of a way to get rid of that old monster." Yang Kai said no more after he finished and carefully checked the surrounding terrain. The solitary void mountain range was an extremely dangerous place near Marsh City. It was also a place that many cultivators liked to train. Because the environment here was quite special, it bred many valuable monster beasts and spirit grasses and spirit medicines. The cultivator who lived in Marsh City often came here in groups to search for cultivation resources. Xianxia had been here many times, so she naturally knew the surrounding terrain like the back of her hand. Under her guidance, the two rushed into the solitary Void Mountain range in less than an hour. As soon as he stepped into this place, Xianxia felt a terrifying aura lingering around him, as if it was deep in the solitary Void Mountain range. What could possibly threaten his existence? And according to Xianxia, she had always been training in the periphery of the solitary Void Mountain range and never dared to go deep, because the deeper she went, the more dangerous it was. There was once a bold master from the Emperor realm who entered the solitary Void Mountain range, but never came out. If she had not been chased by a monster beast last time, Xianxia would not have run so deep. Being able to return safely in the end was definitely due to luck. However, correspondingly, the deeper one went, the greater the return the cultivator could obtain. High returns often made some cultivators take risks. Every year, countless cultivators went missing in the solitary Void Mountain range. However, nothing was absolute. Good things would often appear in the periphery of the solitary Void Mountain range. There was once a cultivator who found an emperor-grade spirit herb garden within 1,000 kilometers of the periphery of the solitary Void Mountain range and began to soar. Xianxia was puzzled. Since there are so many cultivator hunting in the periphery, how could there be anything good left behind? Xianxia said, "I'm not too sure. Anyway, every time I come here, it feels different. It seems that every once in a while, the landscape here changes greatly. The path we walked on and the things we saw would often disappear and be replaced by other scenes." Is there such a thing? Xianxia was surprised. As soon as he asked this question, Xianxia's expression changed, and he began to circulate his source qi. He continued to teleport. In an instant, he crossed over 100 kilometers and finally put some distance between him and Xianxia. The delightful Pleasures Tea House's owner was indeed a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even though his soul had been severely damaged, his remaining strength was not something Xianxia could contend with. He was proficient in the Tao of Space, but even with Xianxia, he was still unable to escape from the other party's pursuit. Teleporting consumed a lot of Xianxia's strength. The suppression of the Star Boundaries world principles was very strong, so every time he teleported, he had to use a lot of source qi and spiritual energy. Moreover, he had to protect Xianxia from the suppression of the space principles while teleporting, so it was naturally very difficult. However, he had refined a lot of pills in Thousand Leaves sect last time. They came in handy now, so he didn't have to worry about running out of strength in the short term, but it was definitely not a solution in the long run. There were dangers everywhere in the solitary Void Mountain range. Not only were there all kinds of ferocious monster beasts, there were also many natural spirit arrays and restrictions. Xianxia could release his divine sense while maintaining his demon eye of annihilation, so he could avoid these dangers in advance. On the other hand, Xianxia, who was chasing after them, seemed to be afraid of using his divine sense recklessly, so he often fell into some traps or was besieged by a monster beast. However, with his powerful strength, even if he was besieged by a monster beast or fell into a spirit array, it would only take him a very short time to escape. Xianxia's understanding of the solitary Void Mountain range was much deeper than Xianxia's. He had stayed here for 200 years, so he naturally wasn't just waiting idly. He would often enter and exit the solitary Void Mountain range himself, hoping to find the twin heavenly restoration lotus. He originally thought that with his powerful strength, Xianxia wouldn't be able to escape for long, but after chasing for a while, he found that he was wrong. He couldn't close the distance between him and Xianxia, and every time he used a secret technique to close the distance, Xianxia would always be able to successfully shake him off. This made him furious, but there was nothing he could do. A cultivator who cultivated the Tao of Space was really difficult to catch. Xianxia had fought with such a cultivator before, so he naturally understood this. Moreover, from the way Yang Kai used his space secret technique before, this brat's attainments in the Tao of space were extremely high. Even if it couldn't compare to the person he knew, it was definitely not at a level that someone of his age and cultivation could comprehend. Where did this brat come from? Yao Chongjun couldn't figure it out. Could he really be Li Wuyi's disciple? In the entire star boundary, Li Wuyi was the one with the deepest understanding of the Tao of space. This chase lasted for a full 5 days, but Yao Chongjun was still unable to successfully capture Yang Kai. He couldn't help but wonder if he was going to miss out on this opportunity. If it weren't for his soul being injured and his strength not being able to reach its peak, a mere third-order Tao source realm cultivator, even if he was proficient in the Tao of space, wouldn't be able to jump around in front of him like this. He could directly lock down the area Yang Kai was in and suppress him with his powerful cultivation, not giving him a chance to even use his Tao of space. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Just as Yao Chongjun's face was ashen and he was secretly swearing to himself that once he caught Yang Kai, he would make him die a horrible death, his mind suddenly stirred and he became overjoyed because he found that Yang Kai had suddenly stopped moving. He didn't know if he had encountered some danger or fallen into some kind of spirit array, but no matter what the reason was, it was good news for Yao Chongjun. Pushing his flight-type artifact with all his might, he quickly moved closer to Yang Kai. "Brother, what's wrong?" A few thousand kilometers away, Lu Xianyin looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look. Just a moment ago, Kai Yang had suddenly stopped, his expression fluctuating. "I'm so stupid." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed, a look of annoyance on his face. "What is it?" Lu Xianyin didn't know why he would say that. "Wait for me for a while. I'll be right back." As Yang Kai spoke, he put Lu Xianyin down and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. After finding a suitable location, he quickly rushed over. A moment later, Yang Kai entered the small sealed world bead. In fact, Yang Kai was very surprised that Yao Chongjun could chase after him so persistently, because this person's soul had been severely injured, so it was impossible for him to use his divine sense to lock onto the direction and location of his escape. In fact, during these 5 days of fleeing, Yang Kai hadn't noticed Yao Chongjun's divine sense, but he could still accurately pinpoint his location and even chase after him. One had to know that Yang Kai had used the space divine technique, so with Yao Chongjun's current state, Yang Kai was confident that he could shake him off. But how could he do that? The only explanation was that Yao Chongjun had planted a secret technique or some kind of mark on him, or Lu Xianyin, and through this secret technique or mark, Yao Chongjun was able to pinpoint his location. Thinking of this, Yang Kai knew that he had been too careless these past 5 days. If he had noticed it earlier, he might have already left Yao Chongjun behind. Inside the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai's senses were magnified infinitely. He had refined the sealed world bead, so he was the master of this world. Wherever his heart moved, the world force would follow. Even if the small sealed world bead's principles were not perfect, it was still easy for him to detect any abnormalities. Yang Kai mobilized the world force inside the small sealed world bead and searched his body inch by inch. He secretly prayed that things wouldn't be too complicated. It would be best if the secret technique or mark was planted on him. If it was planted on Lu Xianyin, he would have to bring her to the small sealed world bead to check. After 5 breaths, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He reached out and took out the jade box containing the twin heavenly restoration lotus from his space ring, then threw it to Lu Yin, who had rushed over. "There is a master's aura mark on this jade box. Erase it." Lu Yin caught it, but before he could say anything to Yang Kai had already disappeared. Deep in the solitary void mountain range, Lu Xianyin stood alone, looking around at the unfamiliar environment, her heart filled with fear. Yang Kai just flashed behind a small hill nearby, and for some reason, he had suddenly disappeared without leaving behind even the slightest trace of his aura. This made her worry a little. Even though she knew that Yang Kai wasn't the kind of person who would disregard the life or death of his companions, she still couldn't help but think about it. She wondered if she had dragged Yang Kai down, so he just left her here and didn't care. No, that can't be. Lu Xianyin shook her head. Lu Xianyan shook her head again and again. If Yang Kai was really such a person, he wouldn't have taken her with him back in Blue Feather Sect, nor would he have given her half of the treasures in his space ring. A few days ago, in the delightful Pleasures Tea House, he wouldn't have taken the risk of offending a third-order Emperor Realmaster. Brother must have something important to do. Lu Xianyan comforted herself in her heart. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, Yang Kai's aura suddenly appeared again, and he rushed out from behind the small hill. Brother, Lu Xianyan felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart, and her whole body relaxed. Yang Kai rushed in front of her, and without saying a word, he reached out and hugged her again, using his space force and teleporting away. A moment later, the two were already 1,000 kilometers away. It was only then that Yang Kai suddenly summoned his wooden boat and pulled Lu Xianyan onto it, saying anxiously, "Take off your clothes." Lu Xianyan heard this and blushed. Chapter 23:59. In the middle of nowhere, Yang Kai had suddenly asked her to take off her clothes in a tone that would not allow her to refute. Lu Xianyan was naturally angry and embarrassed, so she couldn't help but think the wrong way. Yang Kai explained, "Yao Changjun left a mark on the jade box, so he can lock onto our position. I don't know if you have it on your clothes, but we still have to be on guard. Change into a new set of clothes." Hearing his explanation, Lu Xianyan finally understood what Yang Kai meant. She understood that she had misunderstood Yang Kai's intentions, and her face immediately turned pale. She wasn't a shy little girl, and immediately began to undress after knowing the whole story. Not long after, she changed into another set of clothes and burned her original set of clothes to the ground. 3,000 miles away, Yao Changjun's figure suddenly stopped, his face ashen. Just now, he suddenly noticed that the tracing mark he had planted had disappeared. At that time in the tea house, after he took the jade box from Yang Kai, he directly left a mark on it. It wasn't that he could predict the future, he was just being careful. He had waited for 200 years in Marsh City and finally saw the heavenly restoration lotus. So how could he not be cautious? As it turned out, his caution allowed him to chase after Yang Kai for 5 days without letting go. But just now, the mark suddenly disappeared. How could Yao Changjun not know that Yang Kai must have found the mark he had planted and erased it? But what he couldn't figure out was how Yang Kai, a trivial third-order Dao source realm, could erase his mark. The gap in strength was not fake. In an instant, Yao Changjun was anxious and angry. He roared to the sky, "Brat, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, this king will catch you." Although the mark was gone to show him the way, Yao Changjun was still unwilling to give up. The heavenly restoration lotus was not something that could be seen casually. Being able to see it this time was completely due to luck. If he missed this chance, he might never see it again. He secretly swore, no matter what, he had to find Yang Kai, tear him to pieces, and take back the heavenly restoration lotus. In the depths of the solitary void mountain range, Yang Kai's face was ugly. Although he had completely gotten rid of Yao Changjun, Yang Kai found that his situation had not improved because he was actually lost in this damn place. After asking Lu Xianyan, she also said that she did not know how to get out of this place. She had only been in such a deep place once. Last time was completely by luck. The surrounding environment seemed to be carved from the same mold. Suddenly, Kai Yang stopped. He scanned his surroundings with a grave expression. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Lu Xianyan asked nervously. "Maybe it's just an illusion." Yang Kai muttered to himself. Lu Xianyan gulped and whispered, "Brother, there's a saying in the solitary void mountain range." "What saying?" "Some people say that the solitary void mountain range is alive." Lu Xianyan's pretty face turned pale. "Alive?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Lu Xianyan nodded. "The landscape of the solitary void mountain range changes all the time, so there has never been a map of this place. Sometimes, the landscape of a certain place changes very quickly. Sometimes, the changes are so slow that no one can detect them, but most people think that the solitary void mountain range is alive." Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up. This saying may not be correct, but there is definitely some basis. What do you mean? Lu Xianyan looked at Yang Kai in confusion. Yang Kai said, Junior sister, you have always been active in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. Do you often find good things? Yes, Lu Xianyan replied. It's not just me. Many people in Marsh City are like this. Yang Kai nodded. Since there are so many people active in the periphery all year round, it stands to reason that the periphery should be barren. Even if there were any good things, they would have been taken away long ago. But you can often find some good things. This is also what I find strange. Lu Xianyan nodded. Lu Xianyan nodded. She had never understood why this was the case. She had come to the solitary void mountain range many times, and except for the few times when she was unlucky and didn't find anything, she would always find something useful in the periphery. But this was obviously not normal. Brother, you mean, Yang Kai said, the solitary void mountain range is always moving. Every once in a while, the earth in the depths will move to the periphery, and the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the depths will naturally appear in the periphery. That's why there are often good things in the periphery. How do you know? Lu Xianyan was extremely surprised. She had lived in the solitary void mountain range for several years, but she had never thought of this. Yang Kai had only been here for a few days, but he had already thought of this. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's just a guess, I don't know if it's right or not. But this guess was very likely to be true, because it perfectly explained why good things often appeared in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. This land was alive, wriggling and rolling at a speed that ordinary people couldn't detect, and when the earth in the depths moved to the periphery, it would naturally bring out the good things. But the cultivator in the solitary void mountain range had a feeling that he didn't know the true face of this place, so he couldn't detect the changes in the solitary void mountain range at all. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk at that moment. The sound of flapping wings suddenly came from all around, and then countless birds in the dense forest took to the air as if they had been frightened by something. Not only that, the beasts on the ground also began to panic, scurrying around like headless flies. In less than 3 breaths, the entire solitary void mountain range was boiling. What's going on? Lu Xianyan's pretty face changed as she asked in surprise. Yang Kai was also puzzled, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed because he saw that the birds that had taken to the sky were all frozen in midair, unable to move forward no matter how they flapped their wings. It was as if there was an invisible force that was restraining them. Among those birds, there was no lack of 11th order monster beast, and Yang Kai even saw a 12th order monster beast comparable to the Emperor realm. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the ground under his feet suddenly moved rapidly, causing Yang Kai to lose his footing and almost fall to the ground. At the same time, an extremely strong suction force came from deeper in the solitary void mountain range, pulling Yang Kai's body and trying to drag him there. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically, and without any explanation, he directly wrapped Lu Xianyan with his source qi and tried to use the Tao of space to escape. But under the fluctuations of the Tao of space, he was still in place. Sensing with his heart, Yang Kai cried out involuntarily, "The world principles have been shattered." The world principles in this area had been shattered by this change, and he had no way to use the Tao of space to leave this place. And in just a short while, the flow of the ground under his feet became even faster, causing Yang Kai to feel a little dizzy. Lu Xianyan was even worse off, unable to stand steadily, and could only hug Yang Kai's waist. The suction force from deeper in the mountain range was even more terrifying, and even with Yang Kai's cultivation, he was unable to resist it. No matter how he urged his source qi to stabilize his body, the birds and beasts were all dragged away by the suction force and disappeared from Yang Kai's sight in the blink of an eye. Many of the weaker birds and beasts even exploded into a bloody mist. For a time, the roars of beasts and the cries of birds filled the air, and the solitary void mountain range became extremely lively. Somewhere 3,000 kilometers away, Yao Changjun's face was also filled with shock. He desperately urged his Emperor Qi to break free from the shackles of this world. But even with his cultivation, he was unable to do so, and could only barely stand in place without being dragged away. The solitary void, great maelstrom. Yao Chongjun's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Even his rock-hard emperor heart was trembling slightly in fear. Unlike Yang Kai, who had just arrived, and Lu Xianyun, who had lived here for only a short time, Yao Chongjun's research on the solitary void mountain range was extremely thorough. He knew that this damned place usually did not look dangerous, but at certain moments, it could erupt with heavenly Tao power that even the Emperor realm could not resist. At that moment, the solitary void, great maelstrom, would appear. The solitary void, great maelstrom, was definitely a natural disaster that would destroy and reshape the solitary void mountain range. Yang Kai's previous guess was correct. The solitary void mountain range was indeed constantly changing, and the terrain was constantly shifting, which was why the cultivator on the periphery could often find some good things. However, this kind of change was actually very slow and would not bring too much danger to the cultivator who came here for experience. Moreover, because the cultivator was inside the solitary void mountain range, they would generally not notice this change, and by the time they noticed it, the terrain would have already changed. However, when the speed of this change reached a certain limit, the entire solitary void mountain range would spin like a crazy top, and in the midst of this rotation, the solitary void mountain range would be reshaped. This was the solitary void, great maelstrom. No one knew why the solitary void mountain range was like this. It was the work of heaven and earth, and Yao Chongjun had entered and exited the solitary void mountain range many times without being able to figure out anything. It was just that the solitary void, great maelstrom appeared for a very long time, generally appearing once every few hundred to 1,000 years. As far as Yao Chongjun knew, the last time the solitary void, great maelstrom appeared was 600 years ago. At that time, the great maelstrom swallowed countless cultivator who entered the solitary void mountain range, and this time would obviously be no exception. And it just so happened that he actually ran into it. Yao Chongjun hated Yang Kai in his heart. He felt that if it weren't for this brat's interference, he would not have taken the risk to enter this place and encounter such a natural disaster that he could not resist. If he was still on the periphery of the solitary void mountain range, he would definitely be able to escape with his powerful cultivation. But in order to chase after Yang Kai, he had gone deep inside. When the great maelstrom appeared, the deeper one went, the more terrifying the suction would be, and the more difficult it would be to resist. At this moment, he was only 2,000 kilometers away from the center of the solitary void mountain range, and at this distance, he would not be able to escape. Chapter 2360. If someone could look down at the solitary void mountain range from a high altitude, they would see that the solitary void mountain range was spinning madly like a spinning top. With a certain point as the center, the entire solitary void mountain range was in the shape of a huge funnel. A powerful suction force was coming from the center, affecting all living beings in the solitary void mountain range. Countless birds and beasts were sucked into the funnel-shaped vortex, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. However, even more birds and beasts, as well as the cultivators who came here to train and search for resources, exploded into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. Those cultivators who were lucky enough to be active in the periphery were lucky enough to escape this unforeseen event, but when they looked back, everyone's face was pale and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Many people did not know what was going on, but some people knew that this was the famous solitary void, Great Vortex. The news spread like wildfire, and soon everyone heard about the solitary void, Great Vortex. While they were amazed by the heavenly way of nature, they were full of expectations. Because every time the solitary void, Great Vortex appeared, the entire solitary void mountain range would be reshaped, and some of the precious treasures that were originally in the depths of the solitary void mountain range would flow to the periphery along with the changes in the landscape. In other words, when the solitary void mountain range calmed down, a large number of precious treasures would appear in the periphery. So how could they not be looking forward to this? I seem to have seen City Lord Master enter the depths of the solitary void mountain range before, but I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me. Yes, I saw it too. City Lord Master seems to be in a hurry, like he's chasing someone. City Lord Master is in trouble now. I don't know if he can return safely. There's not much hope. The depths of the solitary void mountain range are extremely dangerous. City Lord Master might not be safe even if he entered the Emperor realm. Now that he has encountered the solitary void great vortex, I'm afraid he's done for. Many cultivators gathered in the distance around the periphery of the solitary void mountain range, discussing animatedly. If Pangguang really fell in the solitary void mountain range this time, then the forces in Marsh City would be reshuffled, which was good news for many people. For a moment, some were happy while others were sad. Everyone's mood was extremely complicated. At the same time, deep inside the solitary void mountain range, Xianxia was protecting Xianxia, struggling to resist the terrifying suction force from the center. His clothes were torn to shreds, his skin was cracked, and he was covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. He didn't know what was going on with the suction force that came from the depths. The more Xianxia resisted, the more frightening it became. The force added to his body made him feel more and more exhausted. If it weren't for the fact that his physique was quite good, he would have most likely exploded and died, just like those living beings. Senior brother, don't worry about me. Escape by yourself. Although Xianxia was also trying to defend herself, but because of Xianxia's protection, his situation was actually better than Xianxia's. At this moment, seeing Xianxia like this, his heart was filled with guilt. He knew that he had dragged Xianxia down. As she spoke, she tapped her foot and was about to leave Xianxia. Xianxia grabbed her hand and slowly shook his head, saying in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I'll tell you when I can't hold on any longer." At this critical moment of life and death, he didn't abandon her. Xianxia's heart was filled with warmth as she was extremely moved. It was easy to share riches and honor, but difficult to share trials and tribulations. It was the easiest time to see a person's heart. Xianxia felt that being able to meet Xianxia in the star boundary was the greatest fortune of her life. Without a trace, she gave up resisting and revealed a sad smile. "Senior brother, take care of yourself in the future. What are you doing?" Xianxia's expression changed as he realized what she was doing and hurriedly shouted, "Don't give up. I have other ways." Xianxia slowly shook her head, allowing herself to be dragged along by that terrifying force. Xianxia became anxious, understanding that Xianxia was determined not to drag him down. Just as he was about to throw her into the sealed world bead regardless of the cost, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely strange. In the next moment, she cried out, "Brother, don't resist. There won't be any danger if you don't." Hearing what she said, Xianxia's expression brightened. Looking carefully, he found that Xianxia really wasn't injured in the slightest. Knowing that she wasn't lying, he quickly dispersed his own strength and allowed the terrifying suction force to linger around him. The force that was originally suppressing him and causing great damage to his body disappeared at this moment. Indeed, as Xianxia said, it was fine not to resist this force, but the more one resisted, the more uncomfortable it would be. But who wouldn't resist when faced with such a situation? Of course, they would try their best to escape, and once they did, they wouldn't be far from death. After giving up resistance, the powerful suction force came, and Xianxia and Xianxia were quickly pulled towards the center of the solitary void mountain range. The surging force made Xianxia feel like a lonely boat in the middle of a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any moment. "Brother, look." Xianxia hugged Xianxia's arm tightly, not minding that her breasts were being squeezed out of shape by Xianxia's arm as she suddenly cried out in alarm. Xianxia turned his head to look, and his face sank. He found that in the direction of the suction force, a huge black funnel had appeared in front of him. Near this funnel, the earth was churning and squirming, and countless birds and beasts were being sucked in, their fates unknown. He wanted to release his divine sense to investigate the situation inside, but as soon as his divine sense left his body, It was torn apart, causing a sharp pain in his head, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Xianxia also became more and more nervous, her tender body trembling like a quail without a nest in winter. She didn't know whether she would live or die after being sucked into this vortex. She had only been in the star boundary for a few years, so she was naturally unwilling to die like this. Looking up at Xianxia, she found that although his face was dignified, there wasn't the slightest trace of panic. Her heart calmed down a lot. She felt that even if she had to die, if she could die together with Kai Yang, it would still be a good thing. Thinking of this, her body relaxed a lot for no reason. Protect yourself. Xianxia gently patted Lu Xianyun's back. As soon as he finished speaking, both he and Lu Xianyun were sucked into the vortex. In an instant, a feeling of dizziness spread throughout his body, making him unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. The whole world suddenly darkened, and there was no longer any light. Their bodies continued to spin and fall, as if the bottom of the vortex was a bottomless pit, causing them to panic and wonder when they would reach the end. However, what made Xianxia feel a little relieved was that this kind of fall was not very dangerous. Lu Xianyun hugged him even tighter, her whole body stiff like a block of wood. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia suddenly felt a glimmer of light, but under the force of the vortex, he was unable to return his senses and could not see his surroundings. Asterisk pung, asterisk with a loud bang. Xianxia felt intense pain all over his body, as if his whole body was about to shatter, but he was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed because at this moment, he felt that he had landed on solid ground. The force of the vortex that had been wrapping around him also disappeared at the same time, leaving only a harsh whistling in his ears. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk something constantly smashed around him, some even covering his body. Smelling it, Xianxia could tell that it was a mixture of mud and flesh, an extremely unpleasant smell. Xianxia did not dare to move, lest something unexpected happen. Carefully urging his source chi to protect himself and Lu Xianyun, only to find that his source chi was circulating freely and would not cause any backlash from the inexplicable force, causing him to relax a little. Lu Xianyun seemed to have fainted and did not move at all, but from her breathing, it was obvious that she had not suffered any serious injuries. After a full half an hour, the commotion around them gradually subsided. Xianxia waited for a while, and after confirming that there was no more danger, he pushed his source chi and blasted away the mud and debris that covered him, shooting up into the sky from under a mound. He landed lightly and first checked Lu Xianyun's situation, confirming that she had indeed fainted, then began to take a good look at his surroundings. Xianxia was dumbfounded by what he saw. He found that he was actually on an island. This island did not occupy a large area, only a few kilometers in radius, and from the color of the soil and some debris on it, it was clear that this island had just been formed. Because the soil here was exactly the same as the soil in the depths of the solitary Void Mountain range. There were also many pieces of flesh and blood of birds and beasts on the island, giving the whole island a strange dark red color. This island must have been formed because of the changes in the solitary Void Mountain range. When the vortex-like force rotated, it brought the soil of the solitary Void Mountain range here and filled up this island. Around the island, there was an endless sea with fierce waves. What shocked Xianxia even more was that on the surface of the sea, there was a strange scene of waterspouts sucking in water. These waterspouts rose from the surface of the sea and rushed into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth in an imposing manner. There were countless waterspouts like this on the surface of the sea, some big and some small, but each one exuded an extremely strong suction force, giving off a very dangerous feeling. They were not stationary, but constantly moving. Some were fast, some were slow, and some were fast. The fast waterspouts were as fast as lightning, flashing past Xianxia's field of vision, bringing with them monstrous waves with astonishing destructive power. Sensing the world energy around him, it was extremely rich. However, Kai Yang felt that the world energy here was different from the world energy of other places. As for what was different, he couldn't tell. What the hell is this place? How'd he end up here after coming in from the big vortex in the depths of the solitary void mountain range? It was impossible to say that this was the depths of the solitary void mountain range. After all, this place looked extremely vast, and there was even a vast sea. How could this be the underground of the solitary void mountain range? Could this be a sealed world? Xianxia was shocked, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. When he was swallowed by the vortex, Xianxia clearly felt traces of space transmission. That huge vortex was most likely the entrance to this sealed world. If this place was a sealed world, then things were troublesome. Where should he go to find the exit in this vast sea? Chapter 2361. Just as Xianxia was at a loss, a sound suddenly came from not far away, and a figure soared into the sky and landed not far from him. Seeing this person, Xianxia's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly pulled Lu Xianyan back, putting some distance between them. This person was actually Yao Changjun. When he was swallowed by the vortex earlier, Xianxia didn't find any trace of Yao Changjun, so he didn't know if he was swallowed first or later. In any case, from the looks of it, he definitely couldn't escape the catastrophe just now and fell into this place as well. Yao Changjun's current state was extremely miserable. His clothes were tattered, his white hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and his aura was somewhat unstable. It was obvious that he had suffered a strong backlash from resisting the suction force earlier. Xianxia had given up resisting because of Lu Xianyan's reminder. Even though he did not look too good at the moment, he was undoubtedly in a much better state than Yao Changjun. This guy is actually not dead. Xianxia also admired his powerful cultivation, as expected of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if his soul had suffered heavy damage, he would not die so easily. "It's you, you evil beast!" Yao Changjun soon discovered Xianxia's figure, and his face turned cold as murderous intent surged. If it were not for Xianxia, how could he have taken the risk to chase him into the solitary void mountain range? If he had not chased him into the solitary void mountain range, how could he have encountered the solitary void great maelstrom? Now that he was in this predicament, the culprit behind everything was Xianxia. Now that he had met his enemy, it was natural that his eyes would turn red. Just as he was about to attack Xianxia in anger, another soft sound came from not far away, and another figure rushed out from the ground. This change surprised both Xianxia and Yao Changjun. They both looked over. But after seeing the appearance of this person, the two quickly relaxed. Because the third person to appear here was Marsh City's city lord, Pangguang. Yao Changjun knew that Pangguang was tailing them, but he was focused on finding Xianxia, so he did not pay much attention to Pangguang. The catastrophe of the solitary void mountain range had begun. Naturally, Pangguang had no power to resist and was also sucked into this place. However, what surprised him was that Pangguang's condition was much better than his. His whole body was only slightly disheveled, and there was not the slightest injury on him. He was full of energy. "You're all fine." Pangguang came out and was surprised to see Xianxia and Yao Changjun confronting each other. Yao Changjun coldly snorted, "What do you want to happen to this old master?" When he saw Pangguang's expression, he knew that Pangguang knew how to avoid the devouring power. That was why he was unscathed. On the contrary, it was he who had concealed his identity in Marsh City for 200 years and ended up in such a sorry state. For a moment, he felt a little embarrassed. Having suffered a great loss at Yao Changjun's hands, how could Pangguang dare to be presumptuous in front of him? He said, "It's great that Senior is fine." This Pang was just asking casually. Xianxia grinned and said, "City Lord Pang is not kind. You clearly know how to avoid danger, but you didn't tell Senior Yao. You clearly want Senior Yao to die early and reincarnate. Senior Yao, if I were you, I wouldn't be able to bear it and would beat him up to vent my anger." Pangguang's face sank. Carefully sizing up Yao Changjun, he saw his indifferent expression unable to show his emotions, so he immediately shouted, "Little brat, don't talk nonsense. I haven't settled accounts with you for killing this king's subordinates and robbing this king's belongings." Senior Yao is a reclusive master, his vision as clear as a torch. How could he allow you to sow discord? While speaking, he turned to look at Yao Changjun and cupped his fists. "Senior, although I have a grudge with this little brat, it's just a small matter. You're the most important person here. If you want to kill him or cut him up, this junior will only watch the show and will not interfere." Yao Changjun glanced at him indifferently and said slowly, "You've been following this old master all this time. Are you also here to watch the show?" A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Pang Guang's forehead as the corner of his mouth twitched. "Senior misunderstands. This Pang only entered the solitary void mountain range to do one thing. I had no intention of following Senior." Yao Changjun coldly snorted and declined to comment, his expression proud. Although he was also injured when he was swallowed by the Great Vortex, he didn't put either Pang Guang or Yang Kai in his eyes. Earlier, he was injured by Yang Kai in the tea house only because he wasn't on guard enough. However, in his current state, it would be best if he didn't fall out with Pang Guang. After all, he wasn't at his peak, and Pang Guang was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. If they really fought, even if he could kill Pang Guang, he would have to pay a certain price. "Senior, is this the legendary solitary void sealed world?" Pang Guang saw him not saying anything and felt a little apprehensive, so he quickly changed the subject. "Solitary void sealed world?" When Yang Kai heard this, he couldn't help but raise his brow. Right now, he wanted to figure out what kind of damn place this was. Unlike Pang Guang and Yao Changjun, he was a newcomer. These two obviously knew some information, so he couldn't help but perk up his ears and listen with great interest. "Since you know, why ask this old master?" Yao Changjun coldly snorted, obviously not liking him. Pang Guang said embarrassedly, "I really didn't expect the solitary void-sealed world to really exist. This Pang has been city lord for hundreds of years, but today, I've finally learned something new. What kind of place is the solitary void-sealed world? How we get out?" Yang Kai quickly asked. Pang Guang's face turned serious as he shouted, "Why are you asking so many questions? Just stay here and wait for death." Yang Kai's face turned black as he said, "City Lord Pang, no matter what kind of grudges we had before, we're all on the same boat now. If you have any information, please share it with me. It's not like I killed your father or stole your wife, so why be so stingy?" Pang Guang sneered. "People who walk different paths cannot work together. This king has nothing to say to you. Let's talk about it again after you've survived Senior Yao's attack." Yang Kai had offended Yao Changjun, so Pang Guang had long regarded Yang Kai as a dead man in his heart. How could he have the leisure to chat with him? After he finished speaking, he looked at Yao Changjun with a flattering smile. "Senior, this solitary void-sealed world only exists in legends. It's easy to enter, but difficult to get out. Does Senior have any good ideas?" The speed at which he changed his expression was faster than flipping a book. Yang Kai laughed. "So you don't know how to get out either?" Pang Guang snorted. "What's so funny about that? Be careful not to laugh until your teeth fall out." As he spoke, Pang Guang suddenly frowned and gently sniffed the air, asking suspiciously, "What's that smell?" A strange fragrance suddenly wafted through the air, causing one's spirit to shake upon smelling it. Yang Kai and Yao Changjun obviously smelled it as well. The two of them felt that this fragrance was extremely familiar. After exchanging a glance, they both thought of something and exclaimed at the same time, "Heavenly Restoration Lotus!" As they spoke, the two of them had already rushed towards the source of the fragrance. Pang Guang was stunned for a moment, but after hearing the three words Heavenly Restoration Lotus, his expression changed, and he also rushed over. Although Pang Guang and Yao Changjun were both masters from the Emperor realm, Yang Kai had the divine technique of space, so his explosive speed was naturally not something the two of them could compare to. In just a flash, Yang Kai had already arrived at the source of the fragrance. It was a pile of mud. This mud pile was clearly transported over from the solitary void mountain range, as the soil was clear. Yang Kai directly reached into the mud pile and grabbed something. Feeling the size of this thing and the energy fluctuations it was emitting, he was overjoyed and was about to throw it into his space ring. "Little brat, you court death." Yao Changjun was furious and sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai. Fortunately, he did not dare to use his full strength for fear of damaging the spirit herb. But this palm strike was still not something Yang Kai could resist. Yang Kai snorted and forcefully urged his strength to teleport again, dodging the attack. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the mud pile was directly smashed into dust, leaving behind a huge crater. The entire newly formed island also shook a few times, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Yao Changjun stood in place with an ashen face and looked coldly in a certain direction. Pang Guang also paused, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. Yang Kai was actually able to dodge Yao Changjun's attack. This scene completely exceeded his expectations. Even he himself might not have been able to dodge that attack. "Senior, why are you so angry? You really scared me to death." As Kai Yang spoke, he shook off the dirt in his hand. The spirit medicine that he had caught in his palm immediately revealed its true appearance. This spirit herb was the heavenly restoration lotus. Its shape and size were exactly the same as the one Lu Xianyun had obtained before, but that one was as white as snow, without the slightest speck of dust, while this one was as black as ink. It was extremely strange. The heavenly restoration lotus had always been two stalks. Lu Xianyun had obtained one of them by chance, but for some reason, she had not been able to find the second one. Now that the solitary void great vortex had appeared, a large number of spirit herbs and soil had been swallowed and transported to this island, so the second heavenly restoration lotus had also appeared. Looking at the heavenly restoration lotus in Yang Kai's hand, Yao Changjun's breathing suddenly became rapid. He had wasted 200 years in Marsh City. What was it for? Wasn't it for the heavenly restoration lotus? As long as he could obtain the heavenly restoration lotus and get someone to refine the twin heavenly restoration pill, his injuries would be healed. At that time, he would be able to regain his peak strength and seek revenge on his enemies. However, after waiting for 200 years, although the heavenly restoration lotus had appeared, his good fortune had been ruined by Yang Kai one after another. The previous one had been snatched away by Yang Kai when he was not paying attention, and the one in front of him was still the same. Yao Changjun's lungs were about to explode. Ever since he had ascended to the Emperor realm, he had never suffered such a big loss before. Moreover, it was at the hands of a Dao Source realm brat. Looking at the heavenly restoration lotus in Yang Kai's hand and watching him slowly stuff it into his space ring, Yao Changjun resisted the urge to snatch it away and quickly said, "Boy, give the heavenly restoration lotus to this old master, and I will let bygones be bygones. This old master can even take you away from here." Hearing this, Pang Guang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "Senior Yao, you must take me with you." Yao Changjun was so angry that he glared at him and roared, "If you dare to say another word, this old master will kill you right now." Pang Guang was shocked and did not dare to make a sound. Chapter 2362. "Take me out first, and we can talk about anything else." Yang Kai smiled at Yao Changjun. "Or you could tell me how to get out." "Brat, you dare to bargain with this old master." Yao Changjun was furious. Yang Kai said, "I'm just afraid that Senior will cheat me. With this old master status, how could I do such a shameless thing?" Yao Changjun coldly snorted. Yang Kai shook his head. "That's hard to say. If Senior doesn't know how to get out, wouldn't I be a fool to hand over the spirit herbs for nothing?" Pang Guang immediately shouted, "Little bastard, Senior Yao is giving you face by asking you to hand over the spirit herbs, yet you dare not cooperate? You're courting death." Yang Kai and Yao Changjun both turned their heads and snorted, "It's none of your business." Pang Guang's face was burning hot. His attempt at flattery had backfired, causing him to look embarrassed. Yang Kai stared at Yao Changjun for a while before sneering, It seems that Senior is a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. You can't even protect yourself, yet you still shamelessly boast about taking me out. Ridiculous, ridiculous. When he saw Yao Chongjun's current expression, he knew that he also didn't know how to get out of this damned place. If Yao Chongjun really had a way to leave, it was not impossible to use the twin heavenly restoration lotus to exchange for it. But the problem was that this old man couldn't even get out himself. So how could he take him with him? Being exposed by Yang Kai, Yao Chongjun was not angry at all and only said lightly, "With this old master's cultivation, how can a mere sealed world trap me? This old master will eventually find a way out." "Then we'll talk about it when you find a way out. Are you going to hand it over or not?" Yao Chongjun had obviously lost his patience. When he asked this question, his old face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. "What do you think?" Yang Kai had an indifferent expression. "Very good." Yao Chongjun took a deep breath. His killing intent had been activated. However, he did not immediately make a move on Yang Kai and instead turned his gaze to Pang Guang. Pang Guang, who was watching a good show, suddenly noticed Yao Chongjun's cold gaze and couldn't help trembling as he said, "Senior, scram." Yao Chongjun roared, "Otherwise, this old master will kill you too." Their voices converged into a wave that rushed towards Pang Guang like a spear. Pang Guang's entire body shook, and he stumbled back a few steps, his face pale. "Senior, I can lend you a hand and help you capture this brat." Pang Guang hurriedly expressed his sincerity. Suddenly falling into this solitary void-sealed world, he really couldn't find any sense of security with his first-order Emperor realm cultivation. He only wanted to hug Yao Chongjun's thigh, but he didn't expect that the other party wouldn't give him any face or opportunity, telling him scram. Yao Chongjun coldly snorted, "This old man needs your help. If you don't leave now, then don't ever leave." Pang Guang was shocked. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Yang Kai and then at Yao Chongjun. Only then did he stomp his foot and leap up, heading towards the depths of the sea. He didn't know why Yao Chongjun was in such a hurry to drive him away. However, he knew that the other party was really impatient. If she continued to pester him, she would definitely arouse his killing intent. With his cultivation, he had no chance of winning against Yao Chongjun. He could only escape first. Although the sea didn't look peaceful and was instead full of dangers, and he didn't even know which direction to run in, it was still better than staying here and waiting for death, right? In just 10 breaths of time, Pang Guang disappeared. You're in such a hurry to drive Pang Guang away. Are you afraid that he will see that your soul is damaged? Yang Kai looked at Yao Chongjun with a smile and asked lightly. Yao Chongjun's expression changed drastically, and a dangerous light flashed in his narrowed eyes. "You really weren't lucky when you sneak attacked this old man." Yang Kai laughed. "The effect of the twin heavenly restoration lotus is nothing more than to repair the broken meridians of the Dantian and Knowledge Sea. Senior seems to be full of Qi and Emperor Qi, so it's obviously not a problem with your meridians or Dantian. Since you're in such a hurry to use the twin heavenly restoration lotus, it's obvious that you want to repair your knowledge sea. You're so proficient in the Tao of alchemy." Yao Chongjun was a little surprised. To be able to deduce that his soul had been damaged from such a small clue, this little brat was obviously not simple. "I'm just an emperor-grade alchemist." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yao Chongjun's expression changed slightly, but he soon snorted coldly. "Look at this old man. Do I look like someone with a problem with my IQ?" He obviously thought that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. Yang Kai was not very old, and being able to reach the third order Tao source realm was already shocking enough. If he were to say that he was an emperor-grade alchemist, Yao Chongjun would be the first to not believe it. Yang Kai might be an alchemist, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be proficient in alchemy, but he was definitely not an emperor-grade alchemist. He felt that Yang Kai was saying this because he wanted him to let him live. After all, even if he obtained the twin heavenly restoration lotus, he still needed an alchemist to refine a spirit pill, and an emperor-grade alchemist was the best choice. This brat had a belly full of guts and was hiding a lot of evil tricks. Yao Chongjun was on high alert. Yang Kai was stunned, but he soon smiled bitterly and shook his head. Senior, your soul has been damaged, and your IQ has indeed been affected. This is an illness, and if it's an illness, it needs to be treated. He was telling the truth, but the other party was not willing to believe him. This made him not know whether to laugh or cry. No matter how eloquent you are today, you still have to hand over the twin heavenly restoration lotus. Yao Chongjun coldly snorted. Yang Kai's face turned cold. I said, first tell me how to get out of here. If you can't even do this, then don't even think about it. I'd rather feed it to a dog than give it to you. Little brat, you're courting death. This old man's patience is limited. Yao Chongjun was furious when he heard Yang Kai comparing him to a dog. Yang Kai said slowly, I'm not afraid of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but don't force me. If you push me too far, you won't have a good ending either. Yao Chongjun was stunned, and an absurd feeling welled up in the depths of his heart. A third-order Tao Source Realm cultivator daring to speak so confidently in front of him was already an extremely inconceivable thing. But now, this little brat was actually boasting so shamelessly, as if he had the strength to fight him. It was clear that the other party's expression was extremely sincere, without the slightest bit of guilt. What's going on? This little brat can't really fight me, right? What is he relying on? That elusive space divine technique. If that's the case, he can only run away. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yao Chongjun's mind was filled with distracting thoughts, but he couldn't think of a reason, so he became angry out of shame. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, this old man will fulfill your wish. With a tap of his foot, he closed in on Yang Kai like a ghost, forming a seal with one hand and leisurely pointing his finger at Yang Kai. This finger contained the grandeur of the heavens and earth, giving off an oppressive aura of the heavens and earth. After all, Yao Chongjun was a third-order master from the Emperor Realm. Although his soul was injured, his martial Tao foundation was still extremely solid. Although there was nothing special about this finger, it was extremely ferocious, containing the other party's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao. Before the finger even arrived, it already gave off an aura that could split the heavens and earth. The power of the world principles lingered on this finger, as if Yao Chongjun was the master of this world. Seeing that Lu Xianyin was really going to attack him, Yang Kai's face changed, and he no longer cared about anything else. Pushing his source chi, he directly stuffed the unconscious Lu Xianyin into the sealed world bead. At the same time, he used his dragon transformation secret technique and space principles to escape. Asterisk chi. Asterisk with a soft sound. When Yang Kai reappeared, he was already several dozen meters away. However, there was a bloody hole in his shoulder blade. Golden blood gushed out from the hole as a piercing pain spread through his body. Yao Chongjun's expression froze as he revealed a look of surprise. He was not only surprised that Yang Kai was able to avoid hitting his vitals under his attack, but also where Lu Xianyin had gone. He had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements and didn't pay much attention to the unconscious woman in his hand, but even he didn't notice how she had disappeared. This was really strange. Although his soul was injured and he didn't dare to use his divine sense easily, his eyesight was still so poor that he couldn't even see a person disappear. Old dog, do you really want to fight with this young master? Yang Kai's aura was violent, and half of his body was soon soaked in blood, but that blow not only did not make him feel any fear, it instead seemed to have stimulated his ferocious nature, causing his aura to become as ferocious as a trapped beast. Yao Chongjun's heart jumped for no reason as he faintly felt that if he continued to pressure him, he would be in big trouble. This feeling came out of nowhere, but it made his hair stand on end. However, there was no turning back. He had already injured Yang Kai, so it was useless to say anything now. If he suddenly stopped, wouldn't that be admitting that he was afraid of him? Not bad, little brat. To be able to avoid this old master's attack. You are indeed a dragon among men. The heavens are virtuous, and this old master also cherishes talents. I will give you one more chance. Obediently hand over the heavenly restoration lotus and I can spare your life. Scram. Good, good, good. Yao Chongjun was furious. Since you were so stubborn, this old master will teach you how to behave. His hand posture changed as his emperor chi surged, restraining Yang Kai's movements while his palms surged with the power of wind and clouds, fiercely slamming towards Yang Kai. He didn't hold back in this attack, obviously intending to kill Yang Kai. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk an explosive sound rang out. No matter how Kai Yang tried to defend himself, he was still sent flying by this palm strike. Countless bones in his body were broken, and his face was pale. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ha, little brat, you talk big, but that's all you have. You really disappoint this old master." Seeing him so miserable, Yao Chongjun's heart calmed down. He felt that he had probably been overthinking things. This brat was just a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Even if he had some trump cards and methods, he couldn't possibly be his opponent. He didn't know why he was hesitating just now. If he had acted earlier, he would have killed him long ago. How shameful, Yao Chongjun thought to himself. His mind had actually been disturbed by a little brat's words. Sure enough, his soul had been seriously injured, leaving behind a residual effect. Fortunately, the other party was just a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. If their strength was on par, then he really wouldn't have a good ending. Chapter 2363. On the island, Yao Chongjun's figure moved, disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the flying Yang Kai, unable to get rid of him. He coldly snorted, casually reaching out to grab Yang Kai. If you had cooperated earlier, this old man might not have taken your life. In other words, it was too late for Yang Kai to beg for mercy. He had been ambushed by Yang Kai once, and had long harbored a grudge in his heart. He viewed this as a great humiliation, so how could he let it go so easily? Bullying others too far is destined to not end well. You forced me to do this. Yang Kai roared through gritted teeth. He did not dodge Yao Chongjun's grab, but instead formed a strange seal with his hands. As soon as the seal was formed, the feeling that made Yao Chongjun tremble in fear appeared again. He was so shocked that his expression changed. He did not dare to hesitate in the slightest as his hands suddenly moved faster, grabbing Yang Kai's shoulder blade. At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly calmed down. His eyes were cold as he said, word by word, "Sangshuan seal release." Sangshuan seal? What the hell is that? Yao Chongjun's face was blank. He did not understand what Yang Kai was saying, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At the same time, he let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated. Boom! With a loud explosion, an indescribable aura suddenly erupted from Yang Kai's dantian. The aura was filled with an extremely dark and evil feeling, as if the world's most brutal and vicious negative emotions had gathered together. Even someone as strong as Yao Chongjun could not help but become dazed. His whole body trembled. The pitch-black aura spread out like a substance. In an instant, it wrapped around Yang Kai. The aura seemed to have a life of its own, constantly flowing around Yang Kai's body, gathering mysterious and profound runes on his skin one after another. Yang Kai's aura rose steadily. The world trembled, the universe collapsed, and the universe was turned upside down. A might that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens, and the earth sputtered in the void, bursting out in all directions. In a short period of time, Yang Kai had already disappeared without a trace. As far as the eye could see, there was only a pitch-black figure left. The pitch-black figure seemed to be able to swallow everything, and even light couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. Only a pair of scarlet-red eyes, filled with bloody, killing intent. Demonic chi. Yao Chongjun's teeth were chattering. He almost bit his tongue as he stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. With his experience, he could naturally tell that the demonic chi lingering around Yang Kai was demonic chi, and it was not an ordinary demonic chi, but the purest ancient demonic qi. How is this possible? Yao Changjun couldn't believe his eyes. In his lifetime, he had never seen such a thing. He actually saw the ancient demonic qi. Moreover, it appeared in the body of a cultivator from the third order Dao source realm. The ancient demonic qi had extremely corrosive and assimilating properties. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master like him would definitely lose his mind in the shortest amount of time and become a demonic creature if he was enveloped by the ancient demonic qi. How was Xianxia able to keep his mind clear? How was he able to store such a terrifying demonic qi in his body? Thinking back to what Xianxia had said before, Yao Changjun suddenly came to a realization. This brat had used some unknown method to seal the demonic qi in his body, and when he needed to fight an enemy, he could unlock the seal. However, if that was the case, it would be even more difficult to seal the demonic qi again. He wasn't afraid that the demonic qi would really devour his mind. Becoming a demonic creature? No wonder this brat had repeatedly told him not to force him. It turned out that he really did have the strength to fight him. Even if he was a bit opportunistic, he still had the capital to say such big words. Yao Changjun was so annoyed that he wanted to die. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have forced Xianxia so much. Now that the brat in front of him was enveloped by the demonic qi, he didn't know if he still had any rationality left. That surging demonic qi and terrifying pressure made Yao Changjun have no intention of fighting him. Looking carefully at Xianxia's eyes, he found that although they were red and bloodthirsty, there seemed to be a trace of rationality struggling in them. Yao Changjun hurriedly said, "Little brother, please wait. This old master has something to say." Hearing this, Xianxia glanced at him indifferently and said indifferently, "I'll treat whatever you say as farts." Yao Changjun was furious. If Xianxia dared to talk to him like this before, he would have definitely slapped him, but now, Xianxia had the capital to say such things. He felt bitter in the depths of his heart as he realized the source of the uneasiness in his heart. His expression kept changing. "My strength seems to have increased." Xianxia clenched his fists and felt his current state. He was not happy, but worried, because this time, after unlocking the firmament tree's gold and silver seals and releasing the demonic qi of the ancient great demon in his body, he felt that his strength was much stronger than the last time he demonized. This was not because his strength had increased, but because the demonic qi was more compatible with his body. Last time, he was only in the first order Dao source realm. After demonizing, he fought against the three great emperors and escaped safely. This time, the demonization was even stronger than before. This made Xianxia a little worried, because the greater the increase in strength after demonization, the more difficult it would be to seal him. If he could not seal him completely, he would really become a demon, lose his mind, and be consigned to eternal damnation. Yao Changjun did not know that Xianxia was worried about this. When he heard him say that his strength had increased, he thought that this brat was showing off and immediately became angry. "Brat, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. You and I have fallen into such a predicament, so why fight and kill? Isn't it better to find a way out together? What's more, although you are strong now, you may not be able to kill this old master. This old master is not a pushover." Xianxia looked at him coldly and snorted. "If you were a real third-order Emperor Realm Master, this young master would not be able to kill you, but you are just a cripple with a damaged soul. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Am cripple?" Yao Changjun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Xianxia said, "This young master does not have much time. I will take your dog life in 3 moves. Arrogant. This old master wants to see how you can take my life in 3 moves." Yao Changjun trembled with anger, feeling that he was being looked down upon. Pride welled up in his heart as he swore to himself that he would teach this brat a lesson and let him know that even an old dog had a few teeth. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Xianxia's expression suddenly froze as he muttered, black pupil purgatory, eternal darkness. As soon as he said this, the entire world suddenly turned pitch black, without the slightest trace of light. No matter how hard Yao Changjun tried to use his eyesight, he could not see anything, as if he had suddenly gone blind. Not only was he blinded, even his keen perception as a third-order Emperor Realm Master was suppressed to the limit at this moment. It was impossible for him to go blind for no reason, and it was impossible for the world to turn dark without any warning. The only explanation was that Yongkai had used some kind of heaven-defying method. Recalling the strange black light in Yongkai's right eye, Yao Changjun cried out in alarm, "Eye technique." As soon as the words left his mouth, he broke out in cold sweat because he found that his voice could not be heard. The world he was in seemed to have deprived him of all his senses, making him unable to speak or see. It made him feel as if he had fallen into an abyss of purgatory with no end in sight. There seemed to be something above his head, causing Yao Changjun to look up in shock. When he saw what it was, his whole body suddenly stiffened. In the boundless dark sky, a huge eye stretched across the void, emotionless as it stared coldly at him. That eye seemed to be the eye of heaven, and that pupil seemed to be the eye of earth. Under that huge eye, Yao Changjun suddenly felt a sense of inferiority and insignificance. In an instant, he was disheartened, feeling that his countless years of bitter cultivation were meaningless. In the end, he was still a pile of bones. As soon as this thought appeared, Yao Changjun's entire aura withered as an indescribable death chi lingered around him. At that moment, a stream of light suddenly shot out from the huge eye. This stream of light was shaped like a long saber. Emperor Artifact, Soul-Splitting Saber. After being refined by Yongkai, the soul-splitting saber could be used at will. Although Yongkai could not display the full power of the soul-splitting saber with his usual cultivation, Yongkai's current demon transformation was not inferior to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so the power of the soul-splitting saber's attack was terrifying. What's more, in order to kill Yao Changjun quickly, Yongkai had even used the Heaven Severing Slash. The Heaven Severing Slash was a soul secret technique that he had learned from Tianyin in the Divine Ascension Mirror World. When he had nothing to do, he could use his soul to nourish and refine the soul-splitting saber. Once he faced an enemy, the soul-splitting saber's first strike would be extremely powerful. However, this was only limited to the first strike. With an Emperor artifact and a secret technique, even if Yao Changjun was in perfect condition, he might not be able to withstand it, let alone when his soul was already damaged. This saber slashed fiercely into Yao Changjun's knowledge sea, tearing a huge hole in it with unstoppable force. Yao Changjun's knowledge sea was already severely damaged, and now that it was struck by Yongkai, it was even worse. His third-order Emperor Realm knowledge sea showed faint signs of collapsing. Only then did Yao Changjun recover from his despair. He let out a heart-wrenching cry as a five-colored spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This spear shone brightly and exuded the energy fluctuations of an Emperor artifact. Its power was terrifying. Yao Changjun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it was not surprising that he had an Emperor artifact. It would be strange if he did not have one. As he cried out in pain, he frantically poured his Emperor Chi into the five-colored spear. The spear buzzed incessantly before suddenly trembling slightly in his hand and disappearing. In the next moment, the giant eye that stretched between the heavens and the earth was pierced by the spear, and the darkness that sealed the world suddenly shattered. As Yao Changjun fought like a cornered beast, he managed to erupt with terrifying power and break through the eternal darkness secret technique. This secret technique was a secret technique unique to the ancient giant demon clan. It was not something that Yongkai had cultivated and could only be used when he was in his demon transformation state. A crack was torn in the sky by the five-colored spear. It did not close for a long time. "Brat, you dare hurt me? This old master will kill you." Yao Changjun roared loudly, but his knowledge sea was about to collapse. His entire body trembled as his face twitched and his emperor qi became extremely unstable. Chapter 2364. Xianxia's right eye was covered in blood, and everything he saw had turned into a golden hue. This was the injury caused by his eye technique being broken. He casually wiped it and coldly snorted, "I'll send you on your way." As his hands opened and closed, a gigantic moon blade took shape. With a slight tremble, it shot towards Yao Changjun. The moon blade was like the scythe of the god of death, destroying everything in its path. Yao Changjun, who was in a frenzy, instinctively sensed the approaching danger. Enduring the heart-wrenching pain, he waved his hand, and the five-colored spear appeared in his hand again. He took a step forward and flicked it, sending out a five-colored profound light. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the profound light and the moon blade collided, and the violent energy shock caused the world to change color. The newly formed island, which was a few kilometers in radius, suddenly crumbled and quickly disintegrated. The moon blade disappeared, and behind the five-colored profound light, Yao Changjun took advantage of the situation to attack, his face filled with unforgettable hatred and the resolve to fight to the death. Xianxia raised his brow and shouted angrily, "Instead of stubbornly resisting, obediently accept your death." He did not expect Yao Changjun to be so tenacious even after his knowledge had collapsed. It seemed that he had underestimated the ability of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If Yao Changjun was really unharmed, even if he released the seal on the demonic qi, he would not be his opponent. A master who had cultivated to this level was indeed not simple. "Hammer come." Xianxia reached out and grabbed at the void, and a pitch-black war hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. The demonic war hammer. This demonic war hammer was originally the weapon of the ancient great demon. It had been sealed under the 18 springs outside Maplewood City. It was filled with extremely terrifying demonic qi. After Xianxia collected it, he threw it into the sealed world bead for his embodiment to refine. Even someone as strong as Xianxia did not dare to covet it, for fear that its demonic qi would trigger the seal in his body. But now was the perfect time to use it. With the warhammer in hand, Xianxia had a strange feeling. This demonic warhammer seemed to have come alive. After he held it in his hand, it gave off clear fluctuations of excitement and joy, forming a perfect resonance with the demon qi in his body. Xianxia didn't need to refine it to be able to wield it like an extension of his arm. The hammer was in his hand. Xianxia seemed to be able to see the scene of the ancient giant devil fighting the ancient supreme experts all by himself. That scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere, the heavens and earth collapsing. One after another, the ancient supreme experts died under the hammer, their bodies and Tao vanishing. The ancient giant devil towered over the heavens, his killing intent surging as he looked down at the world. "I'm the only one." Xianxia, who had been agitated by the influence of demonic qi, calmed down inexplicably. For a moment, he felt as if he was the only one in the world. On the other side, Yao Changjun, who was aggressively rushing over, was as laughable as an ant. He stared at his opponent with contempt and slowly raised the war hammer in his hand. An inexplicable trace of the laws of heaven and earth began to stir. Yao Changjun's expression suddenly changed. His face was bloodless. He had no idea what had happened to Xianxia. He only saw him suddenly take out a warhammer-like artifact, and then his entire demeanor and temperament changed. He seemed to see an unattainable mountain in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see the scenery behind this mountain. He suddenly panicked. He wanted to retreat, but the arrow on the bowstring had to be released. The qi in his body was already rioting. If he retreated now, there was no need for Xianxia to act. His Tao heart would collapse in an instant. A faint murderous intent lingered on his body, and as he approached, the murderous intent became stronger and clearer. It was almost tangible, cutting his skin painfully. "I'll die. I'll definitely die." This thought inexplicably popped up in Yao Changjun's mind. His mind was in chaos, and his knowledge which was already on the verge of collapse, could no longer be maintained. Ah! Yao Chong Jun roared madly. Even if I die, this old master will drag you down with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he poured all his strength into the five-colored spear. His body was wrapped in a five-colored light, and his aura was like a rainbow. There was no longer any hesitation from before. Instead, he became resolute. This blow actually erupted with his peak strength. Yao Chong Jun's originally flustered and turbid eyes also bloomed with a dazzling light at this moment. Yang Kai's face was expressionless as he smashed down with his hammer. The crazy murderous intent condensed into a hammer intent that rushed towards Yao Chong Jun. A loud noise rang out, and above this nameless sea, a pitch-black light burst out, as if it was devouring the heaven-devouring great emperor. At the same time, another five-colored light bloomed at the same time, competing with the pitch-black light. The two different colored lights confronted each other and collided. For a moment, the sea surged and the already collapsed island was shaken into powder, dissipating without a trace. The nearby waterspouts were also hit by the huge aftermath and collapsed. Within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, tsunamis surged, and countless fish and monster beasts living in the sea turned into white light and disappeared. At the center of the collision, a crater several hundred meters deep appeared on the sea surface. The water in the crater seemed to have evaporated in an instant. The stalemate lasted for less than 10 breaths of time before the pitch-black light suddenly burst out and swallowed up the five-colored light. Why, damn heavens, this old master refuses to accept this. A roar resounded through the sky, and an unwilling voice echoed. The pitch-black and five-colored light that filled the world disappeared, and the huge crater on the sea surface was gradually filled with seawater. Heavy rain poured down, and only the remaining energy fluctuations between the heavens and earth showed that a great battle had just taken place here. Yao Chong Jun was nowhere to be seen, and so was Yang Kai. Only a Longan-sized bead was left, slowly sinking into the depths of the sea. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai rushed to the medicine garden at the first moment. His whole body was as black as ink, with indescribable demon crests crawling all over his body. Lu Yin rushed over at the same time, but after seeing Yang Kai's situation, she was so scared that she immediately fled. It wasn't that she didn't dare to stay here, but that she couldn't. Although Yang Kai was barely able to preserve a trace of his consciousness, who knew how long this consciousness would last? She would only cause trouble for Yang Kai if she stayed here. Next to the medicine garden, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with difficulty. With a slight thought, he began to strip the golden and silver sealing power from the firmament tree. The last time he was demonized, he used the sealing power of the firmament tree to seal the demonic chi. It had been more than 2 years since then, and logically speaking, it was impossible for the firmament tree's sealing power to grow so quickly. However, there was a large amount of heavy earth below the medicine garden, and there were also 5 earth vein pearls. 1 year of growth here was equivalent to 100 years of growth outside. In other words, the firmament tree now had 200 years of sealing power, which should be enough to seal the demonic chi. Under Yang Kai's control, the golden and silver powers were slowly stripped from the firmament tree, and then flowed to Yang Kai's body, immersing into the dantian, suppressing and sealing the violent demonic chi. In any case, Kai Yang had experienced this once before, so this time he was quite familiar with it. As time passed, more and more of the demonic chi was sealed, and Yang Kai slowly got rid of the effects of demonization and gradually recovered his consciousness. 3 days later, as the last trace of the sealing power was drawn into his body, the demonic chi was finally sealed without a trace left. Yang Kai let out a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that something would go wrong during the sealing stage. The power obtained from unsealing the demonic chi this time was undoubtedly much stronger than before. Fortunately, the sealing power of the firmament tree had also become stronger, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. After solving the hidden danger of the demonic qi, Yang Kai began to check his injuries. In the battle with Yao Changjun, it seemed that he had the absolute advantage, and even finished him off in a few moves after demonization. But Yao Changjun's final counterattack still caused him a lot of damage. The other party was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and if his knowledge Qi had not been broken, how could he have killed him so easily? Who knew how many bones in his body were broken, and the blood on the surface of his body had dried up at this moment, as if he was wearing a layer of blood. What made Yang Kai sad the most was that his meridians were somewhat damaged. Fortunately, there was the immortal tree in the medicine garden. In terms of healing power, even the twin lotuses were not as effective as the immortal tree. Not to mention, his own recovery ability was extremely strong, so he did not need other medicines. Half a day later, Yang Kai was full of energy again. He shook off the blood on his body and changed into a new set of clothes. Recalling the battle with Yao Changjun, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little anxious. This time, he was able to use the demonic qi to kill Yao Changjun. But what about the next time? The next time he unsealed the demonic qi, it would not be something that could be sealed with just 200 years of sealing power. It might take 300 years, 400 years, or even more. In other words, the demonic qi would have to grow in the medicine garden for 3 or 4 years before it would have enough sealing power for Yang Kai to undo the seal. After such a long time, who knew if he would encounter a powerful enemy? It would be great if he could get his hands on Supreme Divine Water. Supreme Divine Water was a creation of heaven and earth. It could quickly ripen all kinds of spirit plants without any side effects. A drop of Supreme Divine Water could definitely allow the demonic qi to obtain hundreds or thousands of years of sealing power. Unfortunately, Supreme Divine Water was too precious. Yang Kai had only seen it once in the Flowing Time Temple, and it was obtained by Murong Xiao in the end. That was something left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. He did not know if there was still any Supreme Divine Water in the star boundary. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that in the next 34 years, he would never be able to undo the demonic qi seal again, unless he could find Supreme Divine Water to ripen the demonic qi in advance. Thinking of this, his thoughts suddenly became clear, and he felt refreshed. He transplanted the 2 heavenly restoration lotuses he had obtained one after the other into the medicine garden, then clapped his hands and stood up. Although the pure white heavenly restoration lotus had been plucked by Lu Xianxia for a long time, because it was well preserved, its medicinal efficacy had not faded, and its foundation had not been damaged. Planted in the medicine garden and covered by the vitality of the immortal tree, it would definitely come back to life. The value of the twin lotus flower was extremely high. Yang Kai had no use for it now, so he naturally did not bother to refine the twin heavenly restoration pill. Chapter 2365. After dealing with this, Yang Kai released his divine sense. In the next moment, his figure flickered and appeared in front of the embodiment, Lu Yin, and the others. "Master, are you okay?" As soon as Lu Yin saw Yang Kai appear, she asked with joy. A few days ago, when she noticed that Yang Kai had entered the small sealed world, she went to check on Yang Kai's situation, but she didn't want to see the scene of Yang Kai being affected by the demonic qi, so she had been worried for the past few days. Even the embodiment and Hua Qingxi were worried. At this moment, seeing how lively Yang Kai was, how could they not know that he had solved the problem of the demonic qi? I've been resurrected. Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qingxi said seriously, "Are you sure there are no sequelae? You can't be careless." "Don't worry, Sister Hua." As Yang Kai spoke, he suddenly took out something from his space ring and handed it to Hua Qingxi. "This is for you." Hua Qingxi took it suspiciously, but then her pretty face changed as she cried out involuntarily. An Emperor artifact? What Yang Kai gave her was the 5-colored spear that Yao Changjun used before. After the decisive battle, Yang Kai snatched this Emperor artifact and Yao Changjun's space ring before entering the small sealed world. Lu Yin already had the Annihilation Thunder Bead, and Xianxia had always been loyal to Yang Kai, so this five-colored spear could naturally be given to her to use. Although an emperor artifact is powerful, the most important thing for a cultivator is their own foundation. Sister Hua, you shouldn't neglect the essentials, Yang Kai said faintly. Xianxia played with the five-colored spear. With an expression of fondness, she nodded and said, I know. Do I need you to teach me? Smiling mischievously, Kai Yang rubbed his nose. Yang Kai hadn't had time to check Yao Chongjun's space ring yet, so when he took it out, he found that there were quite a few good things inside. There were hundreds of millions of source crystals, and more than half of them were mid-grade and high-grade. Yao Chongjun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. To have so much wealth was within Kai Yang's expectations. With his cultivation, how could he be a pauper? In addition to source crystals, there were also a large number of spirit pills, herbs, and artifacts, but none of them were Emperor artifacts. After checking a little, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise, Where is Lu Xianyun? Previously, when Lu Xianyun was unconscious, Yang Kai threw her into the sealed world bead to avoid accidentally injuring her during his fight with Yao Chongjun. At this moment, he was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yin said, I put her in the attic. She has already woken up, but she seems to be confused about her situation. You didn't explain anything to her? No. Lu Yin shook his head. Forget explaining. He didn't even let Lu Xianyun see her face. I'll go take a look. As Yang Kai spoke, he disappeared from where he stood. In the attic, Lu Xianyun's expression was dignified. Her beautiful eyes were full of confusion. When she woke up earlier, she found herself in this loft. She didn't know where this place was. She looked around and found that there was no danger nearby. There was also no trace of anyone. However, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was a bit too rich. Lu Xianyun had never seen a place with world energy density comparable to this place. With such rich world energy, it was definitely a holy land for cultivation. She didn't even need to circulate her secret art. The surrounding world energy was constantly flowing into her body. If she could cultivate here for a long time, it wouldn't take long for her to break through her shackles and advance to the second-order Dao Source realm. However, she wanted to figure out where she was, so she wasn't in the mood to cultivate. What made her feel most uneasy was that Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. After a few days of searching, she even suspected that she had been abandoned. At this time, she was sadly staying in the attic, thinking about what she should do in the future. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of her, and Yang Kai strangely appeared. Brother? When Lu Xianyun saw Yang Kai, it was as if he had found her backbone and rushed to him, the anxious expression on her face relaxing a lot. Yang Kai smiled and said, Something happened, so I was delayed for a few days. Brother, it's good that you're fine. Lu Xianyun looked Yang Kai up and down for a while, and found that he was full of energy. Only then did she relax and ask, Brother, do you know where this is? Weren't we swallowed by that huge vortex before? Her memory was still stuck on the changes in the solitary void mountain range, and when she recalled the irresistible power of the vortex, her pretty face couldn't help but turn pale. We were swallowed, and then we fell into a sea. A sea? Lu Xianyun was even more confused. She had also explored the surrounding area for the past few days, but she didn't find any sea at all. On the contrary, the environment here was very pleasant, and there were many buildings. Clearly, many people had lived here before. If she could live here with her brother, it would be a good place to go. Yang Kai scratched his head, not knowing how to explain the current situation to Lu Xianyun, so he could only say, I'll take you there and you'll know. Saying so, Yang Kai brought Lu Xianyun out of the sealed world bead. As soon as the two appeared, they felt a fishy smell coming from all directions. Then, a strange sound came from all directions, and there was even the sound of a heart beating. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai understood his current situation. Previously, in order to enter the sealed world bead to seal the demonic chi, he didn't pay attention to where the sealed world bead fell, letting it fall into the depths of the sea. But after a few days, he didn't know how, but he ended up in the belly of a big fish. It seemed that this big fish had swallowed the sealed world bead and then carried them all the way to who knows where. After knowing this, Xianxia circulated his strength and shot out his golden blood threads. After a flurry, they directly opened a hole in the back of the big fish and jumped up with Lu Xianyan. Although this big fish was quite large, it wasn't a powerful monster beast. After being tossed around by Xianxia, it couldn't bear the pain. It kept rolling around in the sea, blood spreading everywhere. From the looks of it, it probably wouldn't survive. In the next moment, Xianxia and Lu Xianyan rushed out of the sea. Xianxia immediately summoned the wooden boat. He pulled Lu Xianyan up and stood on it. A faint fishy wind blew from the sea. The surrounding scenery was blue and blue, endless as far as the eye could see. Countless waterspouts covered the surroundings, and there was a suction force everywhere. It looked very dangerous. Lu Xianyan was stunned. She hadn't figured out where they were before, and now that they were suddenly on the sea, she was really at a loss. After we were swallowed by the vortex, we came here. Xianxia raised his eyes and looked around. There was no trace of land, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Where are we? Lu Xianyan asked in surprise. From what Yao Changjun and Peng Wang said, this seems to be some solitary void sealed world. Xianxia frowned. Solitary void sealed world? Lu Xianyan looked confused. It seemed that she had never heard of it. She had only been in Marsh City for a few years, so she didn't know much about the secrets of this place. Naturally, she had never heard of the solitary void sealed world. Yao Changjun and Peng Wang are also here. Lu Xianyan was startled again. She said in hindsight, "Don't worry, I don't know where they went." Xianxia said casually. He didn't tell Lu Xianyan that Yao Changjun was dead. After all, it was too bizarre. However, Peng Wang had indeed left. Then what do we do now? Since we're here, let's just take things as they come. Xianxia sighed. Let's first see if there are others living here. We'll gather some information about this place, then we'll find a way out. And I'll leave it to Big Brother. Lu Xianyan had no idea at all, so she could only pin her hopes on Xianxia. Immediately, Xianxia steered the wooden boat and flew in a certain direction. Above the sea, there was no end in sight. Xianxia couldn't tell north from south, east from west, and could only fly in one direction, hoping to find something. However, the omnipresent waterspouts on the surface of the sea were a great hindrance to him. The waterspouts were filled with extremely strong strangulation and devouring power. If one really fell into them, even a Tao Source Realm Master might not be able to escape safely. In order to get rid of the devouring power of these waterspouts, Xianxia consumed a lot of his strength. After 3 full days, the two still hadn't found anything, as if this sea had no end at all. Even someone as calm as Xianxia was slightly uneasy. If they couldn't find a place to land, would the two of them have to fly forever? If they continued like this, they would die sooner or later. Although he had the sealed world bead to avoid danger and recuperate, if they couldn't find a way out, it was equivalent to being trapped here for a lifetime. Junior sister, you control the direction. I'll recover for a while. Xianxia called out to Lu Xianyan and handed over the control of the wooden boat to her. Okay. Lu Xianyan had long wanted to share Xianxia's worries and difficulties, so when she heard him say this, she was naturally duty-bound. Be careful of those waterspouts. If you encounter one that's too big, it's better to take a detour than force your way through. They're very dangerous. Xianxia exhorted before sitting down cross-legged and throwing a few recovery spirit pills into his mouth while silently circulating his secret art. The world energy in this solitary void-sealed world was extremely rich. Although it couldn't compare to his sealed world bead, it wasn't any worse than the cultivation holy land of an ordinary sect. Xianxia thought that with the help of spirit pills, he would quickly recover. But as time passed, he felt that something was wrong. The world energy he absorbed from this world seemed to be mixed with something else. When this thing entered his body, it was like sharp needles that constantly stimulated his meridians and flesh, causing unbearable pain. The more he cultivated, the more this thing would be absorbed. After half an hour, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely ugly. "Brother, what's wrong?" Lu Xianyun's face changed drastically. Yang Kai was clearly recovering his source qi. So why did he suddenly spit out blood, as if he had suffered a serious injury? There weren't any enemies nearby. The world energy here is strange. We can't absorb it. The more we absorb, the easier it is for something to happen. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. Chapter 2366. How can this be? Lu Xianyun asked in shock. I don't know. Yang Kai was also confused and shook his head. There's something wrong with this sealed world. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never encountered world energy that he couldn't absorb. The world energy in this solitary void-sealed world was mixed with some unknown substance. The more he absorbed, the more damage it would cause to his foundation. In the long run, his meridians would definitely shatter and he would lose his cultivation. Fortunately, Yang Kai only cultivated for half an hour before stopping. Then what should we do? Lu Xianyun was completely flustered. If they couldn't absorb the world energy here, then she and Yang Kai would be exhausted sooner or later. Forget about finding a way out. It was very likely that they wouldn't even be able to leave this sea. In the end, they would only die from exhaustion. This situation was like a table full of delicacies in front of a starving person. Although they looked beautiful, they were highly toxic. If they ate, they would be poisoned to death, but if they didn't, they would starve to death. It's okay. I have a way. Yang Kai didn't panic and directly took out the sealed world bead and handed it to Lu Xianyun. Take this, I'll go in and recover. As he spoke, he had already entered the sealed world bead. Before Lu Xianyun had time to say anything, Yang Kai disappeared. She stared at the sealed world bead in her hand in a daze, then thought of the loft she had lived in before and the tranquil world around her. Lu Xianyun vaguely realized something, and her pretty face couldn't help changing in shock. A moment later, she hurriedly put away the sealed world bead and carefully hid it. Only then did she concentrate on controlling the wooden boat to avoid the water spouts and move forward. An hour later, Yang Kai reappeared. He wasn't as weak as before. At this moment, his complexion was rosy, and he had obviously recovered. Lu Xianyun didn't say anything and just nodded lightly at him before returning the sealed world bead to him. She could cultivate to the third-order origin king realm in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and become an overlord. Obviously, she was a smart person. Naturally, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. Yang Kai entrusted the sealed world bead to her for safekeeping. Undoubtedly, he trusted her very much. As for the mysteries of this sealed world bead, she was well aware of them. Days passed by. Every 2 or 3 days, Yang Kai would enter the sealed world bead to recover. After he recovered, he would control of the wooden boat. During this period, Lu Xianyun had also entered the small sealed world twice due to Tsing Yuan's lack of strength, but she was quite obedient. In and out, he never asked anything. A month passed in the blink of an eye, but Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were still floating above the sea, with no trace of land in sight. This sea seemed to be truly boundless, with no end in sight. On this day, Yang Kai returned from the small seal world. Lu Xianyun's surprised voice sounded, "Senior brother, we seem to have found something. What's wrong?" Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly asked. Lu Xianyun pointed ahead and said, "Look, the density of the water spouts has decreased a lot. The further we go, the fewer there are." Yang Kai took a closer look and found that it was indeed as she said. The water spouts that filled the sea had decreased a lot. This discovery made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Although there was still no sign of land, at least the surrounding scenery had finally changed. Before, Kai Yang had been wondering if he had gotten lost, or if he had been walking in circles in a certain place. Now, it seemed that he was not lost, nor was he going in circles. The sea was really, really big. This discovery made Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's eyes light up. It was quiet, and this room seemed to be supported by some kind of spirit array, but he didn't know what use it had. "Will we live here from now on?" Xianxia asked. The woman glanced at him and said lightly, "You're thinking too much." Xianxia's face turned black. He felt that this woman was really strange. If they didn't want to live here, why did she bring them here? Chapter 2367. "If you want to stay here, at 1,000 source crystals per day," the woman continued. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Didn't we already pay for the ticket? Although he was not short of source crystals right now, he still couldn't agree with this woman's approach. Charging for a room was really too greedy. The ticket is the ticket. The room fee is the room fee. If there's a free room, why don't you stay? What's the difference? Xianxia couldn't understand. Why were there fees and free rooms on this ship? The room in front of him didn't look very good. So why was there a fee? The woman explained, "There's a special spirit purifying array in this room that can purify the neutralizing force of the solitary void-sealed world. Although its grade is not very high, it can still be used for cultivation." It could be used for cultivation? Xianxia's heart shook as he finally understood why the cultivator on this ship could maintain his cultivation. It turned out that it was because of this spirit-purifying array. He had cultivated in this world once before, so he naturally knew what kind of damage the mysterious force that filled the world would cause to the cultivator when it entered his body. It turned out that this mysterious force was called neutralizing force. The woman's short sentence allowed Xianxia to understand a lot of things. In that case, it was understandable that this room would charge a fee. The spirit-purifying array set up in the room had purified the strange neutralizing power, so the cultivators in this room could absorb the world energy without restraint. However, Xianxia soon discovered that something was wrong, because the world energy in this room was extremely thin, far from comparable to the world energy outside. It seemed that this spirit-purifying array was not omnipotent. While purifying the neutralizing force, it also hindered the flow of world energy. Cultivating in such an environment, although one would not suffer the pain of neutralizing force, it was impossible to maintain one's cultivation. One could only slow down the speed at which one's cultivation retreated unless there were other methods to restore source chi, such as source crystals. No wonder all the cultivator on this ship had insufficient auras, even though they were Dao Source Realm cultivators. But according to Xianxia's observation, they couldn't display their full strength at all. "Do you want to stay or not?" the woman asked impatiently when she saw Xianxia daydreaming. "Yes, of course." Xianxia hurriedly nodded his head. Even though this spirit-purifying array wasn't of a high grade and the room wasn't very good, it was still better than nothing. In any case, he didn't lack source crystals. After killing Yao Chongjun, the source crystals he had harvested from his spatial ring numbered in the hundreds of millions. "I'll pay a month's rent first. When the time comes, I'll give you a refund if you overpaid or you underpaid." The woman stretched out her hand toward Xianxia. Xianxia had no objections and directly took out 40,000 source crystals and handed them to the woman. The woman quickly put the source crystals into her space ring and warned, "Don't run around if there's nothing important. We came out on a mission this time. Once we're done, we'll bring you back to Clear Sky Island." Xianxia nodded. "Got it." Only then did the woman turn and walk out. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. He turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Are you curious why I brought you to this room to collect spirit stones?" Xianxia was startled, not understanding what she meant by asking this. The woman snorted and didn't continue speaking. Instead, she stretched out her hand to Xianxia and said, "Give me another piece of spirit stone and I'll tell you why." The veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged. He felt that this woman was really a money grubber, collecting spirit stones for everything she did. He calmly took out a piece of spirit stone and tossed it to the woman. The woman casually caught it. Then, she revealed a sarcastic smile and said, "Watch carefully." Saying so, she threw the spirit stone directly out of the room. With a ding-dong, the spirit stone fell in the corridor. What made Yang Kai's face change was that the source crystal was actually dissolving at an extremely fast speed. In less than 10 breaths, the entire piece of low-rank source crystal had disappeared without a trace, turning into world energy that disappeared without a trace. The woman coldly snorted and said, "You're new here, so what if you're new here? Stop pretending to be experienced." After saying so, she walked out and closed the door behind her. Yang Kai's face turned red, knowing that his lie had been seen through by her. It should be that when he tried to give her the source crystals outside, she already knew that he wasn't a person from this world. Otherwise, how could she not even have such common sense? Brother, Lu Xianyun's pretty face also changed slightly. That's spirit stone, Yang Kai said in disappointment. Spirit stones probably can't be exposed outside the spirit purifying array. Otherwise, they will quickly disappear. The woman had asked him for the last spirit stone, obviously to test it out for him. So, they know we're new here? Yang Kai smiled. Of course they know, but it doesn't matter. Although that woman's character is a little cold, she's not a bad person. Let's rest first. We'll go back to Clear Sky Island with them and find a way to leave this place. Oh, Lu Xianyun nodded and found a place to sit cross-legged in the room. On the deck, after the woman walked out, 2 men immediately rushed out from the side and surrounded her on both sides. The man on the left had a huge scar on his forehead that stretched from his cheekbone to the corner of his mouth, giving him a terrifying appearance. The man on the right had a large waist and a fierce aura. Big Sister Ling, those two, are they staying? The man on the left asked softly, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. When he asked this question, he couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth, as if there was a delicious meal in front of him. Ling Yinqi nodded lightly, glancing at this man and asking coldly, "Why are you asking about this?" The man on the right chuckled meaningfully. "Big Sister Ling, why ask when you already know the answer? That man and woman must have just arrived in the solitary void-sealed world, so they must have accidentally fallen here. Newcomers usually have a lot of good things on them." The man on the left also nodded. "That's right, Big Sister Ling. We only have a few dozen source crystals left. If we don't get more source crystals, our cultivation will regress. You know the situation on Clear Sky Island. 2 fat sheep suddenly appeared. Haha, our brothers can't help it. Is this your idea, or everyone else's?" Not long after, the scarred man returned the ring to Ling Yinqi, saying, "Big Sister Ling, I left you 10,000 source crystals. The rest will be shared equally with everyone." Haha, everyone wants to thank Big Sister Ling for her tip. Ling Yinqi snorted, "I'll thank the heavens if they don't cause trouble for me." No, absolutely not," the scarred man replied with a straight face. Chapter 2368. Yang Kai sat in the room for a while before there was a knock on the door. Lu Xianyun glanced at him, and, after getting his signal, she opened the door. The scar man they had seen on the deck before appeared at the door with a flattering smile, nodding and bowing to Lu Xianyun. "Hello, 2 guests. I hope I didn't disturb your peace?" Lu Xianyun asked. "What's the matter?" The scar man smiled and said, "Big Sister ordered this little one to see if the 2 guests need anything. If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. We will try our best to satisfy you." Lu Xianyun was at a loss, not knowing why this guy was so attentive. As the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. This made her a little vigilant. After all, she and Yang Kai were new here and didn't know much about the specific situation here, so naturally they had to be more careful. The scar man said again, "This is some food prepared by our brothers for the 2 of you. There is nothing to serve on the ship, so I hope the 2 of you don't mind." Only then did Lu Xianyun notice that he was holding a tray in his hand. On the tray were 2 plates of side dishes and a jug of wine. She didn't know what kind of beast meat the side dishes were, but they smelled very fragrant. "Is he going to poison us?" Lu Xianyun's expression suddenly became strange. She wanted to refuse, but since the other party took the initiative to deliver it, It seemed a little inappropriate to refuse. In desperation, she could only look back at Yang Kai and ask for his opinion. Come in and talk. Yang Kai didn't seem to care. Hearing this, the scarred man suddenly showed a happy expression. He said, "Sorry to disturb you." Only then did Xianxia move away. She let the scarred man enter the room. The latter put the tray on the table and looked at Yang Kai eagerly. The flattering smile on his face never disappeared. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Is this food free or charged?" The scarred man smiled and scratched his head. "This is a little gift prepared by our brothers for the two of you. Naturally, there is no charge, but friend, you know." Xianxia snorted, displeasure written all over her face. He felt that the people on this ship were all money grubbers. They actually had the nerve to charge for these two unknown side dishes and a pot of old wine that looked very inferior. She couldn't be bothered to look at it, even if it was placed outside for her to eat. Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Is it difficult to obtain source crystals here?" The scar man's face suddenly turned bitter. "Friend, if you live here for a long time, you will know that source crystals are the most precious thing here. If not, how could he be so thick-skinned as to come to Yang Kai to get source crystals?" "You can't get source crystals here?" Xianxia asked suspiciously. The scar man said, "You can't get it. This solitary void-sealed world is filled with disruption force everywhere. Once source crystals, which are pure energy, are exposed to disruption force, they will be destroyed. That's why there's no source crystal mine in this damn place. It's also because of this that the world energy in the solitary void-sealed world is so rich." Xianxia had also seen the scene of the source crystal disappearing quickly, so she heard the scarred man's words. After hearing the scarred man's words, she naturally understood a lot. The disgust in her heart towards the cultivator on this ship also subsided a little. She now understood why they were all so greedy. The scar man sighed. The source crystals in the solitary void-sealed world are all brought in by the cultivator outside. Don't even think about finding any in this sealed world. Yang Kai nodded. It was just as he had guessed. When he saw the source crystal disappear, Yang Kai had a vague guess. Now, with the scarred man's explanation, he immediately understood that his guess was right. In this damn place, source crystals were really precious things. "What's your name?" Yang Kai asked. The scar man quickly said, "Jiao Yi. Big sister calls me Old Jiao. You two can call me whatever you want." "Brother Jiao, sit down. I have something to ask you." Yang Kai gestured as he took out a bag of source crystals from his space ring, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of him. Jiao Yi's eyes immediately lit up like a hungry ghost seeing food. He dragged the bag in front of him, opened it, and was almost blinded by the brilliance of the source crystals. He quickly put them into his space ring and said cheerfully, "Friend, feel free to ask. This old Jiao can even tell you the color of my underwear." "Bah!" Xianxia spat, her face slightly red. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "To be honest, Junior sister and I have just arrived here and know nothing about this place, so." Jiao Yi said, "We already knew this. Who in the solitary void sealed world dares to take out source crystals outside? Just by looking at your actions, friend, we can tell that you're not familiar with the rules here." He was naturally referring to Yang Kai wanting to trade with Ling Yinxin on the deck earlier. Yang Kai also understood that he must have been exposed, so there was no need to hide. In any case, the other party wanted source crystals, so he might as well use them to open a path and inquire about some information. Jiao Yi sighed and said, "As long as you live here for a year or so, you'll know how precious source crystals are. Old Jiao, let me give you a piece of advice. No matter how many source crystals you have, you must use them sparingly, otherwise you'll run out one day." Back in the day, old Jiao had a few million source crystals on him and was considered a rich man, but now he had a pained look on his face, as if he regretted squandering too much in the past. "How long has Brother Jiao been here?" This question seemed to have touched Jiao Yi's sore spot. He picked up the inferior wine, poured himself a glass, and drank it in one gulp before wiping his mouth and saying, "I haven't counted carefully, but it should be 60 to 70 years, right? 60 to 70 years?" Lu Xianyun's pretty face instantly paled. Jiao Yi glanced at her and said, "That's nothing. Some people have been trapped here for hundreds or even thousands of years. Is there no way out here?" Lu Xianyun asked. Jiao Yi frowned and said, "I'm not sure. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Old Jiao's strength is low. But even if there's a way out, it won't be so easy. Otherwise, those old monsters in Clear Sky City would have left long ago. Why would they stay here and suffer?" Yang Kai said, "Brother Jiao also came in from the Solitary Void mountain range." Solitary Void mountain range? Jiao Yi heard this and was at a loss, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly realized, "Oh, you mean the Solitary Void mountain range at the border between the Southern and Eastern Territories? I came from a place at the border between the Western and Northern Territories. There are many places that lead to this place." That seems to be the case. There are people living on Heavenspan Island from all four of the major domains. Just the dozen or so people on this ship alone means that there are at least 10 people who came from different places. Why are there so many? Lu Xianyun was surprised. Jiao, he spread his hands and said helplessly, "I don't know." Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "The entrances to this solitary void-sealed world are either moving or there are many places. Brother Jiao, what's the situation with this Clear Sky Island you mentioned before?" Jiao, he said, "Clear Sky Island is Clear Sky Island. All the cultivator in the solitary void-sealed world live on Clear Sky Island. The forces on the island are very complicated. If you go to Clear Sky Island in the future, old Jiao advises you to quickly find a powerful force to join. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to survive here, especially for newcomers. Many people specifically target newcomers. You know why, right? Source crystals?" Lu Xianyun said in a deep voice. Jiao Yi nodded. "Yes, newcomers who come here will more or less have source crystals on them. People die for wealth and birds die for food. This is an unchanging truth." Yang Kai asked, "Are there masters from the Emperor Realm guarding the island?" "Yes, more than one," Jiao Yi replied. Jiao Yi replied, "About 3 to 5. The most powerful one is the Clear Sky Island Master, a third-order Emperor Realm Master. I heard that he has been here for thousands of years. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master is trapped here?" Lu Xianyun's pretty face paled, feeling more and more hopeless. Jiao Yi grinned meaningfully. "What's so strange about that? If you can't find a way out, you naturally can't leave. However, the Island Master has been trapped here for so many years, and I heard that his cultivation has dropped drastically. He's only a second-order Emperor Realm Master now. I don't know if that's true or not." He sighed and continued, "But it's true. As long as one lives here for a long time, whose cultivation doesn't drop. This old Jiao was a second-order Dao Source Realm Master before, but after so many years, I'm only a first-order Dao Source Realm Master now." Yang Kai frowned. "You don't have source crystals, so how are you going to cultivate here?" Jiao Yi replied, "With the help of the Spirit Purifying Array. The Spirit Purifying Array in this room isn't of a high grade, so the cultivation effect isn't ideal. The higher the grade of the Spirit Purifying Array, the better. When you reach Clear Sky City, I suggest you rent a cave mansion with a high-grade Spirit Purifying Array. That way, you can slow down the decline of your cultivation to the greatest extent. Of course, in addition to the Spirit Purifying Array, you can also take spirit pills, but spirit pills are extremely expensive. There aren't many alchemists on the island, and most of them are under the command of the Island Master. The price of a spirit pill here is more than 10 times more expensive than outside. Then how do you live?" Lu Xianyun couldn't help but sympathize with Jiao Yi. It was really not easy to survive in such a harsh environment in this solitary void-sealed world. Jiao Yi smiled bitterly. "We go out to hunt sea beasts and look for some other materials. The monster cores of sea beasts can generally be sold for a good price. We came out this time to look for something called gray feather coral." "What's its use?" Lu Xianyun asked. Jiao Yi explained, "This thing is the main material used to refine the base of the Spirit Purifying Array. If you want to live on Clear Sky Island, the spirit purifying array is essential, so gray feather coral is very popular. At this point, Jiao Yi's expression changed. Are you too interested in joining us? If you are, I can talk to Big Sister. I'm sure she won't refuse. As for the split, it'll be the same as us. You get what you put in. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were both newcomers, and their strength was still at its peak. Especially Yang Kai, who was the third-order Dao source realm. If they could rope him in, they would definitely be able to return with a fruitful trip. From the scattered chatter, Yang Kai learned that they had gained a lot on this trip, even more than Ling Yinqin had expected. There were no casualties among the crew, and they had gained so many benefits effortlessly just by going out to sea. Every crew member had a smile on their face, and even Ling Yinqin, who had always been cold, showed a rare smile. After waiting for half a day, the ship turned around and slowly set sail. It seemed that they were going to return. Yang Kai finally relaxed. He was really afraid that Ling Yinqin and the others would encounter some kind of danger at sea. If that really happened, no one would take him to Clear Sky Island. Now that everything was safe and sound, Yang Kai naturally wanted to see it. The days passed peacefully. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun stayed in their room and didn't go out. Ling Yinqin seemed to be very satisfied with their cooperation and honesty, so she didn't disturb them. Instead, it was Jiao who brought them food and drinks from time to time. 7 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he released his divine sense and poured it into the sealed world bead to connect with his embodiment. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. Just now, the embodiment had sent him a message and seemed to be in a hurry, so he didn't know what had happened. "That girl, Ruo, she is about to break through," the embodiment replied immediately. "Ruo, she is about to break through?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "That's good news." "Good news, my ass," the embodiment shouted. Yang Kai also suddenly realized something, and his expression changed. Dao Source Realm? He remembered that Zhang Ruo, she should be a third-order origin king. If she broke through again, she would be a Dao Source Realm cultivator. That's right. I don't know what's going on with this girl, but her strength is increasing so quickly. How long has it been? She's about to break through to the Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai suddenly understood the seriousness of the problem and quickly flew into the sealed world bead. Somewhere in the sealed world bead, Zhang Ruo, she was sitting cross-legged. Her aura was fluctuating, and the Saint Qi in her body was flowing like a river. It was obvious that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. If it was outside, there would be no problem for her to break through like this, but this was the sealed world bead. The world principles here were not perfect. Zhang Ruo, she could cultivate here normally, but breaking through to a great realm involved a baptism of world energy. The comprehension of world principles could not be provided by the sealed world bead. In other words, it was impossible for Zhang Ruo she to break through to the Dao Source realm in the sealed world bead. If she was left alone, she would only fail. Once she failed, Zhang Ruo she's martial Dao would come to an end. She might even suffer a backlash and die. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned ugly. Although she was still angry in her heart, seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, she coldly snorted and said, "What's so urgent that you don't even know how to knock on the door? Didn't your master teach you etiquette?" Yang Kai was reprimanded, but he didn't dare to talk back and could only say, "I just want to ask Big Sister Ling, what should I do if I want to break through outside?" Break through? Ling Yinqin heard this, and her expression changed. Break through to a great realm. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. As soon as these words came out, Ling Yinqin's mind buzzed, and her face filled with shock. She thought that Yang Kai was about to break through. Yang Kai was in the third-order Dao Source realm, so if he broke through, wouldn't that mean he would become an Emperor Realm Master? Just as his thoughts were running wild, the huge phantom flashed into Zhang Ruoxi's body. In the next moment, the aura of the Tao Source realm spread out from Zhang Ruoxi's body. Her bones creaked as the power in her body surged fiercely. Yang Kai was secretly anxious. He didn't know if there was a problem with the phantom swallowing the heavenly manifestation. After all, the world energy in this world was full of infinite disruption force. When the phantom swallowed the power of the heaven-devouring great emperor, it must have also swallowed the disruption force. He carefully observed Zhang Ruoxi's reaction and secretly decided to bring her into the sealed world bead if there was anything wrong. But no matter how he looked, Zhang Ruoxi didn't show any expression of discomfort. Instead, she had a happy expression, as if she was happy about her breakthrough. She was still sitting there, forming seals with her hands. This made Yang Kai confused. He couldn't understand the situation. Chapter 2373. This young man, named Yang Kai, must have severed his cultivation at a critical moment. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to be safe and sound. Severing one's cultivation was tantamount to severing one's own path of martial Dao. Thinking of this, Ling Yinqin couldn't help but sigh. Looking at his complexion, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked so bad. This person was really unlucky. He had only been in the solitary void-sealed world for a few days before encountering such a disaster. If he had been 2 months later, he might have been able to break through to the Emperor realm in the outside world. Brother Yang, did you fail to break through? Jiao, he asked bluntly with his mouth wide open. He didn't think too much about it. He only asked because he saw that Yang Kai had returned so quickly without any signs of improvement in his cultivation. But as soon as he spoke, Ling Yinqin quietly kicked him. Jiao Yi immediately knew that he had said something wrong and quickly shut his mouth. If there was no one else here, it would be understandable for him to ask out of concern for Yang Kai. But there were others here, so his question would undoubtedly let them know that Yang Kai's current state was very bad. And I failed, Yang Kai replied calmly, without the slightest hint of annoyance. Breakthrough. The purple-robed man opposite him raised his brow when he heard this, as if he had realized something. He looked at Yang Kai and asked, "So, the commotion just now was caused by your breakthrough. Who are you?" Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Ling Yinqin hurriedly sent a message. He's the vice pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion, Yang Yaoshi. Profound Cloud Pavilion's influence on Clear Sky Island is not small, and the Pavilion Master's cultivation is in the Emperor realm. Don't speak. I'll take care of this matter. From her tone, it seemed that she was very afraid of this Profound Cloud Pavilion. Yang Kai had chatted with Jiao Yi a lot before and knew that there were many forces on Clear Sky Island. If one wanted to survive in this damn place, the cultivator had to stick together. So after a long time, various forces of various sizes would naturally emerge. Ling Yinqin and the others were actually part of this group, but they weren't famous. In the entire Clear Sky Island, there were as many as 3 to 5 in the Emperor realm. These were the strongest forces under the control of the Emperor realm, and no one dared to casually provoke them. The Profound Cloud Pavilion was one of them. Yang Kai also did not expect that above this vast sea, he would actually still be able to run into the Profound Cloud Pavilion ship. Ling Yinqin had sent him a message, undoubtedly because she was afraid that Yang Kai was a newcomer. It was out of goodwill that he had offended the other party. At the same time, a man beside Yang Yaoshi suddenly leaned over and whispered something to Yang Yaoshi. Yang Yaoshi's eyes suddenly brightened. He looked at Yang Kai with a meaningful expression and said with a smile, "Kid, you're just like that woman. Are they all new here? Why does he look so unfamiliar?" When Ling Yinqin heard this, her heart couldn't help sinking. The dozen or so crew members on this ship were all fixed, so the man beside Yang Yaoshi obviously recognized them. So when he saw Yang Kai's unfamiliar face, he realized that these two should be newcomers. A new cultivator would generally carry a certain amount of source crystals. So this was tantamount to 2 fat sheep for a cultivator in the solitary void-sealed world. Even someone like Jiao Yi had been tempted, let alone someone from Profound Cloud Pavilion. Ling Yinqin quickly said, "Brother Yang, these two are my crew members, they're not newcomers." His suppressed anger almost ignited him, and the others also had similar expressions. They had painstakingly set out to sea, risking their lives, and finally returned with a full load, but they didn't expect to be blocked by Yang Yaoshui here and be robbed of half of their harvest. Half of their harvest was not small, and it was equivalent to the result of their previous 1-2 battle. Who would be willing to hand it over? Ling Yinqin cupped her fists and said, "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, since those two are on my ship, they are my crew, so this mistress will definitely ensure their safety. How about this? Our harvest this time is not small, so I can give it all to you, but the premise is that you don't make trouble for them. Are you bargaining with me?" Yang Yaoshui narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in them as his whole body exuded an icy chill. Ling Yinqin raised her head and said, "We harvested 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral this time, as well as the corpse of an ice-fire profound armored dolphin. Vice Pavilion Master Yang can consider whether it is worth it or not." "What?" Yang Yaoshui was shocked and cried out. 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral and the corpse of an ice-fire profound armored dolphin. Even if he was the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion, he had never seen such a large amount of wealth in one go. Just the 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral alone was incredible, not to mention the corpse of a 12th Order monster beast. A 12th Order monster beast was equivalent to the Emperor realm, and its monster core was priceless. In a solitary void-sealed world, many spirit pills were refined from the monster cores of sea beasts, and this 12th Order monster beast monster core was enough to refine an Emperor-grade spirit pill. Its usefulness to Yang Yaoshui was simply immeasurable. He was immediately moved. However, Yang Yaoshui still said in a deep voice, "Ling Yinqin, you dare to tease this king?" The ice-fire profound armor dolphin was a 12th Order monster beast. How could you have killed it with your strength? Ling Yinqin said, "It's already dead, and that piece of gray feather coral was originally guarded by it. We just went there to mine and collect it." Yang Yaoshui immediately believed her, because in this solitary void sea, there were often some cultivator who encountered opportunities and fortuitous encounters that allowed them to obtain many good things without any effort. He laughed. "You're quite lucky. Not bad, not bad. With so many things, it's enough to buy your lives." Ling Yinqin quickly said, "So, Vice Pavilion Master Yang agrees?" Yang Yaoshui nodded. "Naturally, why wouldn't I agree to such a good thing? This king won't take them away, but in addition to the conditions you just stated, these two must also hand over their space rings." He wanted to take Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan away, mainly for the source crystals in their space rings. As long as he could get the space rings, why would he care whether Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan lived or died? Ling Yinqin frowned. This mistress is unable to decide for them. Saying so, she turned to look at Yang Kai with a helpless expression. This was the limit of what she could do, so the rest was up to Yang Kai to see if he was tactful or not. Yang Kai snorted. "Shameless to such an extent, you could be considered unconventional." Previously, when Ling Yinqin and Yang Yaoshui were negotiating, Jiao Yi and the others did not interrupt, even though they were angry. Even when Ling Yinqin said that she was willing to hand over all their gains in exchange for his and Lu Xianyan's safety, none of the crew objected. This made Yang Kai understand how high Ling Yinqin's prestige was among this group of people, because he and Lu Xianyan had nothing to do with them. They had only paid for the tickets and rooms to be with them temporarily. With such a relationship, who would be willing to pay such a high price to protect them? Ling Yinqin did so, because Xianxia was on her ship, so he was one of the people on her ship. She had to protect the people on her ship. This was a woman of great principle. Her subordinates also trusted her, so no matter what decision she made, they would only obey. He naturally saw the meaning in Ling Yinqin's eyes, and although she did not say it clearly, she was undoubtedly trying to persuade him to pay up to avoid disaster. Ling Yinqin thought that Xianxia had failed to break through and cut off his cultivation, so his momentum was weak, but how could she have known that he did not put these people in his eyes at all? So, when she heard him speak so arrogantly, Ling Yinqin's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, "Xianxia, bear with it for a while, and you'll find peace, but take a step back, and you'll see the world." Xianxia snorted, "Big Sister Ling, the path of a cultivator is to forge ahead and face it head-on. Blindly retreating and enduring is not a good habit. Some people, if you take a step back, they will shit and piss on your head." Chapter 2374. Ling Yinqin was dumbfounded because many years ago, there was a man who told her the same thing. Even after so many years, that man's smile and demeanor were still engraved in her heart. At this moment, that figure gradually overlapped with the one in front of her named Xianxia, causing her to fall into a daze. "Well said, but it's meaningless." Yang Yaoshi sneered. "This king wants to see how you're going to advance in front of me and face me head-on. You were the one who hit my junior sister?" Xianxia looked at him coldly. "That's right." Yang Yaoshi looked at Xianxia contemptuously. Daring to be presumptuous in front of this king. A slap is already a light punishment if he was still threatening, but halfway through his sentence, Xianxia suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, his vision blurred as Xianxia suddenly appeared half a meter in front of him, raised his hand, and sent a slap flying towards him. Yang Yaoshi shuddered and instinctively leaned to the side, trying to avoid this blow. But Xianxia's speed was simply beyond his imagination, and by the time he moved, the slap had already landed on his face. Asterisk pa. Asterisk Yang Yaoshi was sent flying, his body tumbling in midair as he spat out a few teeth and a mouthful of blood before landing heavily on the ground. Silence. The entire deck was dead silent. Jiao Yi and the others were all dumbfounded as they watched this unbelievable scene, the soles of their feet almost cramping. Ling Yinqin was also shocked, her heart palpitating. Although she hadn't had much contact with Xianxia, from her impression, Xianxia wasn't a hot-tempered person. On the contrary, he was quite polite. But what she didn't expect was that Xianxia would directly attack Yang Yaoshi, and this move was a slap to his face. What should she do now? She had hoped that she could spend money to avoid this disaster, but now it seemed that this was just wishful thinking on her part. That's not right. Xianxia failed to break through and severed his own cultivation. His aura should be very weak, and his strength should have dropped significantly. Yang Yaoshi was a cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Even if he was ambushed, how could he not dodge his attack? But when Xianxia attacked just now, there was no sign of his aura weakening or his strength dropping. The source energy fluctuations from that palm were clearly the power of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. What was wrong with him? Ling Yinqin was a little confused. The group of people from Profound Cloud Pavilion was also stunned. In this solitary void sea, and even on Clear Sky Island, they had always been the ones to show off and act arrogantly. Who would have thought that one day they would be slapped in the face? Furthermore, the person who was beaten up was actually their own vice pavilion master. These people's minds buzzed for a moment, and they almost went silly. You actually dare to hit me?" Yang Yaoshi crawled up from the ground, his entire face completely distorted. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he glared fiercely at Xianxia and shouted, "Do you know who this king is? How dare you hit me?" Xianxia snorted, "You dare to be presumptuous in front of this young master? A slap is already a light punishment. If you dare to keep talking, I'll take your dog life." Yang Yaoshi was stunned. Then, he laughed in anger. He shouted hysterically, "Kill them! Kill them! I want all the men on this ship to die. I want all the women on this ship to suffer a fate worse than death." He was really provoked by Yang Kai and went completely berserk, his face full of resentment. Ling Yinxin's face changed drastically when she heard this and hurriedly shouted, "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, please show mercy." There were only a dozen or so crew members on her ship, and only half of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. She didn't know how to comfort Yang Kai and sighed in her heart. She felt that the heavens were really unfair to allow Yang Kai to find an opportunity to break through in this damned place. The speed of the ship wasn't slow. Occasionally, they would encounter attacks from sea beasts, but the cultivator on board was able to deal with them properly. It could be seen that Ling Yinxin's subordinates, no matter how high their cultivation was, were all extremely experienced cultivators and had great experience in dealing with sea beasts. The entire journey was more daunting than dangerous. About 20 days later, Yang Kai suddenly heard a commotion on the deck. He listened carefully and learned from the joyous conversations of the crew that they were about to reach Clear Sky Island. Because the cultivator on Clear Sky Island had to search for cultivation resources at sea, every trip out to sea was accompanied by great risks. Often, 10 to 20 people would go out, but less than half would return. But this time, Ling Yinxin's ship was very different. No matter how many people went out, they would all return. Not only that, but they also had a great harvest, so the crew was naturally overjoyed. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the ship slowed down and soon came to a complete stop. Hearing a burst of noise, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that the ship had arrived at the edge of a huge island and was docked at a place similar to a pier. Before Ling Yinxin and the others arrived, there were already several ships waiting to dock, and from time to time, a cultivator would fly out of those ships and land on the ground. As soon as these cultivators landed, many people would gather around them, as if every cultivator that returned from the sea was in high demand. Yang Kai saw a cultivator that returned from the sea exchange a few words with another person before quickly leaving with that person. "Brother Yang, we've arrived at Clear Sky Island." Ling Yinxin's voice came from outside the door. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan looked at each other and quickly stood up. When they arrived on the deck, Jiao Yi and the others were already waiting impatiently. When they saw Yang Kai, they all nodded at him in awe. These people are selling their harvest from the sea? Yang Kai walked to Jiao Yi's side and pointed at the cultivator that was talking. Jiao Yi nodded and said yes. Basically, there will be some harvest from a trip to the sea. There are people waiting at the docks, and when they see those that return from the sea, they will take the initiative to buy it. If the price is agreed upon, it's very cost-effective to sell it, saving us the trouble of going to the city to find a buyer. Many shops in the city have people waiting here, and every time someone returns, they will surround them like madmen. The competition is fierce. After listening to Jiao Yi's explanation, Yang Kai knew that his guess was right. He had thought so when he saw this scene before. "Let's go." Jiao Yi called out, and the crew used their movement skills to fly to the shore. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan followed closely behind, but Ling Yinxin stayed behind. She formed a seal with her hands and prepared to put away the ship. As soon as the crew came ashore, many merchants immediately came up to them and surrounded them, offering good prices to buy their harvest from this trip. Jiao Yi and the others were undoubtedly very familiar with this, so they all pretended to be profound and put on airs as they whispered to the merchants. It didn't take long for someone to agree on a price and go to the side to prepare for the transaction. Jiao Yi and the others had gained a lot from this trip to the sea, not to mention the more than 100,000 gray feather corals and the corpse of a 12th order monster beast. The spoils that Xianxia collected after killing the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion were many times more than what they usually got. The harvest was too big to be sold all at once, so the dozen or so crew members split up and prepared to convert a part of the harvest into useful cultivation materials for themselves, such as source crystals and spirit pills. They would find an opportunity to sell the rest later. Otherwise, if they took out so many good things at once, they would definitely be inviting trouble. Source crystals were hard currency, whether it was in the outside world or in the solitary void sealed world. There was another kind of thing popular here, and that was spirit pills. Any spirit pill that was slightly useful could be converted into source crystals and used as a bargaining chip. While Xianxia was looking around curiously, a middle-aged beauty suddenly appeared in front of him. This middle-aged beauty wore a long green dress, and her figure was enchanting and voluptuous. Her breasts were bulging, and her clothes were almost torn apart. She was extremely eye-catching, and her cultivation was not low, at least in the second-order Dao Source realm. However, although she looked enchanting, her demeanor was extremely dignified and beautiful. It was unknown whether she had been too slow just now or disdained to compete with others, but she hadn't been able to connect with the crew members who had just returned from the sea. Seeing Xianxia and Xianxia standing there with no one paying any attention, she took the initiative to approach them. Pursing her lips, she cupped her fists and said, "Little brother, this way, please." "Madam, do you need something?" Xianxia looked her up and down. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "This mistress is Deacon Xianxia of Ice Heart Pavilion." Ice Heart Pavilion? Xianxia raised his brow and couldn't help but take a closer look at this beautiful woman named Xianxia. Xianxia asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Little brother doesn't know about Ice Heart Pavilion?" She found it very strange. Although Ice Heart Pavilion wasn't big on Clear Sky Island, it was definitely famous. As long as one lived on Clear Sky Island, it was impossible not to know about Ice Heart Pavilion. However, Xianxia's reaction just now seemed to be very surprised, as if this was the first time he had heard of Ice Heart Pavilion. Xianxia said calmly, "Of course I have heard of Ice Heart Pavilion, but I didn't expect that Ice Heart Pavilion would buy things here." Of course, this was nonsense. It was indeed the first time he had heard of Ice Heart Pavilion, but Xianxia also knew that his performance just now had aroused the beautiful woman's suspicion, so his words would undoubtedly dispel her doubts. Sure enough, the beautiful woman smiled bitterly and said, "Business is not easy, and there is competition everywhere. This mistress was forced to do this." She changed the topic and went straight to the point. "I wonder if little brother has any harvest from this trip to see? If so, can you take it out and let me have a look? This mistress will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Their goods are with me. If there's anything you need to discuss, come find me." Ling Yinxin walked over step by step from a distance and finally helped Xianxia out of his predicament. He didn't have any goods on hand. If he had known that the situation at the docks was like this, he would have definitely left something in his space ring after killing those people from Profound Cloud Pavilion. Xianxia heard this and looked at Xianxia in confusion, not knowing why he put the goods in Ling Yinxin's hands. After all, the dozen or so people who came off the ship just now all brought something with them. Xianxia spread his hands and smiled. "I tend to get carried away when I see a beautiful woman. Big Sister was afraid that I would suffer a loss, so she gave me full authority. Now it seems that it was a wise decision." Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed. "Little brother is really interesting." Chapter 2377. Xianxia of Ice Heart Pavilion soon got together with Ling Yinxin and secretly communicated with each other through divine sense. After a while, Ling Yinxin looked up at Xianxia and said, "Junior Sister Fan's price is very reasonable, so I'm going to sell it. What do you think?" She was obviously just putting on a show for Xianxia to see. Moreover, her cultivation was a minor realm higher than Xianxia's, so it didn't matter if she called her junior sister. Xianxia immediately looked at Xianxia expectantly. She had been here for most of the day, but hadn't gained anything. Now, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. As long as Xianxia nodded, she would receive a lot of things, so she was naturally looking forward to it. Xianxia smiled and said, "Then let's sell it." Fan Xian immediately smiled. "Many thanks to senior sister and little brother. Don't worry, our Ice Heart Pavilion has always been fair and honest when it comes to business. We definitely won't lower the price." Ling Yinqin said lightly, "I've heard of Ice Heart Pavilion's name a long time ago, otherwise I wouldn't have sold it to you." As they spoke, the two quickly exchanged the goods. Xianxia quietly took a look and found that in addition to some source crystals, Fan Xian also gave Ling Yinqin some spirit pills. After receiving the goods, Fan Xian was very happy and her attitude became more enthusiastic. "Little brother, if you have anything else to sell in the future, don't forget this mistress. The price is negotiable." Xianxia nodded, "No problem. Let's go." Ling Yinqin called out and led Xianxia and Lu Xianyan forward. After walking out of the noisy dock, the three of them stopped. They stood in place and waited for the others to arrive. About an incense stick worth of time later, the dozen or so crew members had all returned, and all of them were beaming with joy. Obviously, their harvest was not small. What they had just sold was only a small part of the harvest from this trip. There was still a lot more that they hadn't taken out yet. The 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral were too large and would have to be sold in batches, so it was obviously not suitable for them to be traded at the dock. Ling Yinqin planned to wait until they returned to Clear Sky City before making a decision. Just the harvest from this trip alone was enough for them to not have to worry about food and water for the next 3 years, and they could even move to a better place to live. After walking for a short while, a huge city appeared in front of them. The city gate was also huge, like the open mouth of a beast waiting to devour its prey. The top of the city gate was engraved with 3 large words: "Heaven Connect City." At the city gate, with the cultivators' protection, passers-by had to pay a low-grade origin crystal or something of equivalent value before they could enter. Seeing this, Kai Yang frowned. Source crystals were extremely precious in this solitary void-sealed world. He thought that as long as he had an identity token, he would be able to enter and exit this place at will, but he didn't expect that he still had to pay source crystals. This low-rank source crystal was nothing to him. However, for those poor cultivator who had lived here for a long time, it was tantamount to a considerable fortune. There weren't many people in front of the city gate. Other than the cultivator who had just returned from the dock and was lining up to enter the city, no one had left the city. It was obvious that the cultivator in Clear Sky City was unwilling to spend a single source crystal to enter and exit the city at will. They would only do so when they needed to go out to sea or when they had to leave the city. Ling Yinqin's group of a dozen or so people easily entered the city after paying a dozen or so source crystals and verifying everyone's identity tokens. They were dressed in black robes, and their faces were full of ridicule as they watched the fight in front of them. However, they had no intention of stopping it. They're from Clear Sky City's law enforcement team. "Jiao," he explained softly to Xianxia. "They don't care." Xianxia asked in surprise. Since they were from the law enforcement team, they naturally had to maintain the peace of the city. So why were they doing nothing when a fight was happening right in front of them? Jiao, he sneered. "You'll know when you see." Asterisk, pung, pung, asterisk. 2 more robbers were sent flying by the owner of the ring, but this person seemed to be a little exhausted. Although his situation was better than those who were waiting for death or begging, his cultivation had dropped drastically after coming to Clear Sky Island. He couldn't exert the strength of a Dao Source Realm cultivator at all. At this moment, he was covered in wounds and exhausted. When he raised his head, he happened to see the 2 law enforcers in black robes. He hurriedly shouted, "Your Excellencies, help me. These people are lawless. They actually robbed in broad daylight. Please uphold justice." The 2 law enforcers didn't move after hearing this and just watched coldly. The owner of the ring shouted again, "Master, please help. This one is willing to give you half of the things in the space ring as a reward." One of the law enforcers heard this and sneered, "Only half." The owner of the ring gritted his teeth and said with a bitter face, "I'll give it all to you, master." He knew that if he didn't get help soon, he would really be killed by these lawless people. Compared to his own life, what else was worth? The two law enforcers walked forward lazily, and the one who spoke earlier snorted, "Since you're so sensible, we'll help you." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them attacked together. They were extremely ruthless, and as their energy surged, they directly blasted the robbers away. There were countless casualties in the air, and the air was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. As soon as the two of them attacked, the surrounding cultivator instantly fell silent. The robbers who were lucky enough to survive immediately scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to stay any longer. Only the cultivator who had been robbed was left on the ground, lying there with blood all over his body. He looked extremely miserable. The law enforcers walked over, stretched out their hands, and sucked the space ring into their palms. After checking it with their divine sense, they frowned and said in disdain, "Poor bastard, that's all you have." After saying that, they even spat at the cultivator in disdain and swaggered away. "This person can only wait for death in the future," Xianxia sighed. The cultivator who had been robbed probably didn't have much to begin with, and now that he had lost his space ring, unless he could find a fleet to follow them out to sea as soon as possible, he would definitely end up like the robbers, sitting here and waiting for death. "It's so chaotic here." Xianxia's face darkened. Ling Yinxin said, "When you're at the end of your rope, you can do anything." These people were also forced into a corner. Xianxia was silent, knowing that Ling Yinxin had a point. Those robbers were already waiting for death, so what else in this world could they be afraid of? However, what made Xianxia feel a little incredulous was that the law enforcers of Clear Sky City were also so dirty. To put it nicely, what happened just now was hitting someone while they were down, forcing them to repay their kindness, but to put it bluntly, it was robbery. From the looks of it, Clear Sky City was a place without law, and it was hard for Ling Yinxin and the others to live here for so long. This is the outer city district, so it's relatively chaotic. The inner city district is safer, so this kind of thing won't happen, Ling Yinxin explained. "Then, are you living in the outer city or the inner city?" Xianxia asked. Xianxia replied, "The outer city, but we can move to the inner city in a few days." Their harvest this time was not small, enough to rent a good cave house in the inner city. Although the inner city's expenses were generally more expensive, it was safer, so some of the costs were still worth it. Ling Yinxin said, "Brother Yang, you've just arrived, so it's best to rent a cave house to live in first and slowly familiarize yourself with this place." "I was planning to do the same." Xianxia nodded. He didn't know how long he would have to stay on Clear Sky Island, so he had to find a place to stay. Chapter 2378. This should be the place to rent a secluded home, right? Xianxia stood in front of a large hall at the junction of the outer city and inner city, looking up before calling out to Lu Xianyan and walking in. The reason he was able to find this place so quickly was naturally thanks to Ling Yinxin and the others' guidance. Originally, Xianxia wanted to accompany him personally, but Xianxia politely declined. Xianxia and the others had been out at sea for so long, so they definitely had their own matters to attend to. Moreover, it was just renting a secluded home, so it wasn't anything troublesome. Xianxia believed that he could handle it himself. Before parting, Xianxia gave Xianxia a communication bead and told him to call if he needed help. There were not many cultivators coming and going in this hall, but there were also quite a few of them. When Xianxia arrived, there were already a few people waiting in front of him. They all seemed to be here to rent secluded homes. He stood to the side and watched silently for a while, quickly understanding the procedures. Half an hour later, when it was his turn, he walked up directly, threw a bag of source crystals on the table, and said to the cultivator in charge, "I want to rent a medium-sized secluded home for a year. Outer city or inner city?" The cultivator glanced up at Xianxia and asked lightly. Xianxia coldly snorted, "If it was an outer city secluded home, would I give you so many source crystals? Do you think I'm an idiot?" The person in charge was not angry and just grinned. He picked up the bag of source crystals and weighed it in his hand before putting it away. He pointed to the sand table beside him and said, "Choose for yourself." This sand table looked like a model of the entire Clear Sky City, except that it was countless times smaller. But every building was lifelike. There were two large areas of territory that were secluded homes. One of them was in the outer city and was relatively cheap, while the other was in the inner city and was relatively more expensive to rent. Most of the secluded homes had small flags outside, indicating that the secluded home had been rented out. Only a few secluded homes were still empty. Xianxia was just looking for a place to stay, so he did not have many requirements for the quality of the spirit-purifying array or the amount of world energy in the secluded home. So he just glanced at the sand table and pointed to a secluded home, this one. The person in charge glanced over and tossed a token towards Xianxia, not even bothering to raise his head as he said, "This is a restriction token. Keep it for yourself. You are not allowed to sublet it or replace the spirit-purifying array at will. If you're found to have done so, you will be killed without mercy." Xianxia caught the token. After a brief inspection, he put it away and left with Lu Xianyun. Another half an hour later, Xianxia and Lu Xianyun arrived in front of the secluded home. The secluded home in the inner city was located in a mountain range on the island. Many secluded homes of various sizes were built on this mountain range, and the overall environment was quite good. The world energy of the solitary void-sealed world. The world energy here was extremely rich. However, this world energy was mixed with infinite disruption force, so a cultivator could not absorb it at will. They could only absorb it after arranging a spirit-purifying array. Depending on the quality of the spirit-purifying array, the efficiency of a cultivator's cultivation varied greatly. But generally speaking, even with the highest grade spirit-purifying array, a cultivator could only barely keep their cultivation from weakening while cultivating in this damn place. They could not improve at all. The medium-sized secluded home Xianxia rented was naturally equipped with an intermediate-grade spirit-purifying array. But then he remembered that some masters had strange temperaments and always acted unexpectedly, so he wasn't surprised. He walked straight to the end of the alley and came to a large door. The door was open, and Xianxia glanced inside and found a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was empty and spotless. There was a guy dressed like a boy sweeping the floor outside with a broom. Xianxia stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Little brother, please." The boy seemed to be deaf and didn't pay any attention to Xianxia at all. He only cared about sweeping the floor, as if there was a stunning beauty lying there. Xianxia coughed dryly and asked, "Excuse me, is this the place where Grandmaster sang to cultivates?" Only then did the boy raise his head and say impatiently, "Since you've already found this place, what's the point of asking?" Hearing this, Xianxia immediately knew that he had found the right place and hurriedly said, "Is Grandmaster free right now? I have something I need Grandmaster's help to repair. I don't know." "Who are you? Don't you know the rules?" "Rules? What rules?" Xianxia looked confused. The boy looked Xianxia up and down and sneered. "We didn't even inquire about the rules before coming here. You're really interesting. You want to see Grandmaster like this? Maybe in your next life." Xianxia humbly asked for guidance. "Please give me a few pointers, little brother." The boy raised his head and looked at the sky, holding the broom in his hand as he stood there, twirling it between his fingers. This boy wanted something good. As soon as Xianxia saw this boy's posture, he knew that he had done this kind of thing many times before. No wonder people said that the king of hell was easy to meet, but the little demons were difficult to deal with. This boy was an out-and-out little demon. Xianxia suppressed the displeasure in his heart, took out a cloth bag from his space ring, and handed it to the other party, asking, "Can you speak now?" The boy weighed the cloth bag in his hand before smiling with satisfaction and pointing condescendingly at Xianxia. "Grandmaster's time is precious. How could he have so much free time to bother with you people? However, Grandmaster is a kind and benevolent man. Seeing that you're trapped on Clear Sky Island and that life is not easy, he deliberately squeezed out some time to help you refine artifacts. Xianxia curled his lips fiercely when he heard this. This boy spoke as if he wasn't trapped on Clear Sky Island. How shameless. You'll remember. The boy's face was solemn as he quickly said, "Every month, Grandmaster will only open his door 3 times, and he will have 3 chances to help you refine artifacts. If you want to ask Grandmaster for help, it will depend on your own luck. Of course, in addition to these 3 times, Grandmaster will occasionally make an exception and open his door when he is in a good mood. Every time he opens his door, he will only refine artifacts for the first 10 people. If you are late, you won't get a chance. 3 chances and 10 people each time?" Xianxia frowned, thinking that this Grandmaster Sangdo was quite arrogant, setting so many strange rules. However, Xianxia understood why there was no one here today. Obviously, it was not time to open the door yet, or perhaps it had already been opened. "You're worth teaching, that's how it is." The boy smiled and nodded. "How old are you, little boy? How dare you talk to Master like this?" Xianxia's face darkened as he reached out and knocked the boy. The boy's head shrank back, but he did not dodge. His cultivation was not high, only at the origin returning realm. So how could he avoid Xianxia's blow? You dare hit me?" The boy took a few steps back, covering his head with his hands as he screamed. His eyes were red, and he looked very angry. "Hitting you is already going easy on you. If you dare to be so disrespectful again, I'll really beat you up." He was sent flying like lightning, directly crashing into the corner of the wall. Wa. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. Yu Lu Ping's arrogant aura suddenly withered, and his face turned pale. "My hand!" In the next moment, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Looking over, the arm he had used to hit Xianxia had been broken inch by inch, and blood was dripping from it. White bones protruded from his flesh and blood, making for a shocking sight. The boy was instantly stunned, and the other 9 people were also shocked. They all looked at Xianxia with eyes full of horror. Before Xianxia made a move, he looked harmless, and even wanted the boy to uphold justice for him. But now that he had made a move, he was actually so cruel and ruthless. With just a single punch, he had crippled the 3rd-order Dao Source Realm's Yu Lu Ping's arm. This guy, could he be a master from the Emperor Realm who had hidden his cultivation and was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? This thought appeared in everyone's mind, and the boy was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 2380. You actually dared to cripple my arm. Even now, Yu Lu Ping still couldn't accept the fact that his arm was crippled. He glared at Xianxia with resentment and shouted with all his might. His face was almost completely distorted by the pain. "Get lost!" Xianxia shouted sternly. A mere 3rd-order Dao Source Realm cultivator dared to be so arrogant in front of him. It was simply ridiculous. He had been in a bad mood these past few days because he had landed in Clear Sky Island. Now that someone had hit the muzzle of his gun, he naturally took the opportunity to vent. Yu Lu Ping seemed to finally realize that Xianxia wasn't a pushover. He glared at him viciously, covered his injured arm, and ran away dejectedly. In front of the master's door, there was still silence. The other 10 people were emitting cold air, and their faces were pale. "Hasn't the master already opened the door? How long do we have to wait?" Xianxia saw the boy standing there like a fool and immediately urged him. Come with me. Come with me." The boy shrank his neck. He didn't dare to be negligent and quickly led the way. Judging from Xianxia's hot temper and ruthlessness just now, the boy estimated that if he wasn't Master Sangda's disciple, this guy would probably have attacked him. After all, when this person was being squeezed out of his seat, he didn't say a word for him. Not long after, a group of people entered the inner hall under the guidance of the boy. The boy pointed to a side door and said, "Go in one by one. The master is inside." You all know the rules, so make yourself at home." After he finished speaking, he quickly ran away, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. After he left, the first cultivator in line looked at Yang Kai cautiously. He found that Yang Kai had already found a seat and sat down. Only then did he know that the other party had no intention of snatching his first seat. He couldn't help but feel relieved and quickly walked through the side door to find the master. The other 8 people who came to find Master Xianxia also found a place to sit down, but they were more or less afraid of Yang Kai, so they were relatively far away from his seat. It seemed that Yang Kai dominated the area while the others crowded together. Yang Kai didn't care at all. He closed his eyes and rested. That Lu Ping's background is somewhat unusual. "Brother, you have to be careful." A gentle voice suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ears. It sounded like a reminder. Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced around. Then, he fixed his gaze on the young woman who was dressed elegantly. Among the 10 people who came here to seek artifact refining from the Grandmaster, only 2 were from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Other than Yang Kai and this young woman, the others were all First or Second Order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although this young woman was dressed ordinarily, it was difficult to conceal her heavenly fragrance. Previously, Yang Kai had also glanced at her, but he did not pay much attention to her. He did not expect her to send him a sound transmission at this moment. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the young woman just nodded slightly and then shifted her gaze away. In this inner hall, Yang Kai and her cultivation were the highest. His divine will was also the strongest. So, she didn't have to worry about being discovered by others. However, she was acting so sneakily because she didn't want to cause trouble for him. "Many thanks for this junior sister's reminder. I will remember it," Yang Kai replied. Seeing that his expression seemed to be a little disapproving, the young woman said again, "Brother, you must not be careless. That Lu Ping is from the City Lord's mansion. Relying on the protection of the City Lord's master, he has always been domineering and arrogant in Clear Sky City. He never puts others in his eyes. You made him suffer such a big loss this time. He will definitely not let it go." Yang Kai, on the other hand, suddenly stood up. He had been ambushed in a hurry just now and hadn't used his full spiritual energy. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but he was afraid of hurting Xianxia. If Xianxia's soul was seriously damaged, then there would be no one to repair the spirit-purifying array for him. However, Xianxia had attacked him without saying a word, which made Yang Kai extremely angry. He secretly decided that if this old man didn't give him a satisfactory explanation, he would put a knife to his neck and force him to repair the spirit-purifying array. Even if those 2 master exhausted their cultivation, they wouldn't be able to fly to the exit by themselves. Once their strength is exhausted, they won't be able to replenish it in this solitary void-sealed world. No matter how powerful they are, only death awaits them. The solitary void-sealed world was filled with infinite disruption force, making it impossible for any cultivator to absorb world energy to their heart's content. If the sea was calm, it would be fine. At worst, they could just stop and find a place to arrange a spirit-purifying array and use source crystals and pills to slowly recover. Once they had fully recovered, they could move on. However, Yang Kai had traveled all the way from the solitary void sea and knew that there were countless waterspouts in the depths of the sea. The suction force of these waterspouts was extremely strong, making it impossible to find a place to recover in peace. Moreover, the deeper one went, the more waterspouts there would be, and the more terrifying the suction force would be. A third-order Emperor Realm Master might seem powerful, but if they really flew there, they might not be able to resist once they ran out of strength. Hearing this, Yang Kai was already 70 to 80% convinced. Xianxia's words made sense, so he had no choice but to believe them. Then where's the exit? Can I see it? Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and asked casually. What a third-order Emperor Realm Master couldn't do didn't necessarily mean that he couldn't. He had the Sealed World Bead, so if he ran out of strength, he could hide inside the Sealed World Bead and continue moving forward after he recovered. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the water spouts were too powerful. If they were too powerful, he wouldn't be able to get out. However, it was definitely the right choice to show him the location of the exit first. I can't show you this. Xianxia refused. Xianxia quickly said, Grandmaster, that's not very kind of you, is it? You want to cooperate with me, so we have to share information. If you don't show me anything, how can I believe you? Xianxia smiled slightly. If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't, then it's not true. He looked like he was going to eat Xianxia, making Xianxia gnash his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. After thinking for a while, Xianxia asked, I don't understand. What does getting out have to do with Grandmaster looking for me to cooperate? Xianxia said, if you want to get out, not only do you need the location of the exit, you also need the tools, right? Don't tell me you want to fly all the way out. Xianxia frowned slightly. You don't even have the tools to get out? Xianxia said, I do, but I need to go get it. It's not with this old master. Moreover, to get that thing, several people need to work together, which is why this old master came to you. Xianxia said thoughtfully, getting that thing, does it have to do with the strength of one's spiritual energy? Xianxia smiled and nodded. That's right. You were able to receive 70% of this old master's spiritual energy in such a hurry, which is commendable. It shows that even if your spiritual energy cultivation is not as good as this old master's, it's not far off. Otherwise, do you think this old master would tell you this? He had a proud look on his face, as if he felt that it was an honor for Xianxia to receive 70% of his spiritual energy. What he didn't know was that Xianxia had only used 20% of his spiritual energy just now. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of hurting this old man, Xianxia would have definitely shown him what true spiritual energy was, lest he become a frog at the bottom of a well and become arrogant. Xianxia was puzzled. Since that thing is a tool to get out, how could it not be with you? Xianxia snorted, that was refined by my master. With this old master's ability, he can't refine that thing for the time being. Xianxia was shocked. Xianxia was said to have peeked into the mysteries of Emperor artifact refinement, but even he couldn't refine it. Didn't this mean that his master was a genuine Emperor artifact refinement master? There was actually an Emperor artifact refinement master in this solitary void sealed world, and it seemed that no one knew about it. Xianxia was extremely shocked. Xianxia seemed to see Xianxia's doubts and said, my master doesn't live in Clear Sky City and has never shown his artifact refinement skills in front of outsiders, so no one knows about it. Since it belongs to your master, won't he have any objections to you taking it? Xianxia asked with a sneer. This Xianxia was really not a good person, even coveting his master's things. Xianxia didn't know which blind master had accepted such a traitorous disciple. If it had been him, he would have cleaned up the sect long ago instead of allowing Xianxia to live until now. Chapter 2382. Xianxia grinned meaningfully. Master died 5 years ago. What objections could he have? At this point, his face suddenly twisted. Even if that old thing died, he wouldn't hand over that tool to me, so I can only go and get it myself. Xianxia was stunned. Judging from Xianxia's expression, it seemed that he didn't get along well with his master. Who knew what kind of disputes and grievances had happened between the two? This old master has been preparing for this for 5 years and has been looking for a candidate like you. Today, I have finally found you. As long as little brother nods and trusts this old master promises to take you out of this solitary void sealed world. Xianxia looked at Xianxia excitedly. I don't have the right to choose, do I? Xianxia grinned meaningfully. Xianxia said indifferently, although this old master doesn't leave his home, he has been refining artifacts on Clear Sky Island for 900 years. He has made many friends and made many people owe him favors. Little brother, you should consider carefully. Although these words sounded vague, Yang Kai wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the threat in the other party's words? He said that he had made many friends and made many people owe him favors. In other words, he could make many people work for him. Once Yang Kai refused, it would be difficult for him to move around Clear Sky City in the future. Many people would definitely make things difficult for him and even want his life. Help me repair the spirit purifying array first. I need to think about it for a while. Yang Kai pointed to the artifact refining furnace. Of course, Xianxia smiled slightly and didn't say anything this time. Instead, his expression turned serious and he made a series of hand seals. He ignited the furnace fire. He began to repair the spirit purifying array. Yang Kai sat there cross-legged, his brow furrowed. He seemed to be considering the feasibility of Xianxia's proposal. But in fact, he had been paying close attention to the old man's artifact refining to prevent him from doing anything to the spirit purifying array. Xianxia was worthy of being an artifact refining grandmaster. He threw various materials into the artifact refining furnace while constantly changing hand seals. As he engraved a spirit array into the furnace, the huge furnace hummed from time to time. Yang Kai himself was an alchemist. Although he had never come into contact with a way of artifact refining, there were many similarities between the two, such as the input of materials, the control of fire, the carving of spirit arrays, and so on. Therefore, although he did not understand much, he knew that Xianxia was not being perfunctory. Instead, he was really helping him repair the spirit purifying array. After a full hour, Xianxia suddenly withdrew his hand seals, and the flames of the artifact refining furnace gradually began to weaken. After a certain degree, Xianxia abruptly sent a few spirit seals towards the artifact refining furnace before suddenly stopping. He reached out and lifted it. The lid of the crafting furnace flew out. Array flags and array bases shot out from the artifact refining furnace and were caught in his hand. Yang Kai looked around and found that this spirit-purifying array had indeed been restored to its original state. Moreover, it seemed to be more spiritually active than when Ling Yinxin first lent it to him. In other words, this spirit-purifying array was definitely better than the previous one. Xianxia smiled slightly and said, "The spirit-purifying array that little brother brought to me should be something that this old master refined 50 years ago. In the past 50 years, this old master has comprehended a lot more. Since I have made some progress in the way of artifact refining, I decided to slightly modify this spirit-purifying array." This matter had to be planned slowly. He always felt that Xianxia was a little unreliable and might be planning some shady business. As the saying goes, one cannot put all their eggs in one basket. Yang Kai thought that if he were to leave the solitary void-sealed world in the future, he would have to deal with the Ice Heart Pavilion Master sooner or later, so he might as well get started now. Outside Ice Heart Pavilion, there was a wooden sign with 2 lines of words engraved on it. Yang Kai took a closer look and realized that it was a sign that Ice Heart Pavilion was hiring an alchemist. Hiring a high-grade spirit alchemist. Generous remuneration. There were only 2 lines of words on the sign, but Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw them. Moreover, the handwriting was elegant and deep, and there was an indescribable charm hidden in them. It seemed to have been written by an extremely powerful master. Just as Yang Kai stopped in front of the wooden sign and looked at it, a beautiful woman suddenly walked out of Ice Heart Pavilion and asked with a smile, "Little brother, are you an alchemist?" He stood motionless in front of the wooden sign, so it was easy for people to associate him with this situation. Yang Kai raised his head when he heard this, and when their eyes met, the beautiful woman said in surprise, "It's you. So it's senior sister Fan." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. This beautiful woman was none other than Fan Xian, who had purchased Ling Yinxin's goods at the docks. "Why are you calling me senior sister?" Fan Xian glared at Yang Kai and said unhappily, "You're making me sound older. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so you can just call me junior sister." "Junior sister Fan." Yang Kai immediately corrected himself. "How should I address you, brother?" Fan Xian asked. Yang Kai quickly reported his name. Fan Xen pursed her lips and smiled. So it's brother Yang. Why? Are you also an alchemist? I know a little, Yang Kai said modestly. Fan Xian's beautiful eyes lit up, and she eagerly asked, what grade of alchemist is brother Yang? Dao source grade. Yang Kai understated his own abilities. After all, Emperor-grade alchemists were rare existences. Sangda was just a Dao source grade high-rank artifact refiner, but he was already highly respected on Clear Sky Island. If he really became an Emperor-grade artifact refiner, even the Lord of Clear Sky Island would have to treat him with respect. What's the highest grade of pill you can refine? When Fan Xian heard that Yang Kai was a Dao source grade alchemist, she seemed to be even more enthusiastic. She leaned her whole body against Yang Kai, and a fragrant wind blew over, causing ripples in his heart. Dao source grade mid-rank. I can occasionally refine a high-rank pill, but the chances are not high. Brother Yang, are you willing to come in and test yourself? If you can really refine a Dao source grade mid-rank pill, my Ice Heart Pavilion will definitely hire you. Okay, Yang Kai smiled slightly. He came here to find a backer. After all, he was new here and might encounter some trouble in the future. Having a backer would be easier for him to live in Clear Sky City. Secondly, he wanted to meet the master of Ice Heart Pavilion and get acquainted with her. Seeing Yang Kai agree so readily, Fan Xian was overjoyed and quickly led Yang Kai into the pavilion. Yang Kai looked around and found that Ice Heart Pavilion seemed to be a place that sold materials. The goods on the shelves were all kinds of alchemy, artifact refining, and cultivation materials. There were no finished pills or artifacts. And to Yang Kai's surprise, the business of Ice Heart Pavilion didn't seem to be very good. There were only 3 or 5 customers inside, all of them looking around. There were a few women who were dressed very similarly, accompanying the customers and introducing them to the goods. Does Ice Heart Pavilion only accept women? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Fan Xen pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, this is the rules set by the pavilion master. Then I'm breaking the rule? Yang Kai raised his brow, thinking that this mysterious Ice Heart Pavilion master was either a pervert or a woman. That was why she set such a rule. Fan Xian said, it's not the same. We are all master's disciples. If Brother Yang can join Ice Heart Pavilion, it will only be an employment relationship. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't really care. Ice Heart Pavilion only accepted female disciples, so it was naturally impossible for him to be accepted. What's more, Yang Kai wouldn't be willing. Chapter 2383. However, Yang Kai couldn't understand. Ice Heart Pavilion was just a place that sold materials, so why would they want to hire an alchemist? Moreover, judging from the material and marks on the wooden token, it was obvious that it had been there for a long time. In other words, Ice Heart Pavilion had been recruiting alchemists since a long time ago. Seeing Fan Xian walk in with Yang Kai, the female disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion were also very surprised. They all looked at them with their beautiful eyes. These women were all young girls, and each of them looked pure and flawless. It seemed that they all cultivated the same secret art, but their cultivations were different. Fan Xian was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and these girls weren't even Dao Source Realm cultivators. The most powerful one was only a first-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator, while the others were all Saint King Realm or Saint Realm cultivators. Yang Kai didn't know how the Ice Heart Pavilion Master recruited disciples. Junior Sister Fan, how many alchemists does your Ice Heart Pavilion have now? Yang Kai didn't care about the gazes of these girls and asked casually. There was one, but he was fired a few days ago, Fan Xian replied. Fired? Yang Kai was stunned. Was that person not diligent in alchemy? Since they had recruited him, why would they fire him? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Fan Xian smiled slightly, but this time she didn't answer. Yang Kai didn't know if there was another secret or if it wasn't convenient for her to answer. As the two talked, they had already reached the 3rd floor. Along the way, Yang Kai found that Ice Heart Pavilion was full of materials. The higher they went, the higher the grade of the materials. At the corner of the third floor, there was a secret room. After Fan Xin led Yang Kai into it, she said, "Brother Yang, you can test it here. There is no source of earth fire on Clear Sky Island, so the conditions here are a little crude. I hope you can forgive us." "It's nothing." Yang Kai waved his hand and found that the room was not small. There were more than a dozen large and small pill furnaces inside. Each of these pill furnaces was Dao Source grade, and 3 of them were even Dao Source grade high rank. Ice Heart Pavilion didn't have any alchemists. However, there were so many pill furnaces. It was obvious that they had deliberately collected them. Yang Kai was puzzled. Logically speaking, if Ice Heart Pavilion wanted to sell materials, then they should just sell materials. Why did they have to hire a senior alchemist? Furthermore, he had prepared so many pill furnaces. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master was a third-order Emperor Realm master, so she definitely didn't lack cultivation resources. After thinking about it, Yang Kai could only think of one possibility. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master was probably refining some kind of spirit pill. That was why he had deliberately sought out some high-level alchemists. "You can use these cauldrons as you wish, as long as they aren't damaged," Fan Xin said, pointing at the cauldrons. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, "I know, but what kind of spirit pill does Junior Sister Fan want me to refine? As long as it's a Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pill, it's fine. Big brother, give me the pill recipe, and I'll go get the materials for you." Yang Kai nodded and pondered for a while. "Then let's refine the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill." The 7-star Dragon Tiger pill was a Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pill. Its effect was to allow a cultivator to erupt with greater combat power after taking it, but it had some side effects. Once the pill's effects wore off, the cultivator would feel weak and unable to use their strength for 2 months. Not only that, it would also cause some damage to the cultivator's meridians and foundation. An inferior grade 7-star Dragon Tiger pill could increase a cultivator's strength by 10%, medium grade by 20%, and high grade by 30% if it had pill veins. A direct increase of more than 50%. The 7-star Dragon Tiger pill's medicinal properties were very strong, and only a Dao Source Realm cultivator could take it. Forcefully taking it would only result in death. However, which Dao Source Realm cultivator would be willing to take this kind of pill to forcefully increase their strength? Once their meridians and foundation were damaged, it was very likely that they would be unable to advance any further. Therefore, this kind of spirit pill was completely of little value, and there wasn't much of a market for it. Only a few desperados would keep 1 or 2 for self-defense. Yang Kai listed the materials for the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill. Fan Xin memorized them carefully and immediately went to prepare them. The reason why he chose the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill was because the materials for this spirit pill weren't difficult to find. Even Clear Sky Island should have them. As expected, Fan Xin returned not long after, and this time she brought back 10 sets of materials. She handed the materials to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, as long as you can refine 2 furnaces of pills, you'll pass. This mistress will wait outside. Call me when you're done." 10 sets of materials and 2 furnaces of pills. For a true Dao Source grade mid-rank alchemist, this wasn't too difficult of a test. As long as they put in a little effort, they could succeed. For Yang Kai, this was naturally not a problem. He could even refine Emperor grade spirit pills now, let alone Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pills. Fan Xin obviously knew that an alchemist shouldn't be disturbed when they were refining pills, so she took the initiative to say that she would wait outside. After she left, Yang Kai took out his black jade furnace and placed it in front of him. He urged his conflagrated knowledge, C, to start refining. Although it was his first time refining the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill, he wasn't shaky at all. His movements were extremely skillful, and his control of the flame and the timing of the materials was perfect. Soon, Yang Kai was immersed in alchemy. Just as he was concentrating, the soul-splitting saber in his knowledge, C, suddenly shook slightly, waking him up from his state of emptiness. His expression didn't change, and his hands didn't stop moving, but he began to examine himself very carefully. It was impossible for the soul-splitting saber to have such an abnormality for no reason. The only explanation was that something had happened to him. He examined himself, but still couldn't find any clues. After a long while, he suddenly realized that someone was spying on him. The soul-splitting saber had reacted strangely because it sensed a divine sense that didn't belong to it nearby. Even with his ability, he couldn't detect this spying, which meant that this person's cultivation was far higher than his. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master. Xianxia immediately understood who was secretly spying on him. In Ice Heart Pavilion, aside from the elusive Ice Heart Pavilion master, who else could have such a heaven-defying ability? It seemed that he was wrong. He thought that a master like the Ice Heart Pavilion master would definitely live in the best cave mansion in the inner city, but he didn't expect that she was actually in Ice Heart Pavilion. The entire Ice Heart Pavilion had 6 floors. He was on the 3rd floor. It was very likely that the Ice Heart Pavilion master was on the 6th floor. Why was such a master secretly paying attention to his alchemy? What's more, he was refining a Tao Source grade mid-rank spirit pill. What was the use of this spirit pill to him? Or was this master paying attention to his alchemy skills? Xianxia's thoughts flashed like lightning, but his hands didn't stop moving. He had planned to refine 2 furnaces of spirit pills directly, then wait for the time to pass before reporting to Xianxia. But now that he knew that the Ice Heart Pavilion master was spying on him, how could he dare to do so? He quietly modified a spirit array in the pill furnace. After a while, a muffled sound suddenly erupted from the pill furnace, followed by a burnt smell. Xianxia showed a dazed expression, and after a while, he sighed heavily, as if he was regretting that he had failed to refine this batch of spirit pills. Pouring out the dregs from the pill furnace, Xianxia rested for a moment before starting to refine again. When Xianxia came out from Sangda's place, it was already late at night, so he continued to refine until the next morning. When Xianxia opened the door to his room, Xianxia, who was waiting outside, immediately greeted him. Fortunately, I did not fail. 3 furnaces of pills, please check them, Junior Sister Fan. Xianxia handed over 3 jade bottles, each containing 4 or 5 7-star Dragon Tiger pills of different qualities. This was the standard of a Tao Source grade mid-rank alchemist. Xianxia took the jade bottles without even looking at them, as if she had already expected the result. Xianxia smiled gently. Brother Yang, you have passed the test. As long as Brother Yang is willing, you can become an alchemist of Ice Heart Pavilion. Of course I am willing. Xianxia braced himself and replied. When he entered Ice Heart Pavilion, he had hoped to take the opportunity to meet the Pavilion Master and get acquainted with her. But now that he realized that the situation in Ice Heart Pavilion was treacherous, he didn't know if it was the right decision to apply for the position of alchemist. But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only bite the bullet and agree. Great! Xianxia was overjoyed. Brother Yang, you don't know how difficult it is to find a Tao Source grade alchemist on Clear Sky Island. There are only a few alchemists of this level on Clear Sky Island, and none of them meet our requirements. Fortunately, we met you. Xianxia wanted to ask why they didn't meet their requirements, but he swallowed the words back down. He felt that Xianxia would definitely not answer this question. Brother Yang, it's like this. If you perform alchemy in my Ice Heart Pavilion, you can get half of the profits from all the pills sold. Half? Xianxia asked with a surprised expression. It wasn't that he thought it was too little, but that it was too much. He didn't need to prepare any materials and could just perform alchemy here, but he could get half of the profits. This was simply too good. 60% is fine too. When Xianxia saw this, she thought he wasn't satisfied with the pay and quickly changed her mind. Brother Yang, as you can see, our Ice Heart Pavilion has a lot of materials. As long as you can perform alchemy here, you will be able to improve your alchemy skills sooner or later. Becoming an Emperor Realm alchemist is not a dream. This was the truth. Ice Heart Pavilion had a lot of materials, and if an alchemist wanted to improve their level and ability, they would need a lot of materials to practice. If it were any other alchemist who entered Ice Heart Pavilion, they would be overjoyed. No need. Half is fine. Xianxia waved his hand. Fan Xin was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Brother Yang is so kind. When can Brother Yang come over to perform alchemy?" "I'm afraid I can't right now." "In 3 days." "In 2 days. I have an appointment with someone to deal with, so I'll come over after I'm done," Yang Kai said. Although Fan Xin was a little disappointed, she didn't dare to force him and could only say, "Naturally, Brother Yang's matter is the priority. Please come back to Ice Heart Pavilion as soon as you're done." Chapter 2384. Walking out of Ice Heart Pavilion, Yang Kai went straight to the secluded homes of Ling, Xin, and the others. He wanted to return the repaired spirit purifying array to them. After walking for a short while, he suddenly noticed that someone was staring at him. Yang Kai was alerted and immediately turned his head. What he saw was a person staring at him with wide eyes, looking like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. It was extremely comical. Pang Guang. Yang Kai was also stunned. He did not expect to run into the city lord of Marsh City in Clear Sky City. When the solitary void great maelstrom appeared, he and Yao Changjun were swallowed into the solitary void-sealed world. Pang Guang, who had been chasing after them, was also not spared. However, at that time, Yao Changjun was anxious to find trouble with him and was afraid of the threat Pang Guang's existence would pose to him, so he drove him away. Yang Kai thought that Pang Guang had already met his end. Even if he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, it would be difficult for him to survive in the endless solitary void sea. But now, it seemed that he was wrong. This person's life was extraordinarily tough. He actually managed to escape the solitary void sea and come to Clear Sky Island just like him. Looking at his travel-worn appearance, it seemed that he had only been on Clear Sky Island for a few days. Yang Kai did not know how he did it. Yang Kai was shocked that Pang Guang was still alive, but Pang Guang was even more shocked than him. After all, when he left, only Yang Kai and Yao Changjun were left on Mud Island. Looking at Yao Changjun's murderous look, how could Yang Kai have survived? He was bound to be torn to pieces by the enraged Yao Changjun. But now, Yang Kai was safe and sound, vigorous as a dragon and fierce as a tiger. It was impossible that Yao Changjun was not Yang Kai's opponent. There must be some other reason why this little brat was still alive. Or rather, Yao Changjun spared him. Just as Pang Guang was wondering if Yao Changjun had also come to Clear Sky Island, Yang Kai grinned at him and drew a half circle around his neck with his thumb, making a beheading gesture. Pang Guang's face darkened. He was furious, thinking that this brat was really arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that he was unfamiliar with this place, he would have already taught Yang Kai a lesson. Although the two of them saw each other, they had no intention of communicating. They just stared at each other for a while before passing by each other. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of Pang Guang. With the power he currently possessed, a mere First-Order Emperor Realm Master didn't pose much of a threat to him. This was still the inner city, and the security in the inner city was still pretty good. Yang Kai had stayed here for many days, but he had never seen anyone fighting or causing trouble. On the contrary, the outer city was like a completely different world from the inner city. If Pang Guang dared to make a move in the inner city, there was no need for him to retaliate. The law enforcement team of Heaven Connect City would not let him off so easily. After a short while, Yang Kai found the cave mansion where Ling, Xin, and the others lived. It wasn't far from his own cave mansion, and they were all mid-grade cave mansions. After Yang Kai returned the repaired spirit purifying array to Ling Xin, he stayed as a guest for a while before leaving. When he returned to his residence, Lu Xianxia greeted him with an anxious look on her face. Yang Kai had been gone for a day and a night, so she couldn't help but worry that something might have happened to him on this unfamiliar Clear Sky Island. The only person she was familiar with was Yang Kai, so if even Yang Kai was gone, she really didn't know where to go. Time seemed to have returned to a few years ago, when the two of them were forced to join the Blue Feather sect together. Yang Kai looked away without a trace, but both of them knew that the other was probably a helper that Xianxia had invited. In other words, they would have to work together in the future. Besides this young woman, Xianxia didn't see any other possible candidates. Or rather, they were all hiding. After all, Xianxia couldn't have only invited him and this young woman. There must be others. Put away your pets. This old master is worried just by looking at them. Xianxia glared at Xilan and said. Xilan pursed her lips and smiled, saying sweetly, this servant naturally wouldn't dare disobey Grandmaster's orders. She placed her jade-like hand next to her red lips and gently whistled. The venomous snakes that were all over the deck instantly retreated, and no one knew where they were hiding. Xianxia said, actually, you should have all heard of each other's names, but you might not have met before. There's no need for this old master to introduce you. Just say your names. Xilan nodded and said, that's true. This mistress greets big brothers. Please take care of me during the rest of the journey. As she spoke, her pair of coquettish eyes constantly flickered, and her tone was seductive and seductive. The arrogant young man coldly snorted and said, Chun Fei. After saying his name, he did not say anything else. To him, it was as if saying another word was a disgrace. The burly man chuckled, scratched his head, and said in a booming voice, my name is Man Kuai. He looked extremely simple and honest, but everyone knew that if they were deceived by his appearance, they would be the unlucky ones. None of the people who could make a name for themselves on Clear Sky Island were simple, and the simple ones were already dead. Sure enough, it's Big Brother Man. Shilan's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had long heard of Man Kuai's great name. As she spoke, she leaned forward and said in a sweet voice, little sister has long heard of Big Brother Man's great name. Today, I'm finally lucky enough to meet you. You really live up to your reputation. As she spoke, she stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently stroked Man Kuai's sturdy muscles with a seductive expression on her face. Even her breathing was slightly hurried, and the corners of her eyes glowed with lust. Man Kuai very cooperatively bulged his muscles and chuckled. If little sister likes it, feel free to touch me. This is my only skill. Xilan licked her red lips and said, that's not necessarily true, right? Does Big Brother Man not have any other strong points? Man Kuai chuckled and said, of course I do. How long? Long enough to find out little sister's depth. Then we'll have to get closer to each other. This pair of adulterous man and woman, in broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of so many people, shamelessly flirting like this, like a tortoise looking at a mung bean, causing black lines to appear on the faces of Kai Yang and the others. What's this friend's name? You seem very unfamiliar. Chen Fei seemed to be too lazy to look at the adulterous couple and turned his head to look at Yang Kai and asked. As soon as he said this, Man Kuai and Xilan also turned their attention to Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly and cupped his fist. Yang Kai. Yang Kai. Chen Fei frowned and exchanged glances with Man Kuai. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes because the two of them had never heard of Yang Kai's name. So it's little brother Yang. Sorry for the disrespect. Xilan left Man Kuai behind and immediately came to Yang Kai's side. Her delicate body pressed against him as she said with charming eyes, does little brother have any strong points? Can you tell little sister about it? Yang Kai's face darkened and said, no, I'm full of shortcomings. I don't have any strong points. How could that be? Xilan giggled. If you're a man, you should have strong points. Little brother, don't be so shy. Yang Kai's face turned cold and said, Auntie, how old are you? Can you be a little more shameless and call me big brother? The smile on Xilan's face suddenly stiffened and her entire body emitted a cold aura. She turned her head to look at Xianxia and said, Grandmaster, where did you find this person? I'm going to tear his mouth off, okay? Xianxia's face darkened. It seems that you didn't take what this old man said to heart. Xilan was so angry that she was trembling. She gritted her teeth and said, "Master, I've long heard of Brother Man and Chun Fei that you invited. They're also famous loners on the island. But who does this kid think he is? How can he be qualified to work with us?" Sensing the malicious intent in the eyes of Man Kuai and the others, Yu Luping was shocked and quickly said, "Wait, I came out to see this time just for this brat." As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai and said in a deep voice, "I have some grievances with him. Hand him over to me, and I'll return a Clear Sky Island immediately." Shilan sighed slightly and shook her head. "Master Yu, you're so foolish and naive. I can't bear to hurt you." Chapter 2387. As soon as she finished speaking, a few screams suddenly rang out. The expressions of Yu Luping and the others changed drastically as they turned their heads to look. They saw that several cultivators on their side had turned green and were foaming at the mouth. They trembled and fell to the ground, losing all signs of life in the blink of an eye. "Snakes, there are so many snakes!" Someone cried out in horror. At some point, the deck was covered with densely packed snakes of various sizes. The air was immediately filled with a nauseating smell. It was obviously the accumulation of snake venom, causing people to feel dizzy when they smelled it. A strange sound rang out. Shilan placed one of her slender, jade-like hands by her lips and gently blew. The venomous snakes seemed to have received an order as they jumped up from the ground and shot towards Yu Luping and the others like arrows. A few of the weaker cultivators were already dizzy from the snake venom and could not avoid it in time. They were bitten directly. In less than 10 breaths, these bitten cultivators fell straight to the ground and died on the spot. Seeing that Shilan had already made her move, Man Kuai roared and summoned a huge copper hammer that was taller than a person. He swung the hammer forward. The cultivators of the city lord's mansion were already flustered by the endless number of venomous snakes. They instinctively leaped into the air, trying to avoid the venomous snakes on the ground. At this moment, Man Kuai's sledgehammer swept over. A powerful aura and source chi erupted. A vortex of power swirled around the sledgehammer, as if it had an infinite suction force, causing the few people near the vortex to be unable to advance or retreat. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a muffled sound rang out as several cultivators of the city lord's mansion were smashed to pieces on the spot. Not even their bones were left. Before the few people who were lucky enough to survive had a chance to catch their breath, Sangda, who had been silent all this time, suddenly snorted coldly. An array flag appeared in his hand out of thin air. He threw the array flag into the void, and in an instant, the light of an array formation flashed above the ship. Not only did it envelop the entire ship tightly, but it even had the power to restrict the flight of the ship. The martial artists who had flown into the air cried out in alarm as they fell from above. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk Chin Fei held a long sword in his hand. Murderous intent surged from his body. He was like a gentle breeze that swept into the crowd. His movements were erratic. He struck out with his sword one after another. Every time he struck, there would be results. One by one, the enemies would fall to the ground while screaming, "How dare you attack me?" At this moment, Yu Luping was no longer as calm and collected as before. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. However, there was no doubt that his injuries were not light. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 15 city lord's mansion cultivator were left. These 3 were all third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although their realms were the same, Yu Luping was the strongest among them. Although the 3 of them were battered and exhausted, they still supported each other. He kept blocking the attacks coming from all directions. They barely managed to stabilize their footing. Xilan and the others' frenzied attacks did not succeed. They immediately slowed down the intensity of their attacks, so as to avoid forcing Yu Luping to do something irrational. On the other side, on the City Lord's mansion ship, the several cultivators who had stayed behind to guard the ship saw the battle erupt and their side suffer heavy losses. Each and every one of them turned pale with fright and were dumbfounded, none of them running away at the first moment. The reason why they were able to remain safe and sound was firstly because the three of them worked together to form an airtight defense. Secondly, it was because Xilan and the others did not dare to force them too much, so they could barely maintain a balance. But now, Yu Luping had actually abandoned the two of them in his shock. A huge flaw suddenly appeared in this defensive circle. Man Kuai's huge hammer swept over, and the poisonous snakes surrounding the two swarmed over, swallowing the two in the blink of an eye. Yu Luping rushed up less than 5 feet before falling down in a sorry state. The level of the forbidden space restriction on this ship seemed to be extremely high, and it was not something he could contend against. Chun Fei, who was already prepared, attacked with a long sword wrapped in rainbow light, directly sweeping Yu Luping into his sword curtain. Chapter 2388. A few screams were heard, and the two cultivators of the City Lord's mansion were instantly killed. Yu Luping's situation did not seem to be much better. He was enveloped by Chun Fei's sword curtain, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through. The wounds on his body continued to increase. A figure suddenly flashed by, and Xianxia appeared behind him strangely, throwing a punch at him. Yu Luping was already having a hard time dealing with this, so how could he guard against Xianxia's sneak attack? This punch hit him directly in the back, and a powerful force gushed out. Yu Luping spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was pushed forward by the force, taking a few steps forward. Chun Fei arrived with his sword, and with a sweep of the sword, his head was sent flying. Blood immediately gushed out from the headless corpse like a fountain. The next moment, Chun Fei suddenly reached out and grabbed Yu Luping's space ring. Previously, Yu Luping said that he would give Xianxia 1,000,000 source crystals, which showed that this person was extremely rich. Once he died, Yu Luping's space ring naturally became a hot commodity. However, before Chun Fei could succeed, Xianxia suddenly shouted, "Brother Chun, what are you trying to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a powerful punch at Chun Fei. Chun Fei frowned, but he was not in the mood to tangle with Xianxia. He just tilted his body slightly to avoid the attack, and the target in his hand was still the space ring. However, at this moment, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air, and immediately, a dark green shadow wrapped around Yu Luping's wrist. When Chun Fei's large hand reached out to grab it, the dark green shadow actually bit at him like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, it was accompanied by a hissing sound. It was only at this moment that Chun Fei saw clearly that the dark green shadow was actually a venomous snake that looked like a bamboo stick. He immediately pulled back in shock. He was afraid of being bitten. The green venomous snake was extremely agile. Seeing that Chun Fei had pulled back, it did not chase after him. It just coiled around Yu Luping's finger, and the space ring disappeared. Then, it straightened its body and shot at Xilan. Xianxia and Chun Fei slowly landed on the ground, looking at Xilan with gloomy expressions. Previously, the two of them were fighting, and Xilan was the one who reaped the benefits. This naturally put the two in a bad mood. Man Kuai, on the other hand, seemed to have reacted a beat slower. Only now did he come back to his senses. He glared at the ring on Xilan's hand like a tiger watching its prey. "Brothers, why are you staring at me like that? It's like you want to eat me. I'm so scared." As Xilan spoke, she slipped the spatial ring into her bosom. Chun Fei held his sword horizontally and pointed it at Xilan. "If you dare make any more moves, Don't blame me for being impolite. What are you doing? Xilan's expression stiffened, but she didn't dare to continue. Clutching the space ring in her jade hand, she laughed dryly. You know what you're doing? Chun Fei coldly snorted and turned to look at Manjin. Brother man, there may be 1,000,000 source crystals in that ring. What do you think? Man Kuai chuckled and said, Ill-gotten gains. Naturally, you have a share. I'll have one. Xianxia looked at Chun Fei in astonishment and said in dissatisfaction, Why didn't you ask me? Chun Fei said, How could Brother Yang be interested in a mere 1,000,000 source crystals? These words were obviously mocking what Xianxia had said to Yu Liping before. I'm interested, but I'm very poor, Xianxia said with a serious face. Although he really didn't care for 1,000,000 source crystals, he couldn't show it at this time and place. Otherwise, the people on the ship would definitely suspect him. How could he not put his heart into refining his own artifact? Not only was this ship extremely sturdy, but it was also arranged with many spirit arrays and barriers. For example, the light curtain that restricted the movement of Yu Luping and the others was one of the functions of this ship. Xianxia even suspected that Sangda had refined this ship to his heart's content. On this ship, Sangda could dominate everything, and nothing could escape his perception. If he wanted to deal with Xilan and the others on this ship, it would be a piece of cake. However, as long as Sangda had not reached the point of madness, he would definitely not do so. He still needed a few people on the ship to help him get that tool. On this day, Xianxia, who was meditating in the cabin, suddenly felt the ship shake violently and quickly stop. He raised his brow and realized that they should have arrived at their destination, so he quickly walked out of the cabin. When the other four saw this, they immediately activated their source chi according to Sangda's previous instructions and poured it into the array flags in their hands, shooting them into the void in front of them. In an instant, over a large area on the surface of the sea, 5 rays of light were like rainbows from the sky, running through the east, west, north, and south, closely connected. At the same time, the array flags that had been secretly arranged by Sangda also played their role. Under the control of the 5 control flags, they suddenly produced a strange resonance, emitting strange energy fluctuations. A transparent, semicircular light curtain appeared out of thin air, visible to the naked eye. This huge light curtain was like an inverted bowl covering the surface of the sea. Through this light curtain, some scenery that was different from the sea surface could be faintly seen. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately knew that Sangda was right. This was indeed the lair of a master, but it was hidden by a powerful spirit array. What Sangda had to do now was to break this spirit array and reveal this place again. As the 5 people continued to activate their source chi, the scenery inside the transparent light curtain gradually became clear. Xianxia paid close attention and found that this was just a small island. The area was not too big, but the scenery was extremely good. The island was rugged with rocks and lush vegetation, a pleasant scene. Xianxia did not know how Sangda's master found this place, but it was indeed a good place to live. If one could not leave the solitary void-sealed world, they could choose to live here alone and leisurely. Unfortunately, that master was blind and accepted a traitorous disciple like Sangda, causing him to not be able to rest in peace after his death. Sangda had brought people here to disturb his peace. After more than half an hour, Xianxia and the others had exhausted a lot of their strength and were almost unable to make ends meet. The scenery of the island inside, the transparent light curtain, finally appeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment, Sangda seemed to have made a move. Xianxia and the others only noticed that the array flags arranged around the island hummed in unison before a huge force burst out, directly shattering the transparent light curtain. The huge burst of power shook Xianxia and the others, who were unprepared, and they almost suffered a loss. However, from the looks of it, the 10-colored aqua light array that covered the island and hid its tracks was also broken. Xianxia had already taken the lead and landed on the island. When the others saw this, they naturally used their movement skills and did not fall behind. Not long after, the 5 people gathered on the island and stood in a corner of the island. If Xianxia did not move, no one dared to move. After all, this was the lair of an Emperor Array Master, and one wrong step could lead to a fatal disaster. Xianxia asked solemnly, "Does Brother Chun think this proposal is inappropriate?" Chun Fei's face twitched, and he said, This Chun will have to think about it carefully. Those people are not easy to deal with. One moment of carelessness, and we may be doomed eternally. Of course, you have to think about it carefully. Once Brother Chun has thought about it, let me know when to make a move. Xianxia said seriously. Okay. Chun Fei nodded stiffly. Seeing this, Xianxia shouted, "Go in!" The next moment, his figure flickered, and he rushed through the gap, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xianxia and the others, who were already prepared, naturally rushed in one after another. Just as everyone rushed in, they heard Man Kuai suddenly cry out in horror, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Immediately after, he shouted, "Grandmaster, save me! What's wrong?" Shilan quickly turned around and asked with a pale face. When she rushed in just now, Man Kuai was still fine and was pushing the stone slab. So how did he suddenly become like this? Chapter 2391. Man Kuai's screams caused Xianxia and the others to pale, all of them releasing their divine senses to investigate. After seeing his current situation, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this moment, for some unknown reason, Man Kuai's hands were tightly pressed against the exotic heavenly metal slab, as if they were being sucked in. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the stone slab was actually devouring his blood essence at an unimaginable speed. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the dark red blood essence was being devoured by the stone slab. The originally unremarkable stone slab quickly turned blood red and gave off a nauseating smell. "Grandmaster, save me!" Man Kuai roared with all his might, extremely flustered. If he had known earlier that this stone slab was so strange, he would not have touched it rashly, but now that things had come to this, it was too late to say anything. In just a few breaths of time, he had already weakened by half. If this continued, wouldn't he be sucked dry? Xianxia and the others all looked at Xianxia, wanting to know what he was going to do. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Don't worry, this old master is coming." Saying so, he went straight to Man Kuai. After a short while, violent fluctuations of power came from the other side. It seemed that Xianxia was trying to rescue Man Kuai, but no one could see the specific situation clearly. Because of Xianxia's interference, the divine senses released by Xianxia and the others were greatly disturbed. Not long after, Man Kuai's voice gradually disappeared. Xianxia slowly returned with a gloomy face, and when he arrived in front of everyone, he said with a pained expression, "Brother Man, unfortunately passed away." Shilan and Chun Fei's expressions changed slightly as they stared gloomily at Xianxia. Xianxia's face was also as pale as water. They all knew how strong Man Kuai was. They all roughly knew, but such a guy had actually died in such a short period of time. It was obvious that he had fallen into some kind of incredible restriction or trap. If it were Xilan and Chen Fei, they probably wouldn't have fared much better. Damn it, that dragon-subduing stone actually had a spirit-devouring array hidden inside. This old master was careless and failed to notice it, allowing Brother Man to suffer such an unexpected calamity. It's really sad and hateful. Sangda lamented for a while, his tone low and deep, as if he was grieving for Man Kuai's misfortune. He paused for a moment, then looked up and said, I hope Brother Man's experience didn't cast any psychological shadow on you. They were all indifferent and did not say anything. He didn't know if it was Sangda's fault for not discovering the spirit-devouring great array, or if he knew about it and didn't say anything, sending Man Kuai to his death. No matter what, everyone had already come this far, and the one who died was just an outsider. Naturally, they couldn't back down here. However, after this incident, no matter who it was, no one dared to lower their guard. This was the lair of an Emperor Formation Master. Any place could be fatal. If none of you have any objections, please continue to follow this old man. Sangda swept his gaze over the crowd. Yang Kai said faintly, Master, you prepared 5 people. Now that one is missing, is there any problem? Sangda said, It's not a big problem. This old master looked for Man Kuai mainly because he wanted him to push away the dragon-subduing stone. Hasn't he already completed the task? I don't need him to do anything for the rest. So that's how it is. Yang Kai grinned. That's good. Master, please continue to lead the way. Sangda nodded. He really did lead the way. The remaining 3 looked at each other and slowly followed. They saw that there were many holes on the ground, and at this moment, dark red blood was gurgling out. This blood spread along some of the array patterns on the ground and gradually converged into a mysterious pattern. The smell of this blood was very fresh, and the aura it contained was also very familiar. Man Kuai's blood. Chen Fei seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned pale. Sangda sneered. Be good and don't resist later. You'll suffer less. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to him. Yang Kai lightly snorted and didn't want to dwell on this topic, instead looking at the Sea King shuttle and saying, Grandmaster, you said that this is a tool to leave this sealed world. It can't just be a cover, right? Sangda didn't change the topic this time, solemnly saying, This Sea King shuttle took this old ghost a lifetime to refine. It was prepared to leave this place. How could it be a cover? With this, it's enough to leave this sealed world. That's great. Yang Kai sighed, but no one knew what he was feeling. At this time, Xilan had also died. After the Yin soul devoured Xilan's soul avatar, it had completely recovered. As its eyes turned, they were extremely lively, no longer as rigid and dull as before. You've recovered quite well. Sangda looked at the Yin soul and sneered. The Yin soul said, It's all thanks to this old master taking in such a good disciple. It's only right to do this for Master, Sangda snorted. The master and disciple pair exchanged a few words with a fake smile on their faces. There was no trace of a master and disciple relationship at all. Their eyes were filled with the desire to kill the other party. It was unknown how they had come to this point. The Yin soul turned to look at Yang Kai and said, This is the body you found for this old master? Sangda said, In order to find him, this disciple spent a lot of effort. The Yin soul frowned. Is there a problem with his soul force? He better not be unable to withstand this old master's possession. I tested it myself. Even if it's worse than mine, it's not that much worse. It'll definitely be fine to carry you. The Yin soul nodded. That's for the best. Kai Yang stared at the Yin soul with great interest, a look of sudden realization appearing on his face. You want to seize my body? The Yin soul said. Why ask when you already know the answer? You're a little interesting, not afraid? Yang Kai chuckled. The one who should be afraid is not me. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't try to possess me, or you'll die a horrible death. The Een soul was clearly stunned, then turned to look at Xianxia. What do you mean by finding me a lunatic? Xianxia said angrily. This kid is just talking big. Can't you see that? I think you're really old and muddle-headed. A long night is fraught with dreams. Hurry up and do it. The Een soul pondered for a moment and felt that his words made sense. So he immediately turned into a gust of Een wind and pounced at Xianxia. Xianxia still had a smile on his face as he said lazily, "You'll really die a horrible death." The Een soul ignored him and rushed into Xianxia's knowledge sea. Inside Xianxia's knowledge sea, the Een soul appeared and was about to find Xianxia's soul avatar and devour it when suddenly, Xianxia's soul avatar took the initiative to appear and stared at him with a mocking expression. The Een soul was taken aback, not because he was frightened by Xianxia's boldness, but because he was shocked by what he saw. He had never seen a person's sea of consciousness so majestic. The seawater gathered below was incomparably deep, dense, and pure. It was like a real ocean, giving people a strong visual conflict. This knowledge sea was not something a Tao source realm cultivator could possess. Compared to the knowledge seas of the two people he had devoured before, the difference was like comparing a stream to the sea. Traitorous disciple. The Een soul instantly cursed Xianxia in his heart. Xianxia said that he had personally tested this person's soul force, and even if it was not as good as his, it was not far off. How could this be explained by not far off? The other party's soul force was clearly countless times better than his traitorous disciples, so Xianxia's judgment was wrong. This was simply the knowledge sea of the Emperor realm. The Een soul knew that no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to defeat Xianxia here. Thinking so, he hurriedly retreated. He knew that if he retreated too late, he might not be able to escape. Chapter 2393. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Xianxia said with a chuckle, but there was no trace of smile in his eyes. Instead, they were icy cold. How many years had it been since he last encountered someone who dared to possess his body? The last soul who dared to do this to him had long been blasted to pieces. A ray of light shot out from somewhere in his knowledge sea, carrying with it a monstrous killing intent as it headed straight for the Een soul. A soul-type Emperor artifact. Perceiving the terrifying power of the soul-splitting saber, the Een soul roared in horror and no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and spat out a dark light to meet the soul-splitting saber. Xianxia didn't know what that dark light was, but after colliding with the soul-splitting saber, it suddenly slowed down a lot. As the saber wave slashed down, the Een soul let out a pitiful cry. Although it was seriously injured, it had at least managed to retain its life. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it tore through Xianxia's knowledge sea defenses and rushed out. Xianxia frowned. He didn't expect this Een soul to have such an ability, but after taking a blow from the soul-splitting saber, he definitely didn't feel good. Even if he didn't die, he probably wouldn't live for long. Inside the cave, Xianxia opened his eyes again and immediately heard the Een soul's cries and howls. Obviously, he was in great pain. Looking around, Xianxia saw the Een soul curled up in a corner. His originally solid body was now extremely dim, flickering in and out of existence, as if he could collapse at any time. Xianxia stared dumbfounded, his face full of shock. After a long time, he shouted in a low voice, "Old ghost, what's going on?" The Een soul was seriously injured and didn't hear what he said at all. How could he have a time to answer? "Huh, I kindly reminded you, but you didn't listen. You just had to suffer a loss to learn your lesson." Xianxia sneered, patted his butt, and stood up with a look of indifference. Xianxia took a few steps back, looking at Xianxia as if he had seen a ghost, and said in shock, "How could you?" Xianxia was clearly injured and poisoned, so how could he be so lively in the blink of an eye? Unforeseen events happen one after another. This made Sangda's heart gradually uneasy. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Grandmaster, you're so calculative. You worked so hard to bring us here just to let your master devour our bodies. Your filial piety is deeper than the sea. It's so touching that I'm moved to tears. Sangda's expression flickered as he said, You were prepared. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, It's not just me. Chun Fei and Shilong were already prepared, but so what? They still fell into your hands. Why are you fine? How can a piece of trash like you pry into my abilities? Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. You want to plot against me with your tricks? Upon hearing this, Sangda's face turned green and then red. It was unclear whether he was angry or embarrassed, but it was useless to say anything now. Yang Kai did look fine. Not only that, even Old Ghost, who had entered his sea of consciousness to seize his body, seemed to have been severely injured. Save, save! The Ean's soul roared intermittently, and the light on its body flickered, as if it was about to dissipate. The soul-splitting saber was an Emperor artifact, and a soul Emperor artifact at that. The Ean soul was just in soul avatar. It was lucky that it was not destroyed on the spot after taking such a blow. Upon hearing this, Sangda's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked towards the Ean soul. But in this situation, he was obviously powerless, and an extremely pained expression appeared on his face. Let go. Let go of your sea of consciousness defense. The Ean soul continued to roar. The person who had ambushed him in his cave abode was none other than Marsh City's city lord, Pang Guang, who had followed him in. A few days ago, before Yang Kai left Heaven Connect City, he had accidentally bumped into Pang Guang on the street. However, the two of them had just brushed past each other. Neither of them had greeted the other, so he didn't expect to meet them again under such circumstances. Looking to the side, Yang Kai's face turned gloomy, and a thick murderous intent was brewing in his heart. Because at this moment, Pang Guang's hand was covering Lu Xianyun's head, and the power in his palm was hidden, as if he could take Lu Xianyun's life at any time. Yang Kai didn't know why Pang Guang was here, or how he had taken Lu Xianyun hostage, but the current situation made him very cautious. Lu Xianyun's delicate body was trembling with her life in his hands, and her pretty face was pale. Seeing Yang Kai injured, she couldn't help but exclaim, Brother. Her beautiful eyes were full of concern and uneasiness, as well as deep guilt and self-blame. When Yang Kai left Heaven Connect City a few days ago, he had asked her if she wanted to go with him, but Lu Xianyun had chosen to stay. Now, it seemed that this decision was a mistake. If she had gone with Yang Kai, she wouldn't have been taken hostage to threaten Yang Kai. She had only gone out a few days ago, and she hadn't gone far. She had only gone to the cave mansion where Ling, Yinxin, and the others were staying to familiarize herself with the way. She had thought that they would be neighbors in the future, so they could interact more. But on the way back, she had been targeted by Pang Guang, and as soon as she entered the cave mansion, she was subdued. I'm fine. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Lu Xianyun. He didn't do anything to you, right? Lu Xianyun slowly shook her head. No, he was just waiting for you to come back. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. He looked at Pang Guang coldly and said in a deep voice, City Lord Pang, isn't this a little unethical? Pang Guang coldly snorted, and his expression was a little uncomfortable. He was a master from the Emperor realm, and he had secretly followed someone into the cave mansion and taken a woman whose cultivation was far weaker than his. This matter was not very pleasant to hear. Boy, I won't beat around the bush with you, Pang Guang said in a deep voice. He seemed to be lacking in qi. This king has only one purpose in coming here, and that is to give me your heavenly restoration lotus, and I'll let you go immediately. Pang Guang already knew that Yang Kai had the Heavenly Restoration Lotus back in Marsh City. He also knew how precious the Heavenly Restoration Lotus was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly followed Yang Kai in Yaochongjun. His original intention was to find an opportunity to fish in troubled waters, but he didn't expect to encounter the solitary void, great maelstrom, and come to this solitary void-sealed world. You want the Heavenly Restoration Lotus? Yang Kai raised his brow and looked Pang Guang up and down. Was this kid crazy? Did he really not care about his junior sister's life at all? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild and his mind trembled, Yang Kai's left eye suddenly turned into a golden vertical pupil. The golden pupil contracted, and a strange power leisurely spread out. Pang Guang was stunned. His soul suddenly became unstable, as if it had been affected. At this moment, Yang Kai had already summoned the myriad sword. His body was wrapped in sword light, and he slashed at Pang Guang with great momentum. The sword essence was awe-inspiring. Before the sword arrived, an aura of death had already rushed over. Pang Guang almost subconsciously took a step back. But in the next moment, his heart skipped a beat as he understood Yang Kai's intentions. Gritting his teeth, source chi surged out from his hand, and he grabbed out fiercely. He wanted to kill Lu Xianyun first and let Yang Kai know the consequences of angering him. But what he didn't expect was that he would grab empty air. Lu Xianyun, who was originally under his control, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only a strange power fluctuation was emitted, and Lu Xianyun's entire body moved horizontally a few meters, avoiding this fatal blow. Chapter 2395 Space Force. Pang Guang narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Kai in horror. That strange power, just now, was definitely the fluctuation of Space Force, and it was an extremely profound Space Force at that. This brat actually knows the Tao of space. He can even teleport people away directly. How can a Tao Source Realm cultivator achieve such a level of attainment? Before Pang Guang could figure it out, Yang Kai's myriad sword had already shot towards him. This sword attack contained all of Yang Kai's cultivation. Even a cultivator from the Emperor realm, like Pang Guang, couldn't help but change his expression when he saw this. He raised his hand and summoned a jade butterfly-like defensive artifact. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, a loud noise rang out. The cave mansion's barrier, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally collapsed under this blow. Without the protection of a spirit array, the violent energy dissipated and Yang Kai's cave mansion was directly razed to the ground. Asterisk schwa, schwa. Asterisk, two figures flew out of the cave mansion one after another and looked at each other from a distance. Pang Guang's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Brat, you dare to play with me?" Kai Yang would rather eat the Heavenly Restoration Lotus like a cow chewing on a peony than give it to him. This caused his heart to ache to the extreme. Yang Kai sneered and said disapprovingly, "So what if I play with you? Come hit me if you have the guts. This king will tear you apart." Pang Guang roared. Yang Kai flipped his hair and stood motionless in the air. He didn't care about the threat at all and said confidently, "City Lord Pang, you should consider your own situation." As soon as this was said, Pang Guang's expression changed greatly and he looked around. His mood suddenly turned bad. Before, he was hiding in Yang Kai's cave mansion. No one could find him, but now, after the conflict with Yang Kai, such a big commotion had already alarmed all the cultivator in Clear Sky City. The cultivator and the cave mansions all came out to investigate the situation, and countless cultivators gathered from all directions. Among them, there were two people whose auras made Pang Guang particularly wary. It was these two who had joined forces to injure him before. He had no choice but to hide in Yang Kai's cave mansion and wait for an opportunity to recover. At this moment, when he sensed that these two people were also coming, Pang Guang didn't have a mood to stay in place. He glared fiercely at Yang Kai, then turned around and fled out of the city. Not long after Pang Guang left, the cultivators were all pointing at him. They didn't know what happened here that caused such a big commotion. Two people suddenly descended from the sky. Both of them had dignified expressions on their faces, making it hard for anyone to look at them directly. The powerful auras they gave off showed that they were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Kaiyang was also secretly vigilant, his eyes sweeping over these two people and the Unrestrained Society's president. These two organizations were quite powerful on the island, and the biggest reason was that they had the Emperor Realm as their backer. These two had obviously sensed Pang Guang's aura, which was why they had hurried over. Yang Kai observed their expressions and found that these two people had faint signs of internal injuries. It seemed that they didn't have a good time dealing with Pang Guang. Where is he? The pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion swept his gaze and immediately fixed it on Yang Kai. He asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai hurriedly pointed in the direction Pang Guang had escaped and shouted. He ran that way. Master, you have to help me. Kaiyang was stunned for a moment, but he quickly opened the door. Fan Xin was standing at the door, looking at him with a strange expression. Junior sister Fan Xin, what's the matter? Yang Kai asked. Fan Xin said, Master wants to see you. Master? Yang Kai frowned. In the next moment, his eyes widened and he whispered, Pavilion Master? Yes, I am here on Master's orders to bring you to her. Fan Xin nodded. Yang Kai suddenly felt uncomfortable. He didn't expect that the elusive Ice Heart Pavilion Master would want to see him at this time. This was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Although Yang Kai had long planned to meet her and even wanted to ask her about the location of the exit, things had happened so suddenly that he couldn't help but feel nervous. He didn't know why the Ice Heart Pavilion Master wanted to see him. Yang Kai's first impression of her was pure like lake water without the slightest impurity. He couldn't believe that there was such a pure and flawless woman in this world. Immediately, Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity. Not only was this young girl's pure aura familiar to him, but her appearance was also familiar. He felt as if he had seen this young girl somewhere before. A distant image flashed through his mind. He wanted to delve deeper into it, but he couldn't remember where or when he had seen this image. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her with a dazed expression, the young girl frowned slightly and raised her hand, wanting to teach Yang Kai a lesson. She knew what kind of impact her appearance would bring to a man. Since she started cultivating, she had seen this scene countless times, so she also knew what kind of dirty thoughts would appear in the hearts of these men when they looked at her. She thought that Yang Kai was the same, but soon she discovered that something was wrong, because although Yang Kai was staring at her, there was no blasphemy in his eyes, only surprise, nostalgia, and suspicion. She could understand why he was surprised, but what was with the nostalgia and suspicion? The young girl could clearly see that Yang Kai's eyes were full of confusion, as if he was puzzled about something, but at the same time, he was also thinking of someone. His expression was very gentle. She gently placed her hand back down and snorted heavily. Yang Kai quivered and suddenly woke up, his old face turning red as he realized that it was rude of him to stare at her so fiercely. Moreover, this person was most likely the Ice Heart Pavilion's master. Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he lowered his head and cupped his fists. Indeed, may I ask if Senior is Ice Heart Pavilion's master? He still couldn't believe that such a pure and flawless young girl was actually Ice Heart Pavilion's master. He had thought that she was just a temperamental old granny. The difference between the two was too great. This queen is... The young girl gently nodded. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. Please forgive me for my rudeness, Yang Kai hurriedly said. The young girl remained silent, but Yang Kai's attitude of immediately admitting his mistake was very good. so the young girl didn't pursue the matter. If she really wanted to blame him, she could have taught Xianxia a lesson just now. Who were you thinking of just now? After a while, the young girl asked. Xianxia didn't raise his head and replied, Junior was thinking of his wife. The young girl faintly asked, What? Do this queen and your wife look alike? If that wasn't the case, how could Xianxia think of his wife when he saw her? Her tone was flat, without any emotions, but Xianxia felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cautiously said, Their appearances aren't similar, but their auras are. Both are extremely pure and untainted. And Xianxia grinned. She's also like Senior, as cold as ice, just like an ice doll. Speaking of Su Yan, Xianxia's expression became much more natural, and a nostalgic smile appeared on his face as his heart filled with sweetness. Ice doll. The young girl seemed to find this description very interesting, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. Ah! Xianxia suddenly screamed and looked up at the young girl, his eyes trembling violently as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. What's wrong? The young girl frowned, extremely dissatisfied with Xianxia's reaction. This little brat even raised his head and stared at her so fiercely, which was a little too rude. What made the young girl even more dissatisfied was Xianxia's expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Senior, Xianxia gulped, looking extremely nervous. Junior has a question to ask you, but I don't know if Senior would be willing to answer. The young girl said impatiently, Ask. Xianxia pondered for a moment, as if he was considering his words, and after a while, he grit his teeth and asked, May I ask Senior's name? Is it Bingyan? The young girl frowned and coldly asked, How do you know? It was impossible for her disciples to tell Xianxia her name, and the others on Clear Sky Island didn't know either. So how did Xianxia find out her name? Xianxia didn't answer, but instead became even more excited. He took a step forward and shouted, Was it Senior who founded Ice Heart Valley and left behind the profound Frost Divine Sword? Bingyan was surprised. You even know this? Are you from the Northern Territory? Northern Territory? Xianxia frowned and slowly shook his head. Junior is from the Southern Territory and has never been to the Northern Territory. Bingyan asked curiously, Since you have never been to the Northern Territory, how do you know this queen's name and Ice Heart Valley? No. At this point, the young girl's tender body suddenly trembled, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she stared at Xianxia and said, Even if you are from the Northern Territory, have been to Ice Heart Valley, seen this queen's statue, and know this queen's name in relationship with Ice Heart Valley, it is impossible for you to know about the profound Frost Divine Sword. This queen left it there long ago. After a pause, Bingyan tenderly shouted, Could it be that you? Xianxia grinned foolishly, his whole body relaxing. Bingyan also showed a rare smile and asked softly, Are you from Hung Luo Star Field? Xianxia scratched his head and said, Hung Luo Star Field? I don't know what the Homeland Star Territory is called, but there is indeed a powerful Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce there. Is there also Sword Union, Purple Star, and Galaxy Ridge? Bingyan asked. Yes, yes, yes. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. Bingyan couldn't help laughing. You really are from Hung Luo Starfield. I didn't expect to meet someone from my homeland here after so many years. Junior also didn't expect to meet Senior Bingyan here. Xianxia also had an incredulous expression on his face as he sighed. When he first saw Bingyan, he had a feeling that she was kind to him, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember exactly where. It wasn't until he recalled every little detail of his time with Su Yan that these dusty memories suddenly resurfaced. He had indeed seen Bingyan before, but what he saw wasn't a living person, but a statue. Back then, Su Yan was taken away by the people of Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley and cultivated in Ice Heart Valley for many years. When Xianxia went to Ice Heart Valley to find Su Yan, he saw Bingyan's statue in the valley. Bingyan was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, but no one knew whether she was alive or dead. At that time, Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master, Bing Long, told Yonkai that ancestral founder Bing Yun had most likely left that world and went to a wider sky, leaving only the profound Frost Divine Sword that she always carried with her as the sect's most precious treasure. Later, the profound Frost Divine Sword was inherited by Su Yin. Calculating the time, it had been tens of thousands of years since Bing Yun founded Ice Heart Valley. Who would have thought that she was still alive, had come to Star Territory, and had even cultivated to the Third Order Emperor realm? Her pretty face suddenly changed, and she cried out, "Where did you get so many source crystals?" There was nothing else in this space ring, only source crystals. And there were 10 million high-rank source crystals. Although Bing Yin had seen such a huge amount of source crystals before, it was enough to shock anyone on Clear Sky Island. Even Chi Ri couldn't take out so many source crystals at once. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I won't hide it from Senior. I have only been in this solitary void-sealed world for a few months. I brought these things from the outside. You have only been here for a few months." Frozen Cloud's face was filled with shock. He had only been here for a few months, but he had actually obtained the Sea King shuttle. This was something she and Chi Ri had wanted for 1,000 years, but still hadn't been able to obtain. Chapter 2399. Yonkai had only been here for a few months, yet he had already obtained the Sea King shuttle and given her so many source crystals, allowing her to recover her strength without any worries. Thinking about it this way, Bing Yun realized that Yonkai seemed to have come here specifically to rescue her. It was all heaven's will. Holding the space ring, she was a little excited for a while before suddenly saying, "You've given me so many source crystals. What about yourself? How about this? I'll take half of the source crystals." Before she could finish speaking, Yonkai waved his hand and smiled. "Senior, don't worry, I have a lot of source crystals. If it were the other Third Order Dao source realm, they might not be able to take out 10 million high-rank source crystals at once. This was equivalent to 100 billion low-rank source crystals. Which Dao source realm cultivator could be so rich?" But Yonkai was different. He didn't lack source crystals. Last time, he killed Yao Changjun and obtained a lot of loot from killing Sangda. 10 million high-rank source crystals really wasn't that big of a deal for him. Hearing him say so, Bing Yin didn't refuse and nodded. "Give me 5 days. We'll set off in 5 days. Also, we have to discuss how to leave this place." If she wanted to leave Clear Sky Island, she couldn't just swagger around, let alone leave with Yonkai. Otherwise, if Chi-Ri found out, he would definitely intercept them. "Okay, then I'll take advantage of this time to prepare." Yonkai nodded and continued, "Senior, how many sets of materials have you prepared for the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill? I can refine it for you first in case you need it." Bing Yin was stunned for a moment and said, "You can refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill? That's an Emperor-grade spirit pill." Yonkai smiled awkwardly. He said, "Senior, please don't blame me. In fact, Junior is not a Dao Source-grade, mid-rank alchemist. I can barely be considered an Emperor-grade alchemist." Previously, he didn't know what kind of person the Ice Heart Pavilion Master was or why she wanted to hire an alchemist, so he didn't show his true ability. Now that he was honest with Bing Yun, he felt that there was no need to hide it. An Emperor-grade alchemist. Bing Yun's beautiful eyes lit up in surprise. "You're actually an Emperor-grade alchemist?" For Yonkai to have such a cultivation at such a young age. It could be said that he was a genius. Bingyan didn't expect him to be an alchemy master. Even in the entire star boundary, how many alchemy emperors were there? This was an existence that was even more noble and rarer than an emperor realm master. Yang identity alone was enough to make the top sects fight to the death over him. Looking at Yang, Bingyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of pity. What's wrong? Yang observed her expression and didn't know what she was feeling regretful about. Bingyan pursed her lips and smiled. If you were a girl, I would definitely accept you as my disciple. It's a pity. My Ice Heart Valley never accepts male disciples. Yang scratched his head and said, Junior appreciates Senior's kindness. For Bingyan to be able to confide in him like this, it was clear that she didn't treat him as an outsider. After all, the two of them came from the same star territory. This relationship was extremely rich and couldn't be cut off. The materials for the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill are not easy to find. I've only collected 10 after so many years. I'll give them all to you. Bingyan handed some rare herbs to Yang as she spoke. These herbs were her biggest hope to leave this place, but after receiving so many source crystals from Yang she didn't have to worry too much about them. Whether the refinement was successful or not, it wouldn't have much of an impact on her next plan. Yang insisted on refining the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill as a precaution. After retreating from Bingyan, Yang immediately began refining the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill. He hadn't refined many Emperor Great Spirit pills before, but practice made perfect. After wasting 2 furnaces of materials, Yang was already in a good mood. In 3 days, out of 10 sets of Emperor Essence pills, 8 furnaces had been formed. The first few furnaces of Emperor Essence pills were not of very good quality and could only be considered as a success. However, they were all low-grade Emperor Essence pills of the lowest grade. However, the last few furnaces produced some good Emperor Essence pills, and even a few high-grade ones. There weren't many, but it was definitely enough. There were still 2 days before the agreed time, so Yang didn't stay idle. After reminding Lu Xianxia not to run around, he left Ice Heart Pavilion alone and headed to his cave mansion. In front of a certain medium-sized cave mansion, Yang waited for a while before the barrier opened. Ling Yinqin revealed her face and beckoned to Yang Come in and talk. Yang nodded and followed her in. This cave mansion was almost identical to the one he had rented before, whether it was the number or size of the rooms inside. After entering, Ling Yinqin served him some fragrant tea and asked, What happened a few days ago? There seemed to be a fight in your cave mansion. When I went to check, it was a mess. You and Lu Xianxia were nowhere to be found. When Yang heard this, he realized that Ling Yinqin had actually gone to see him. His heart warmed as he felt that he had made the right choice in coming here. Someone wanted to cause trouble for me, so I ran away. Yang grinned and didn't explain too much. Ling Yinqin frowned and said, I heard that there were masters from the Emperor realm fighting over there. Could it be someone from the Emperor realm looking for trouble with you? Her expression changed slightly as she cried out, Could it be the pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion? She thought that the matter of her killing the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion on the sea last time had been exposed, so her face turned pale. It wasn't him, it was someone else. Yang shook his head, but it's all in the past, so Big Sister Ling doesn't have to take it to heart. I came here this time because I wanted to ask you something. Ling Yinqin asked, What can I help you with? She didn't ask what it was, only asking if there was anything she could help with. It was obvious that she was a warm-hearted person. Yang expression turned serious as he asked, Big Sister Ling, have you ever thought about leaving the solitary void-sealed world? Leaving? Ling Yinqin was shocked when she heard this, and a trace of yearning flashed across her beautiful eyes. But she soon shook her head with a bitter smile. There are millions of people in Clear Sky City. Who doesn't want to leave? Last night, she had suddenly received a message from Bingyan, telling her to pack up everything in Ice Heart Pavilion with her junior sisters and set out to sea today. Xianxia would be in charge of this. You're tuning in to the Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.